Yep, I'm doing one of these again. I enjoyed working on last year's video and decided, why not make this a yearly thing? A thought that I'm sure is totally original. Anyways, I've seen quite a few films this year of 2024, and figured I would give my thoughts on them. I should preface this by saying these are purely my opinion. This isn't going to be an objective look at these films, especially since this video is long enough as it is. You want me to do an in-depth analysis on all of them? I mean, it would certainly be a challenge, but I only have so much time for that. If you've seen any of these films, drop your opinions on them down below. I'd love to hear what you guys thought about some of these films. These are also films that came out this year. While there are other films I watched for the first time, they will not be covered as they weren't released this year. I will warn you, however, that this video will probably be filled with spoilers. I've left timestamps in the description if you need to skip ahead. I do encourage you to watch some of these films before watching my video, as that way you'll have your own properly informed opinion on it. I should also mention that some of the films I'm covering basically just came out, so I'd be extra cautious when nearing the end of the video. I'll be covering 70 films in chronological order from January all the way to December, so you'll also have another way of knowing when to tune out if you feel it's necessary. Also, as a side note, I know I released this in early 2025, but since most of this was written in 2024, whenever I say this year, I'm referring to 2024. That also means when I say last year, I'm referring to 2023. Thought I should mention it just in case. Anyways, if you have seen all these films, or just don't really give a shit, let's hop into it, shall we? January. Night Swim. We only just started the video and already we're starting on a sour note. But unfortunately, this was the first film that came out this year that's being covered in this video anyway, so we're starting with this. This movie is so fucking dumb. What's worse is it plays it completely straight. They take this so seriously when it's a film about a haunted fucking pool. I'm sorry, but with a premise that stupid, you either should be incredibly clever with your approach, or should take it less seriously than this. They don't even try to make it so them being super serious is the joke. Now I know what you might be asking. You watched the film about a haunted swimming pool. What did you expect? I was hoping it would be a delightfully bad film, one that I would get an ironic enjoyment out of, and while I did laugh at it, I was still more frustrated than I was entertained in any manner. This might not be a fair comparison, but a horror film that I always think about with a really dumb premise is Oculus. In case you haven't seen it, Oculus is supposedly about a haunted mirror. See, that sounds kind of dumb, right? Well, it's actually a psychological horror film. It's not just a haunted mirror, it makes you question shit, and it's really well done. You're not quite sure if the mirror is actually haunted or not. That's why I said supposedly earlier. That's how you take a potentially dumb premise and make the execution really interesting. I found this film, however, to be incredibly boring, predictable, generic, and overall just an unfun experience. I know Blumhouse is a very hit-or-miss studio, I mean just look at their films from last year, but holy hell, I hoped they were better than this. It's also not very scary. There was only one scare that I actually thought was good, not because it scared me, but because it was a jump scare that I thought was good because it wasn't accompanied with an overly obnoxious sound. Until literally like a minute later when there was another one with the overly obnoxious sound. That's another thing. I'm glad this film doesn't lean too hard into jump scares. I fucking hate jump scares because I find them cheap, and they're rarely built up and paid off in a meaningful way. But at the same time, there isn't much else about this film that's a horror film if you ask me. Also, the backstory behind the pool is so stupid. Like, it's not like some person drowned in that pool. No. It's the water itself is magical and grants people wishes if they sacrifice someone. What the actual fuck? This film somehow still tries to take itself seriously after that. Why? When you have a literal magic pool, you still try to take it seriously? This film is also incredibly predictable. I was able to guess the ending right as it was explained how the pool worked. The moment they said, it needs a sacrifice, or whatever, I knew immediately that the dad was going to sacrifice himself in order to save his children. And lo and behold, this movie is so generic and predictable, and it just isn't that fun of a watch. I was bored throughout most of it while I wasn't just laughing at its premise. I'm beginning to notice I'm repeating myself a lot. That should probably tell you just how uninteresting this film is to me. I'll give Night Swim a 4 out of 10. Only one film in and I'm already questioning why I made this video. The Beekeeper. You know those explain a film plot badly memes? This film's plot is one of those. But you're not even explaining it badly, you're just explaining it. Beekeeper plans presidential assassination because an old woman got scammed. This film is just so fucking stupid. But that's why it works so well for me. I mentioned how Night Swim took itself too seriously. This film knew what it was doing. The moment you throw in fucking bee puns, I know you're not being serious. Okay, jeez. Seriously though, Jason Statham is like the only one who's being 100% serious, and it works here. This is what I meant by being so serious that that's the joke in the Night Swim portion. Can we talk about Josh Hutcherson's performance here? He plays the rich asshole nepo baby maybe a little too well. Like, I love that he's the only one I think is legitimately trying. Other than maybe Jeremy Irons, but even then, he's clearly not bringing his A material here. I'll admit I haven't really seen Josh Hutcherson in many things, mainly only Hunger Games and the FNAF movie, but he's actually really good here. Probably my favorite part of the movie. I guess I should also talk about the action. It's fine. I mean, it's cut weirdly, but I unfortunately expect that from an action movie, especially one directed by David Ayer. Okay, I should probably mention that, yeah, this is a David Ayer film. I've only seen one other David Ayer film aside from this, and this film didn't really convince me that he's a good director. Now, I can't say for certain, but most of his filmography looks very unappealing to me, especially if I've heard bad things about some of them, so I still don't get those release the Ayer cut things. I found a lot of the side characters to be either forgettable or annoying, mainly the ones where it felt like they were just eating up the runtime and just weren't that enjoyable to watch. Like the character Agent Veronica Parker, played by Emmy Raver Lampman, I just didn't find very interesting, which sucks because she's actually very important to the plot. Like, she did the best with what she had, from what I could tell, but I just couldn't care about this character, which should not be how people feel for what may as well be your code lead for the film. I'll give The Beekeeper a 6.5 out of 10. A very dumb but fun film to watch if you just want to turn your brain off for an hour and 45 minutes. Mean Girls 2024. Yes, I actually did watch this remake. I should probably get this out of the way now. I don't hate musicals. I actually think they can be quite fun, if done correctly. Like, for example, I actually really liked the musical of Legally Blonde, even though I think the movie is just okay. But this? What the fuck happened here? I should preface this by saying that I have seen the original Mean Girls. What did I think of it? It's alright. I liked it just fine. I'm aware of the following it has, and that this was always going to be an uphill battle no matter what they did with this film. But oh my god, where the fuck did they go wrong? Look, musicals are not my expertise, so I feel like I can't comment on the song quality, although, if it means anything, I didn't really like many of them. But how they're incorporated into the story? Oh my fucking god. See, here's the annoying thing. Everything outside of the songs are practically word for word like the original. Like, it actually made me so mad why they did this. The worst part is most of the changes were only made to be like, see, we're different. Like, how the fuck are you not going to have
Get in, loser, we're going shopping!
Or Jingle Bell Rock? Like, what the fuck? Okay, I guess some of the other stuff they changed were jokes from the original that may be deemed too offensive today, which, fair, to a degree. See, I say that because there are points where some jokes like that were kept while others were cut. I don't know, like, just go full swing on cutting them or keep the original stuff in. It's not like most of the other dialogue was changed. That's another thing I'd like to mention. I feel like a big problem about this film is because most of the dialogue is unchanged, it just feels wrong. Because the writing of the original was just baked in the 2000s. You basically would have had to rewrite the entire script if you wanted it to sound like a film that would have come out today. Because of just how mostly unoriginal the script is, I was basically waiting for the songs because then I felt like I wasn't just watching an inferior version of the original. But there were other moments where I just hated the writing. The main one being how the last 40 minutes or so felt the need to be meta. Like, okay, having Lindsay Lohan cameo was kind of cool, even if I know they did some marketing with some of the plastics and they never cameo here. Also, having Tim Meadows and Tina Fey in the film as literally the same roles they were before didn't help with me feeling like it was unoriginal. But like, some of the meta jokes were just annoying. Like the joke about one of the dancers dragging during Revenge Party, which is one of the songs. We didn't need that. Or when they tie at the Mathletes competition and she says, "This has only happened once before." Or some shit like that. Like, okay, we get it. I'm also going to go into the plastics here because, oh my god, what the hell happened here? Karen Shetty, originally Karen Smith. This one weirdly pissed me off the most because it's something that was done so well in the original. So in the original, Karen Smith is supposed to be the dumb one, which they never went overboard with and actually made it kind of funny. She's a fucking dumbass in this one. Like, frustratingly so. Basically, the one joke was, "See guys, look how dumb she is! Laugh!" And it got on my fucking nerves. The best way I can describe how she's written in this film is how a guy writes a dumb female character. This felt like making her an idiot for the sake of it. Regina George. Here's the thing about her in this version. I feel like Renee Rapp did the best she could with this role, but not only is the script and direction she's given bad, she could never escape the shadow that Rachel McAdams cast 20 years ago. Rachel McAdams was perfect for Regina George. I don't think anyone can really disagree with that. I also think her introduction song kind of muddles her character, and the later song for when she tries to get back together with Aaron. I feel like they mess with her character too much, and don't even get me started on the apology scene near the end of the film. Talk about character assassination if you ask me. I'd also like to talk about Katie Heron. Now, I'll admit, I don't know a lot about Angry Rice, and I haven't really seen her in much, but dear God, talk about miscasting. Now, when it comes to the acting moments, she's not that good. But oh my God, her singing. If she's going to be the star of your musical, why? Oh, why would you not get someone who can actually sing well, or better yet, give her vocal lessons? Just don't pull a Russell Crowe. Because her auto-tuning is just not good. I know Renee Rapp can actually sing and even played Regina George on Broadway at one point, so at least they did that. But what the fuck happened here? Actually, the casting in general is pretty fucked. It honestly feels like they just grabbed names out of a hat and ran with it. Like, John Hamm, he's literally in like 2 scenes. I already mentioned Angry Rice. How much you want to bet that it was just because she was in the new Spider-Man films? Just everything feels off. And I'm pretty sure almost none of them can actually sing. Holy fuck, this singing sounds so off. Like, it sounds like one of the Disney live-action remakes. Also, another thing that I'd like to mention. I'm not sure how I feel about Janice actually being a lesbian in this version. I think the idea of Regina George having so much power, for lack of a better term, that she made it so everyone was convinced that Janice was a lesbian is kinda cool. Plus, it also explains why Janice really only has Damien as a friend, because she was really isolated. But in this version, they give her an overly complicated backstory to why Janice's life was ruined by Regina. Seriously, I don't really understand it, and it's ironically enough one of those changes that straight up just doesn't make a lot of sense. Let's also not forget that Janice had a date for the dance anyway in this version, so that doesn't really make a lot of sense either. Like, it shows that her fallout with Regina didn't have a lot of impact in this version of the story. It's also because of that when her motivation for trying to help Katie ruin Regina's life doesn't feel genuine and even downright petty and spiteful, more so than Regina. I don't know how much longer I can talk about this version, especially since both Mean Girls and musicals aren't exactly my expertise. But Maxwell Green has a great video on why this not only fails as a musical, but also as a film. I'll give Mean Girls 2024 a 4.5 out of 10. A remake that was clearly only made for money and didn't try to be different enough to stand out. Most people seeing it probably already know the original front to back anyway. I wouldn't be surprised if this is forgotten about in the next year or two, assuming it wasn't already. I.S.S. So here's an interesting one. This was a film that I kept seeing advertisements for and thought, this looks kind of interesting. However, at the time it came out, I didn't really have the time to see it and didn't even watch it until making this video. How is it? It's okay. I remember a lot of people talking about how tense it was, and I'm not going to say that it wasn't tense, but I've definitely seen better films that have a very tense and untrustworthy theme. Films like John Carpenter's The Thing, Quentin Tarantino's The Hateful Eight, and even films like Patrick Brice's Creep. There weren't many moments when I actually felt a lot of tension. Hell, if I'm being extra honest, I felt that a lot of it was actually quite predictable. The main one being when Gordon, played by Chris Messina, goes outside to fix something that wasn't actually broken, and they try to kill him out there. I think this film had an interesting concept for the plot, though. A war breaks out on Earth between the US and Russia, so the crew on the International Space Station have to take control of it. It's a genuinely interesting plot, but unfortunately the execution isn't the best. I'd also like to mention how there were certain moments where I felt like they could have done more with. Like one that I immediately thought of when it was established that the previously mentioned Gordon was in a relationship with Veronica, played by Masha Mashkova. I thought maybe that would have resulted in a scene where there had to be the choice of do they do what's best for their love or their country. But instead, Gordon just gets killed. Some things I did enjoy were all the space shots. This is easily the cheapest film we've covered so far, and it looks incredible, especially for the budget. This film only had a budget of about $13.8 million, and I'm shocked it looks this good. I mean, if I'm being honest, I wouldn't be surprised if that's where they spent most of their budget. As much as I hate to say it, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a film I mostly forget about by next week. Hell, I forgot it even existed until I started going through movies I wanted to watch this year, so that's definitely not a good sign. I'll give I.S.S. a 6 out of 10. February. Argylle. So I remember when this film came out, nobody could seem to agree on anything about it. But now that the time has passed, how many people even remember this film exists? I remember I wanted to watch it both for Henry Cavill, but also because Matthew Vaughn was directing. X-Men First Class is still my favorite X-Men movie. I wasn't exactly the biggest fan of Kingsman, but I understand the appeal. I also haven't seen the second one or The King's Man, so that's also a factor. I can almost guarantee you that if I saw this when it first came out, I probably would have fucking hated it, especially with that mid-credits scene, which I'll get into in a little bit. I think I would have found the film boring and stupid, but now that the film has come out around 10 months ago at the time of this video being released, I think I've had enough time to process all of the criticism I remember hearing. This film is so fascinating. In a good or bad way, I'm not sure, but it's certainly fascinating. I think the main thing that kept throwing me off was that it was just twist after twist after twist. Like, it felt like M. Night Shyamalan was just having a fucking field day. It honestly got exhausting after a while. The worst part? What was probably supposed to be one of the biggest moments in the film's ending was the most predictable shit. Oh, an anonymous fan gave you this idea on how to survive a shot in the heart, and you thought it was a great idea? And these are all based on your real life? Gee, I wonder. Not to mention they laid it on real thick. Like, guys, we're not stupid. We've seen a movie before. I'm going to go into that ending and mid-credits scene because it's something I really wish I knew beforehand. So something that I was unaware of was that this apparently takes place in the Kingsman universe. In some way. Yeah, I only did a quick glance and I'm not sure I quite understand this. So for one, I know this is a strange one, but if this is supposed to be the Kingsman universe, why did they cast Samuel L. Jackson and Sofia Boutella in this film despite the fact they played different characters in the first Kingsman film? Second, I know this sounds like a dumb criticism, but it's something that needs to be addressed as this has been a growing issue among people starting around the mid to late 2010s. Holy shit, we have enough fucking cinematic universes. Not to mention, this film didn't make itself clear enough that it's somehow connected until the mid-credits scene. Even in the early days of Marvel, we understood since 2008 that it was going to be a shared universe, which was later confirmed by The Incredible Hulk, which came out that same year. There was already this idea for Marvel beforehand, but here you're starting from scratch. I'll admit it's commendable, but I'm sorry, unless you make it very clear to general audiences that this is technically a spin-off, they're going to be very confused about that mid-credits scene like I was. It's especially not going to help you if it's a film that might explain a few things in the next Kingsman film. You don't want people confused because they didn't watch a film that they didn't know they were supposed to watch. I'd also like to mention how strange the sequel bait was for this film. Look, I get wanting to make a new franchise, especially now that people are starting to push back with companies just beating a dead horse with some IPs, but can we not sequel bait in literally the first film? Because if your film fails, like this one did, it'll look hilariously bad that it didn't go anywhere. Do what most films that are trying to be trilogies do. End your first film like a normal film, so in that case, if it does fail, audiences won't feel cheated by your ending not being able to go anywhere now that you know making a sequel won't be financially viable anymore. Also, on a barely related note, the Kingsman films are distributed by 20th Century Studios, and by extension Disney, and this film was distributed by Universal and Apple TV+. I feel like that would be a rights nightmare for future releases, especially in regards to streaming and home releases. I know I can't avoid it much longer, as it was basically the one thing everyone unanimously agreed on. The film was too damn expensive, and was probably one of the main reasons the film bombed at the box office. It didn't even make half its budget back. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I know how a lot of this works, but oh my god, someone needs to tell someone at Apple TV or whatever the fuck to stop throwing so much goddamn money at films without once considering if it was necessary. First Killers of the Flower Moon, and now this. Both films had way too much money thrown at them when it wasn't even really that necessary. Every single Kingsman film had about half of the budget of this one. Now again, I haven't seen The Golden Circle or The King's Man, but I know based on the first Kingsman that Matthew Vaughn can still work well with that kind of budget, and I have no idea where a lot of this budget would have went other than maybe the casting. Otherwise, I mean, congrats on having a lot of faith to what I can only assume was an original IP, sort of, but this is absurd. I should also mention that this film has some interesting acting choices. The acting wasn't very good. The main one to me being Bryce Dallas Howard. When she delivers some of the one-liners, they somehow sound cringier than they already are. I don't exactly know what it is about her performance later on in the film, but earlier in the film when she's just supposed to be Ellie Conway, it's fine. Is it her just trying to play against type and not doing the best at it? I'll admit I haven't seen many things with her in them, so I can't be too sure on that. I should also bring up the writing. I mentioned how it was twist after twist after twist, and it was then when I realized something. You know how sometimes in movies they'll have a fake movie on a TV as a joke? This felt like one of those fake movies. Constant twists even when they make absolutely no sense. In the instance of it being a fake movie, that's the joke. But here, it's played completely straight like it isn't the stupidest shit you've seen. This film is just baffling. It ought to be studied because this is fascinating for all of the wrong reasons. I'll give Argylle a 6.5 out of 10. I'll be honest, I didn't hate it, but after a certain point, I just bought into its silliness. But I know that's definitely not for everyone, so I'd be very cautious if you want to watch this one. Lisa Frankenstein. This film was cute. A fucked up kind of cute, but still cute nonetheless. It also didn't surprise me when I looked up the crew and saw that this had the same writer as Jennifer's Body. It was also directed by Zelda Williams in her feature-length directorial debut. You may know her as the daughter of the late Robin Williams. I remember when I first saw a trailer for this before the FNAF movie, I think that's why I first saw the trailer anyway, I leaned over to my friend and said, "That looks like a ton of fun," or something along those lines. Was I correct in that assumption? In a way, yes. Although I can almost guarantee it won't work for everyone, but that's okay. I'll just say this. If you've seen films like Jennifer's Body and Juno and didn't like how a lot of the dialogue was written, yeah, you're probably not going to like this film either, especially in regards to characters like Janet who are overly cartoonish in their evilness. I'll also compliment this film's aesthetic. It's set in the late 80s, but it was that era where things we typically associate with the 90s started coming in. I think it works extremely well and is able to mix bright and colorful with dark and moody, if that makes any sense, especially with the almost Burton-esque animated sequences at the beginning and near the end of the film. I'll also say, I'm glad they didn't lean too heavily into the early Universal Classic monster looks and really only did it for one scene. Now I know I did a whole video talking about how I think those films are underappreciated, but this film was clearly trying to go for its own thing, so I'm glad references like that were kept to a minimum. I'd also like to mention the acting. Kathryn Newton is fun in this role. It's clear she's having a lot more fun here than, say, Ant-Man 3, but the best performance, if you ask me, in this film is easily Cole Sprouse. He had to entirely communicate through body language and awkward groans, and yet you can still mostly decipher what he's saying and or feeling. Let me tell you, that isn't easy in the slightest, and this guy was able to do it so well. I'll admit I haven't seen him in many other things, as this is really the only thing I've seen him in, but he's great here. The makeup on Cole Sprouse as the creature is also quite good. The way it slowly evolves to look more alive the more he's shocked, it's great. The practical effects in general are fine enough. The VFX could have used some work, but then again, I don't think there are that many shots that use a ton of VFX. I mentioned before how I said this film was cute. I'm going to elaborate because I know if someone has seen the movie, they might be asking, how the fuck was that cute? That's why I said it's its own fucked up kind of cute. Like, what other film can you name where an undead creature chops off someone's dick out of love for their alive partner? I imagine not many. I hope. In fact, I remember someone pointed this out, I don't remember who it was, I'm so sorry about that, where they mentioned every body part attached to the monster was used to hurt Lisa. Janet wouldn't listen to Lisa, thus her ear on the creature. Doug groped Lisa, thus his hand on the creature, and Michael Trent hurt Lisa by sleeping with her sister, thus his appendage on the creature. Overall, this is a fun movie that I do recommend, but I know it probably won't be everyone's cup of tea. I'll give Lisa Frankenstein a 7 out of 10. Bob Marley, One Love. I'm going to go into a little personal history that explains why I watched this film. I should state that I haven't really went out of my way to listen to his music, but I still have a vague idea of who Bob Marley was and what he stood for. My personal history with him more so has to do with my parents. Now, I should mention that I also don't think they went out of their way to listen to his music, or at least not for a while. However, what my parents were fans of was punk rock. Because I was a lot younger at the time, I naturally also listened to a lot of this music, despite not really knowing what a lot of it meant at the time. There was one song that was by No Use for a Name, I believe, and it turned out to be a cover of one of Bob Marley's songs, that being Redemption Song. Now, I was used to the punk rock version being a lot more heavy and fast-paced, but when I first heard the original, I was mesmerized. That was my first instance, that I can recall anyway, of learning what a cover is when it comes to making songs. This original version was a lot slower, a lot more chill, and I still liked it. I wasn't used to it at the time, but I liked how it sounded. Anyways, that was the story of how I learned about Bob Marley. Now, I'd also like to say that aside from that memory, I really only had a vague idea of who he actually was, so I won't be looking at this from a historical accuracy standpoint. Not only would I be massively unqualified to talk about it, but I also understand that sometimes when making a biopic, you're gonna have to change things for the sake of a better story. So looking at it completely on its own merits, what did I think of it? It was fine. Seriously, I thought it was alright. Not amazing, but certainly not terrible either. But here's the thing. I'm not sure if I could directly pinpoint why I couldn't love it. I felt like there was the essence of an amazing film somewhere in there, but I couldn't decipher what it was about the film that I wasn't fully getting into. This may also be a nitpick, but either the audio mixing wasn't very good or a lot of the actors mumbled through some of their lines, so there were definitely points when I couldn't quite understand what they were saying at times. I should also mention that I didn't watch the film with captions, so that didn't help much. I hate to admit it, but I wouldn't be surprised if I shortly forget about this film even existing, let alone that I actually watched it. I'll give Bob Marley One Love a 6.5 out of 10. Madam Web. Yes, I did actually watch this. Why? Oh, where do I even begin? Well, first, this already piqued my interest, but also just the countless upon countless videos talking about how bad it was, and the funniest thing to me was just thinking, did we learn nothing? Sony has been making these films based on other Spider-Man characters without Spider-Man, even though from my understanding, they still have every legal right to use him without consulting Kevin Feige or the rest of Marvel Studios. I mean, the Spider-Verse films are still a thing. It started 6 years ago with Venom, and God, it should have flopped. But instead, it made way more money than it should have, so then we got Venom Let There Be Carnage, Morbius, don't even remind me of that post-credit scene, and now this. So I know this is a common question, but who asked for this? Who was seriously suggesting that there should be a Madam Web movie? I'll tell you who. The same people that also wanted a Morbius movie. So no one. Absolutely no one. I'm sure more people asked for the Echo and Agatha shows than people who asked for these. But alas, Sony for some reason hates money, so these were made, much to our dismay. You want to know the biggest problem with these movies? A lot of these characters are heavily associated with Spider-Man, so when you don't have Spider-Man in the picture, you don't have much. In fact, for some of these characters, you have so little that you're basically forced to make up your own shit, sometimes even changing things that didn't really need to be changed. Because here's another thing. When you change so much of these characters to make them fit in your world of having no Spider-Man, you're going to piss off everyone. You're going to piss off the few comic fans who even give a shit about these characters, and you're going to further alienate the general audience from comic fans. So when you, take the old, paralyzed, and blind Madam Web and decide to de-age her by decades, have her walking just fine, and also being able to see, why even call her Madam Web? These are very clearly not the same character. You want to know why? Because nobody would watch a whole nearly 2-hour movie about her, and Sony knows this, so they decide to take these characters and butcher them only for their films to fail anyway. Anyways, to the film itself after that big rant. Yeah, this shit is bad. Like, now I understand why people call it worse than Morbius, which in itself is an insane statement. As remember when people were debating if that was the worst Marvel film ever made? Yet Sony managed to one-up themselves with whatever the fuck this was. This movie feels genuinely unfinished. Like, it feels like this was the rough cut of the film that they just sent off to theaters because they didn't want to have to delay the film again. Because if I remember correctly, this was actually supposed to come out in 2023. You know what? I'll just say it. At least Morbius actually felt like a finished film. A really bad one, but at least an actually finished product. This film doesn't even have that. The audio mixing alone should have been enough to tell Sony to delay this by a few months to fix some of the auditory issues. I know everyone's joked about how 90% of Ezekiel Sim's dialogue was ADR, but I don't think enough people bring up why it sounds so awkward. Yes, obviously it doesn't match what the actor's saying, but it's also just cut together strangely. Like, it literally sounds like they just dropped the raw audio file into the film and didn't even try to give it good flow to make it sound more natural. Like, it feels amateurish, and this is a big budget production. Like, this has the same budget as the creator, but you genuinely wouldn't be able to tell. Probably low-hanging fruit considering Hollywood and especially big movies from the last few years, but holy shit, this CGI is bad. Like, how did we go from Venom, a film with at least decent CGI at times, to Morbius to whatever this was? This movie looks so awful in regards to CGI, and I don't even know how it was approved. This makes Thor Love and Thunder look like Interstellar in comparison. I've also heard some people say the way this film was shot and color graded actually looks pretty good, and I respectfully disagree. This film is riddled with these weird digital quick zooms, and it looks so bad, especially when they're used in moments that don't need them. The film's color grading also looks pretty bad if you ask me. The best way I can describe it is it feels like they just took the raw footage from whatever cameras they were using and didn't tweak it one bit. It's another reason why I say the film looks and feels unfinished. Okay, I've been beating around the bush long enough. Let's talk about the writing. Oh, sweet mother of holy Jesus, what the fuck happened here? Let's just ignore the fact that the actors are also doing a terrible job and just focus on the writing itself. It is borderline fanfiction levels of bad. When they aren't expositing information poorly, it sounds like dialogue written by someone who's like 11? And that's if we're being generous? Like, I don't want to be that guy, but I feel like even I could do a better job, and that's saying a lot. Let's also not forget how probably the most famous line from this film isn't even in the fucking film. It's only in the trailer.
He was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders right before she died.
This sounds like a kid trying to reach the word quota on an essay, but not doing it very well. Let's also talk about how this is probably the worst instance of the writing trying to wink to the audience. Like, there's no reason to have lines like,
How you doing back there?
You know, last time I was in a vehicle driven like this, I was being shot at.
What, you've never been shot at in Queens?
or,
Never stops leaping around in there.
and then absolutely stupid shit like,
And when you take on the responsibility, great power will come.
like, what the actual fuck were they thinking? This isn't cute. It's intrusive. Stop reminding me of the thing you're purposefully trying to stay away from. Let's also talk about the acting. And I thought Morbius was bad. What the actual fuck happened here? Alright, I'm gonna be honest here. I've barely seen any other movies or shows with these actors. I haven't really seen Dakota Johnson in anything, and I'd like to keep it that way if these are anything to go by. I'd really only seen Adam Scott in The Good Place. Yes, that also means I haven't seen Parks and Recreation. And I've seen Isabella Merced in Alien Romulus and Transformers The Last Night. Basically everyone else I've heard offhandedly about, or didn't know who the fuck they were before watching this. I'm letting you know all of this so you understand that this is my only basis for how good some of these actors are. Either these guys are horrible fucking actors or the direction they were given was garbage. Like, it is actually sad how bad some of these actors were, and for some of them, it felt like they were just left out in the dust. Dakota Johnson literally plays the main character, and there was only one time when I actually believed what she was saying. And it was when she went,
We're saving that for one of the games.
Games.
so that certainly wasn't a good sign. But when the other Spider-Women were on screen, oh god, I feel so bad for them. Now, I know that at least Isabella Merced can give an alright performance because of Alien Romulus, but what happened here? I think it's things like this where Ethan Hawke brings up great points on directors needing to know more about acting, because, oh god, these scenes are bad. I'll admit I haven't really seen Sydney Sweeney in anything. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood doesn't count, but I do know that she's a better actor than whatever she does here. I'm not sure whether I should blame the actors or blame the director, but either way, it's not fun to watch. There's so much I could discuss with this film, but I need to move on. I'll give Madame Web a 3 out of 10. This is just a boring bad and not delicious garbage, which is what I was hoping everyone meant when talking about this film. March. Dune Part 2. I should preface this by saying I haven't actually read the original Dune novel by Frank Herbert, so this will not be a comparison on how accurate it is to the novel. I have, however, seen the David Lynch version, but I'm going to assume that won't be a very helpful comparison either, although I'll probably bring it up from time to time. I'm going to go into a bit of my history with Dune because I find it interesting. So I had heard of Dune before, but I hadn't really known anything about it. I of course heard some things here and there like Fremen and Shai Hulud, but I didn't really know what anyone was talking about. It wasn't until around June of last year when I actually watched Dune, specifically the 2021 version. What did I think of it? I didn't like it. I thought it was boring, too long, and too confusing. That kind of discouraged me from the series until I saw that the David Lynch version was on Netflix where I live, so I watched it with my dad, who loves that version. I thought it was hilarious and was a little bit easier to follow. So before I watched this one, I rewatched Dune Part 1 and I need to know what I was smoking. I don't know if I just wasn't in the right mood or was just confused because I didn't know what they were talking about half the time, but now it's great. I'm wondering if my watching the Lynch version and finding it to be a bit easier to figure out what was going on there helped me figure out this version. I will say though, the way the information is delivered is actually quite well done. It's probably one of the few times I can't really think of any awkward exposition for people to understand how the story works. So now that I had my little story about my experience with the previous Dune films, what did I think of this one? I liked it. I don't think I like it as much as the previous Dune film, but it was still good. I'll admit that because my main experience with this part of the story was the Lynch version, I may as well have been going in blind. I think the main advantage this has to the Lynch version is it actually has time to breathe. The main problem with the Lynch version is that it's only 2 hours and 17 minutes, and for a story this wide and expansive, that's far too short. So they kind of just crammed in the surface level things and went along with it, the second half certainly suffering the most because of it. This film, much like the first one, takes its time and slowly introduces you to the universe in which it resides, especially now that they focus more on the Fremen, which is a whole other thing that was mostly hinted at in the previous film. Here's the interesting thing though. Even though this film is still pretty slow and takes its time, I didn't feel it for the most part. Let's also keep in mind that this one is 15 minutes longer than the last one, and is also 2 hours and 46 minutes. That tells me that this film is paced incredibly well. It doesn't matter which longer movie it is, there will inevitably be a point where I start to question if everything was necessary. It is very rare that I watch a longer movie, basically anything past 2.5 hours, and I don't really question it much. This is luckily one of those cases. There was a good almost 30 to 40 minute chunk where I didn't write anything down in terms of notes. Not because I had nothing good to write about, but because I was just so invested I wanted to put the phone down and just keep watching, forget about the notes. I'm going to start diving into the other aspects like the acting. The acting is quite good. Timothée Chalamet is excellent in this role. Zendaya was honestly better than I was expecting, but then again they also gave her character more to do in this version as opposed to Lynch's. Austin Butler was a fun character, but we will never forget Sting in that codpiece. And this is probably the least Christopher Walken role I've ever seen from him. Okay, this is going to be a little bit of a nitpick, but I'm going to be honest, I'm not the biggest fan on how they handled the Emperor in this version. I say that because he was never shown in the last film. He was only mentioned and it was clearly to build up his first appearance. But I think they should have saved his first appearance in this film for way later. It was clear that they were building him up, so the fact he just shows up in the intro for like 2 seconds and isn't even seen again until like an hour in felt weird to me. I should also mention the VFX. Holy shit, they're spectacular. I'll be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they win the Best VFX Oscar, because there's really only one other film I can think of that even has a chance. I'll give Dune Part 2 a 7.5 out of 10. I'm starting to understand why these movies are so beloved, and I can't wait for what Denis Villeneuve will do with Dune Messiah. Let's also not forget the great accidental marketing with that popcorn bucket. Spaceman. Yes, I willingly watched an Adam Sandler film, and I liked it. This film does a great job at exploring how lonely you could probably feel in space. The idea of just being thousands of kilometers away with very limited ways to contact people, I don't think I could handle that. Although at around the 30-minute mark is when it starts getting weird. See, I knew that it was coming, but like, it's fucking hilarious. Because this film does explore the idea of loneliness in space, but also has a telepathic spider voiced by Paul Dano. That's probably the main thing that would throw most people off about this film. I thought all of the interactions between Jakob, played by Adam Sandler, and Hanush, the spider voiced by Paul Dano, were pretty great. The connection Jakob starts growing with him while Hanush keeps prodding at his mind for answers and to figure out more about humans, it's all great. This film is more of a character study of Jakob and how, to literally use the film's own words, how he's the cause of his own loneliness. I think that's another interesting element to this film. It isn't just about a guy who feels lonely in space, it's more about a guy who feels extremely guilty about his actions and how he is the reason it's like this. He's so desperate for someone to just talk to, that after Hanush establishes that he's friendly, Jakob doesn't even mind. I think the most telling thing about Jakob's mental state is when Hanush leaves, seemingly forever, and Jakob basically has a mental breakdown because of it. This man is not okay. I'd like to bring up the VFX in this film because they're honestly a lot better than I was expecting. You can obviously tell that most of the work was done on Hanush as he's a major focus of the film, although I can't get over his weird tiny mouth and his weird tiny teeth. I get major ugly Sonic vibes from it. There's really only one scene where I find the VFX on him to be bad, and it's something I'll mention in a little bit. All the space shots were also pretty cool. Granted, it doesn't really get to show until the ending, but every time before that, it still looked quite nice. Okay, that ending. Now, I'll just say right off the top, it gave me major 2001/Interstellar vibes, mainly in its almost abstract imagery. Only in this case, rather than being a sequence of very bright colors for like 3 minutes, or a tesseract in the form of a library, it almost looks like the quantum realm from the first Ant-Man. It's nice imagery and is intentionally left vague enough where you don't really need to understand what every little thing is supposed to represent. Although this is where I bring up the VFX being bad on Hanush. It's only when Hanush dies and he's being eaten by maggots. It just doesn't look very good, but luckily I didn't mind as much. In fact, I found it quite emotional. Why? The music. Now, I'll admit I wasn't really paying attention to the music beforehand, but here, holy shit, it's good. Obviously, it's not the Interstellar score, but it's still amazing. It's done by Max Richter. I'll admit that I hadn't heard of him until making this video, but his work here is pretty good. This film is pretty interesting, and I wasn't expecting to like it as much as I did. I'll give Spaceman a 7 out of 10. Ricky Stanicky. Okay, they always kept talking about this Ricky Stanicky guy, but he was never there throughout the whole movie. Maybe that was the point, where they were so into the Ricky Stanicky lie that even the audience was convinced he was real and could actually see him. Okay, but in all seriousness, my feelings on this one are complicated, where I didn't really hate it, but most of the things that pop out to me are the negatives. There's also one main thing that I thought about while watching it, but I'm going to save that for later. Now this film, despite being labeled as a comedy, just wasn't funny. I'll admit that I know comedy is subjective, but this just really wasn't for me. I don't think I laughed a single time. If anything, I probably cringed more often. I found a lot of the humor in this film to be the needlessly raunchy variety with very little substance, the kind that almost feels like it's more for shock value rather than for genuine laughs. The only time when the comedy almost worked for me was with John Cena. In fact, I'll get it out of the way now. This acting is subpar at best, except for John Cena. He gave this role 110% and almost made it work. Keyword being almost. Obviously, there's a very unlikely chance you're watching a comedy for the genuine acting, but wouldn't you still want them to at least sound like they're giving a shit at certain points? Okay, now for my biggest criticism, which probably won't make a lot of sense, but let me explain. For a story to work, you want stakes, you want consequences. If the main character, or characters in this case, can get away with anything, it isn't very compelling and the audience won't really care about what's happening. This film doesn't really feel like it has any major consequences. The only one I can even think of is around the third act when everything starts going to shit. They literally play the whole thing like they're going to get lambasted for this big lie of Ricky Stanicky, and there's really no consequences to it. They practically forgive everyone involved without a second thought. I'm sorry, but when you have a premise like this, I don't care if it's cliche, you're inevitably going to have a liar revealed moment. In fact, that's literally the fucking point of the movie, yet they somehow just brush it by like nothing happened. It's like a fucking kids' film. Actually, that brings me to my next point. Okay, I'm going to need some of you to hear me out, especially if you've seen the movie. This film would have worked better, in my opinion at least, if it was a kids' film. Think about it. The opening scene is literally the three main characters as kids creating the Ricky Stanicky lie to get out of trouble. The intro/opening credits alone already make this make more sense to me. So obviously, there would need to be some major changes. 1, the film would have the main characters still be kids. I feel like that goes without saying, but just in case. Essentially, set the entire film during the opening credits, where it shows them doing a bunch of bad shit and blaming it on Ricky. 2, the overall plot would probably stay the same. 3 people created this lie of Ricky Stanicky, but when the other people, mainly their parents, grow suspicious, they hire another kid to play this Ricky Stanicky. Eventually, shit would go down and the truth would come out that Ricky Stanicky was never real and that all 3 of them did all those things. I imagine the ending would be quite different, but again, this is just a hypothetical. 3, the humor also has to change heavily. I feel like this sort of premise just feels weird for an R-rated comedy. I can't be the only one that thinks the premise just sounds like the premise for a kid's film, right? I know I probably sound insane for this thinking process, but it's honestly all I could think about during the last 3 minutes of the film or so. I guess that also just goes to show how much I was really enjoying this film. I'll give Ricky Stanicky a 6 out of 10. Imaginary. Why is it that horror films always seem to have interesting ideas, but it's always going to be a coin toss on whether or not it'll actually be executed well? This one was not executed well. This is a film that I felt like I could have gotten into, but instead it decided to be as bland and generic as possible. The worst part is with a premise like this, wouldn't you think that being out of the ordinary would actually benefit your film? Not only in it standing out, but also just in the entity basically being able to become something you're not afraid of in order to grow a connection to it. Then if shit goes south, you know? Like, I remember hearing everywhere that this film wasn't very good, but like everything, I still tried to give it a fair shot. Not to mention I only had a vague idea of what the plot actually was. It didn't wow me, it didn't intrigue me. It was just kind of there. I normally hate describing films this way, but you could put it on as background noise and you still wouldn't be lost on what's going on. It also just wasn't very scary. Now I know that fear is subjective and everybody's afraid of different things, but you know it's bad when I never even really felt uneasy watching this, except for maybe when Alice almost impaled herself on a rusty nail. There's really only one time the film genuinely got me, and it was a jump scare. But it wasn't one of those long, drawn-out sequences that you know is going to end up in a jump scare. It was one of those ones that came out of nowhere. In fact, I know why this film feels so generic when it comes to its horror scenes. It's just insidious, with a touch of Conjuring. I'm not even kidding. A kid being taken to a different realm with a parental figure going into that realm to retrieve the kid, and along the way of figuring out what is happening/happened to their kid, there's random scares, whether it be jump scares or shadows in rooms throughout the house. It's just an inferior version of these two films, especially not helping that these films have become a template for more supernatural-oriented horror films, if you ask me. I feel like it goes without saying, but the acting isn't very good, except for one performance. Piper Braun as Alice is strangely good, especially during the scene when she's arguing with Chauncey, and Chauncey starts planting the ideas that the fake mom is going to leave. I guess I should also discuss Chauncey as a monster. Kinda just what you would expect. This entity that wants to bring people into their dimension in the guise of friendship, it's something I've seen many, many, many times in horror films. Throw in a little Pennywise in there, and that's basically Chauncey, because it's clear that Chauncey can change form in some way. I'll say Chauncey's world or dimension or whatever it is does look kinda cool, but you don't really get a lot of it. Plus, for some reason they tried to pull a twist villain thing here, and then had that twist villain killed within like a minute or two of being revealed. I think Mayor Bellwether had more screen time after being revealed as the twist villain. I don't have much else to say about this film. I'll give Imaginary a 5 out of 10. I'll probably forget everything about it in like a week or two. Kung Fu Panda 4. So here we are, the first of the 2024 films I was excited about that I mentioned at the end of last year's video. It was also, funnily enough, the first film I saw in theaters this year. I saw it the day before it came out. The theater chain I go to really likes doing early screenings for some reason. And what did I think of it? It was fine. It was aggressively okay. What do I think of it now that I've not only rewatched it, but it's also been around 9 months since it came out at the time of this video releasing? Still about the same. Now, I'm not about to be all hyperbolic and talk about how this film ruined the Kung Fu Panda movies. I don't think it did. Because there is absolutely no doubt that it is the weakest in the franchise. There's absolutely no debate on that. But I don't feel comfortable calling it bad either, just mediocre. And I think that's the problem. This movie isn't bad, it's just bland. It also doesn't help that this has easily the lowest budget of the entire series at $85 million. For context, Kung Fu Panda 1 has the second lowest budget and it's $130 million. That's actually going to be one of my biggest talking points, as I think most people don't realize that their main criticisms can probably be traced back to the lower budget. I, along with many others, questioned why the Furious 5 weren't really in the film apart from the ending. The answer is probably the budget. Angelina Jolie alone probably would have ballooned the budget more than they wanted, let alone if they wanted to add Jackie Chan, David Cross, Seth Rogen, and Lucy Liu on top of that. I will say that it was a bold choice to see if you could have an entire movie that focused only on the Kung Fu Panda in question, but the way they went about it certainly wasn't the best choice. Another common criticism I tend to hear is about the animation. Now, I'll say that for the lower budget, I'd say it looks alright. Probably around the level of the first film, give or take. However, I couldn't quite place what it was about it that felt so off to me. I don't mean in like an uncanny valley way, I just mean that it clearly didn't look like the other films and I couldn't quite place why. Probably the main thing I noticed is the fact that basically every character's eyes feel like that blue eye stare meme. Like, why the fuck are they so bright? Probably the best way I can describe how the film looks different from the others is, it almost looks like they were trying to go for a 2D-ish look? I don't know how else to explain it, but if you've seen the film, I really hope you know what I mean by that. Okay, this criticism is more about the script, which I'm going to assume had a lot less to do with the budget, but still. Yeah, the writing in this film is certainly not like the other Kung Fu Panda films. I'll just get the elephant out of the room now. What? No. Ah, there we go. Yes, I'll admit that Chameleon is easily one of the weakest parts of this film. Well, one of the main two, but we'll wait till later to discuss that. See, everyone jokes about it, but yeah, her motivation is shit. Here, I'll give you the different motivations and you can see which one is the outlier. 1 was trained for years under the false assumption he was going to become the Dragon Warrior only to feel betrayed by his master. 2, it was prophesied that he would be killed by pandas and committed mass genocide against pandas just to ensure not only his survival, but also his place of power. 3, learned the ability to steal people's chi and was banished to the spirit realm for it by Master Oogway. For 500 years, he would steal Kung Fu Masters' chi anytime they entered the spirit realm and awaited Oogway's arrival just to take his revenge on not only Oogway, but every other Kung Fu Master. 4, she wanted to become a Kung Fu Master and wasn't able to train because she was too short. That may sound like I'm oversimplifying hers to make her look bad, but no, that's basically her only motivation. I'll admit Kai was also a bit lacking in terms of motivations, but made up for it during the film itself. Chameleon doesn't really do that here. You want to know why I think Chameleon is easily the most underwhelming villain, aside from her weak motivations? Because she easily had the potential to be the most interesting. First of all, you get Viola Davis to voice her, who from my understanding is a great actress. I've really only seen her in these, so I'm going off of other people's words here. Second of all, she's a chameleon. The very fact that her main gimmick is that she can look/act like any person is something that easily could have made for great storytelling, and they did almost nothing with it. Third of all, because of that, she's also the most powerful opponent, as she literally knows every single move in the book and is able to change styles on a whim to probably confuse the opponent. The fact that she's easily the most powerful and also has the weakest motivation feels like artificial stakes. Finally, the fact we honestly don't see her do that many evil things. Think about in the earlier Kung Fu Panda films where they'd cut to the villains planning and scheming and just generally letting the audience know they're not to be fucked with. Here, literally the chameleon's first villainous action is kicking a bear down some stairs. So terrifying. Also, not to mention the whole bit with her stealing iron is literally ripped from Lord Shen from Kung Fu Panda 2. I'd like to cover one more thing before my other major problem with this film. The way some of the previous villains are treated, mainly Tai Lung. It was a big deal in all the marketing that Tai Lung was returning, and with Ian McShane returning to voice him. He's barely in this film, which I wouldn't be entirely against if it weren't for how he's treated. He's there for the opening, which is actually Chameleon and just goes to show how interesting that shapeshifting would have been to the overall story. He gets his powers stolen, he watches Poe and her fight in a cage, then probably the most heinous thing this film did, have him complimenting and then bowing to Poe in complete sincerity. What? This is probably one of the most out-of-character things I've ever seen, and I've seen the Michael Bay Transformers movies and the Star Wars sequel trilogy. This is actually one of the most brainless things you could do with this character, and it literally could have been fixed with just one thing. Have him begrudgingly compliment Poe. Make it clear that he's still very salty because he felt betrayed by Master Shifu, and he's just not going to throw away all of that anger. If anything, it should have been as strong as ever the moment he left the spirit realm. Let's also not forget that not only does he bow to Poe, so does literally everyone else, including Lord Shen and Kai. What the fuck? Considering how recent Kai's loss to Poe was, I imagined he would have been ready to go for round 2. But Lord Shen is actually vile. He was under the belief that he would be killed by pandas and committed mass fucking genocide that also caused the pandas to go into hiding, might I add, and was still indirectly killed by Poe. I say indirectly as it wasn't Poe himself, but it's still technically caused by him. In Lord Shen's mind, all of his actions towards pandas would have been justified as the prophecy did technically come true. There is absolutely no fucking way he would have bowed to Poe there. Really, none of them do. But including the main villains doing it just feels so disrespectful to the previous films. These characters were only here for nostalgia value as they have no other purpose in the story except for having their abilities stolen by Chameleon. It's also quite telling how they never say a thing, again probably due to the low budget. You think they'd be able to afford J.K. Simmons and Gary Oldman? The nostalgia bait with these guys is probably the saddest I've seen. And that's saying a lot. Okay, now for my other major problem. Now granted, this is probably more of a personal thing. I don't like Jen. Not only am I just not the biggest fan of Awkwafina, seriously guys, she's in fucking everything, stop putting her in literally everything, but I also think that she's just incredibly underwritten. She's clearly supposed to be a secondary protagonist, and it isn't handled very well, especially when it has the most predictable plot twist that she was actually raised by Chameleon. The fact that she's supposed to be the next Dragon Warrior is a little worrying to me, as I don't have any reason to care. You're going to give it to a completely new character who doesn't really feel developed? Why not, I don't know, give it to one of the 5 already pre-established characters you built up for 3 films? I'm going to dive into some compliments I have for the film, as obviously I've been focusing on more of the negatives. The score by Hans Zimmer and Steve Mazzaro is pretty good. I especially love the remix of Crazy Train they did. It was a better use of a licensed song I'd seen in a long time, and the only reason I even say that is because it actually felt like that remix fit the scene/overall film it was going into. The cover of Hit Me Baby One More Time by Tenacious D was also quite fun, even if I don't quite see the relevance for this franchise other than hit being a major part of the chorus, and they sure hit a lot of people in these films. I know I'm also not the only person to think this, but easily the most compelling part of this film is the side quest involving Poe's dads. I found them quite humorous, and it also just showed their bond and how much they cared for Poe. It was really the only time it actually felt like the previous film mattered in some way. Then again, I also love Bryan Cranston, and I think the idea of Walter White voicing a panda is funny to me. Ping, we need to cook! I know DreamWorks has stated that there are plans for a Kung Fu Panda 5, so if that does happen, there's definitely going to be some things you're going to want to do. You're going to want to flesh out Jen more, as you kind of can't ignore her. The best you can do is build upon her character so more people will actually give a shit about her. You also want to bring back the Furious 5. Their absence was certainly felt, and that is ultimately the main thing people talk about when it comes to this film. I feel like this goes without saying, but you're also probably going to want a higher budget, especially if you're planning on bringing the Furious 5 back. I know there may also be plans for a 6th film, but that is way down the road from now, I assume, so let's not get too carried away here. I'll give Kung Fu Panda 4 a 6.5 out of 10. You're really going to need to impress people with Kung Fu Panda 5, considering the reception this film received. Love Lies Bleeding. You know, just for once I thought I could watch an A24 movie and have it be relatively normal. But nope! We had to have one of the main characters vomiting up the other and had some Hulk-type shit at the end. Yeah, I'm just going to be completely upfront on this. I wasn't the biggest fan of this film. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying that it wasn't for me. I have no shame in saying that, nor am I going to pretend this movie sucks because it didn't captivate me like some others have. Especially since I'm not quite sure what to make of this film, even as I'm writing about it. Just a little behind-the-scenes info on these videos. I write about the movies I'm talking about right after I watch the movie, so everything is still fresh in my mind even after I take notes. I remember wanting to see this back when it came out, but I'll be honest, if I did, there's probably a very high chance I wouldn't have liked it. I probably would have found it boring, with that ending being the cherry on top of me questioning why I watched it. But now, 9 months after its original release, I just don't know what to make of it. I don't think I've felt this perplexed over a film in a while, and it's not even like it's a confusing film. It's relatively straightforward, barring the ending and the hallucination sequence. I'll say this. I was enjoying the film more after JJ was killed, but even still I wasn't enjoying it as much as I was hoping. I would also like to clarify something, because I know there's going to be some jackass who might joke about it. No, I didn't watch it for the same reason that one guy in Detroit did. You know the one. But I will say this. This film is very explicit in not only its violence, but also in terms of sexuality. I'll leave it at that because even though I'm not making money off this video, I'd rather not have my video age restricted. I don't quite know what to make of it or my feelings on it, but you know what? That's okay. Sometimes we all have at least that one film or book or show or whatever that when you finished it, you just didn't know what to think. But as of now, I'll give Love Lies Bleeding a 6 out of 10. Roadhouse 2024. So I should mention that sometimes when I'm aware that the film I'm planning on watching is a sequel or remake or whatever that's already based on an already existing IP, I tend to watch the previous films involved in that so I can have some context and also judge whether or not the sequel/remake/whatever was warranted. I did the same here. I watched the original Roadhouse with Patrick Swayze and then the sequel to it, which I didn't even know existed. I wasn't the biggest fan of the original Roadhouse, finding it mostly boring at times, but also has hilariously dumb moments. It was because of me not liking it very much that I went into this very cautiously. It wasn't that long into the film when I realized what this version was going for. I really liked this one. Not only do I think it's better than the original, but should also be used as an example on how to do a remake properly. Take the characters, ideas, plot beats, story, and/or themes and do something different with them, or tell the story in a new and interesting way. This film definitely takes liberties with the source material, but still has the basic points. For example, in the original, Dalton is a perceived wise person who happens to know how to fight. In this version, Dalton is an ex-UFC fighter that is borderline psychotic when he's angry enough. It's insanely different, but it still explains some of Dalton's behavior, which is based on the original film. There's many more examples like this one that don't entirely fundamentally change the original, but still keeps it fresh and new. This film of course has the regular small changes you may expect from a remake, like not calling the bar the double douche like in the original, or having it so Dalton lives on a boat instead of in a local barn. That was bound to happen, but they made enough drastic changes that it kind of balances out. Something I quite appreciated was Jake Gyllenhaal's performance as Dalton. In the original, Patrick Swayze portrayed Dalton as a cool guy who shouldn't be messed with. Jake Gyllenhaal plays him like he's a ticking time bomb, and that's why he's so apprehensive to fight most of the time. It's hard to explain every facet of why I think this performance worked, especially compared to the original, but it just works if you ask me. I'd also like to bring up Conor McGregor in this film. He's hilarious. He's hamming it up every second he can get, and it works really well for me. This film is not afraid to be silly like the original. I'll say it's a real shame that this film wasn't in theaters. Yeah, I should probably mention this because I know people might ask me about it if I don't. Yes, I'm aware that Doug Liman, the director of this film, who made films like The Bourne Identity, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and The Edge of Tomorrow, is famously upset about how this film was handled in terms of distribution. I agree, because this film probably would have been a blast to watch in theaters, but I'm assuming projects like Air bombing in theaters had something to do with it. Essentially, the reason why Doug Liman is so upset about this is when he was making the film, he was told that it would get a big theatrical release. It was then decided later on that it should get an Amazon Prime exclusive release, much to the director's chagrin. It was even to the point where he boycotted the premiere because of how pissed he was at Amazon/MGM or whoever. Studios trying to distribute movies on their streaming service despite promising a theatrical release has always been a good thing. Right? Now I'm going to be 100% honest here and say I don't know if I would have seen it in theaters. Maybe I would see what people would have had to say before I could go see it. But now that I have seen this, oh man, that sucks. I haven't really seen any of Doug Liman's other films, the only thing being The Edge of Tomorrow, but after seeing this, I'm a lot more interested. I'll give Roadhouse 2024 a 7.5 out of 10. Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. I feel like I should preface this by saying that I am only a casual Ghostbusters fan. I've only seen the movies, I haven't seen any of the cartoons, I haven't played any of the video games, although I would love to, and haven't really consumed any other Ghostbusters media. Originally, I was going to skip this film as I thought, they're making another Ghostbusters movie? The last one was okay at best. It wasn't until I started seeing trailers for this film that I decided, fuck it, I have a week until Godzilla x Kong, this'll hold me over till then. When I finished the film, I felt very conflicted, because I didn't hate it, but I certainly couldn't say it was a great film either. I originally thought it was a 7 out of 10 for me, a fine enough watch, but this most recent rewatch, it's been bumped down slightly, because I definitely have some thoughts now that I feel like I fully processed this film. There was probably one main criticism that I remember hearing everywhere, and I can't help but agree with it. This film has what I like to call the Amazing Spider-Man 2 problem. If you've seen that film, you may know where I'm going with this. The film is too muddled and feels like it has way too much shit going on. The worst part is it actually has some really interesting and cool ideas, but they don't explore them enough, which is strange because this film is almost 2 hours. It also doesn't help that shortly after the film came out, it was confirmed that there was a few minutes, I haven't been able to find an exact number, cut from the film. I'm also going to address the pacing. I felt like the best way I can describe the pacing in this film is it feels like they cut scenes that they shouldn't have, and they didn't cut scenes that they should have. If you really needed to have a film be under 2 hours, there's definitely at least one thing that I can think of that should have been cut. This film has way too much going on. Like, here's a basic rundown of all the different things going on. 1. It's clearly trying to be a sequel to Ghostbusters Afterlife, so of course it's going to focus on the Spengler family, especially since I think McKenna Grace is growing in terms of popularity, so it makes sense if you need her for star power. Plus you also have Finn Wolfhard and Paul Rudd in that group, and well, one is probably most well known for the most popular TV show right now, and the other is part of the biggest film franchise right now. This is also where the most side plots happen, but it's still just too much. 1A. This is actually the main story, but some of it is paced so poorly that it feels like a side plot. So because the mayor of the city, which I'll get into later, essentially forces the Spanglers to not let Phoebe be a Ghostbuster as she's a minor, Phoebe is basically a moody teenager and hates her family for actually following the mayor's demands. She also feels incredibly lonely and befriends a ghost that is actually using Phoebe for the main villain's goals. I'll also get into this later. 1B. A random side plot involving Trevor Spangler trying to get rid of Slimer from their attic that literally only pays off at the end of the film for the sake of a joke. This was the section I was talking about earlier when I said there was something that I thought should have been cut. What's worse is I loved the way Slimer was handled in this film. It was a combination of a puppet and CGI, and it looks great in my opinion. 2. It also feels like they were trying to ride the nostalgia train. Like, oh look, Venkman, Stans, and Zeddemore are going to catch one more ghost. Golden years and all that. Plus they even have Melnitz as a Ghostbuster now too. They were really only used for the end of Ghostbusters Afterlife, so also putting a major focus on them for the sequel makes sense because of how sparingly they were used in the last film. But the problem is, it feels like they're only there for nostalgia bait, despite the fact they are way more important to the story. I don't know how else to describe it. 3. It also mentions how apparently Winston is funding this big organization which basically specializes in ghostbusting that apparently none of the Spanglers knew about. Which, fucking what? Don't you think they'd be one of the first to know, as they're still very much active Ghostbusters? It does seem like a cool idea, but again, it's how it's handled that makes it feel so out of nowhere and dumb. 4. Now here's the thing that I feel like ruined the film for a lot of people, and even I still question why the fuck it's here. The whole bit with Fire Masters. In other words, people with literal superpowers. What? You want to know the worst part? It's barely needed and really only pays off in the climax. Look, I actually like Kumail Nanjiani, I actually think he's quite fun, but this is now the 4th big franchise that he feels wasted in. You want to know why I have a problem with this? Because I feel like having what are basically superpowers in this universe just doesn't feel like Ghostbusters. To me, a more fulfilling climax would be something innovative to take down the main villain. Yeah, there's the bit with having brass on Phoebe's proton pack, but that's really it. I'm not exactly sure what it would have been, but I can tell you basically having a superhero isn't it. I'd like to quickly focus on the climax real quick before we go into the villain, because I think it perfectly illustrates my point on how there's just too much shit going on. Because of just how many people are there, and they have nothing to do. I don't think Venkman or Janine do a single fucking thing after they almost get run over by the Ecto-1. Most characters here are inconsequential at best. Like, I haven't even mentioned Podcast, a character from the last movie. He literally could have been cut and not a single thing would change. Do you see what I mean when I say this film is too all over the place? Okay, I'm now going to go into Goraka, the main villain. So there's so much about him that could have worked. 1, I love his design. The very slim look with the elongated fingers, it feels very reminiscent of the Ghostbusters animated series. I don't know exactly what it is about it, but I love it. He's also part practical and part CGI, and I think it works well. A little detail I love is when he reattaches his horns to his head, and the way they unfurl looks almost like stop motion, which I really like. I also love how his whole gimmick is ice. I don't know why, but I'm a sucker for ice creatures, so that might also contribute to it. So here's my, and probably everyone else's, problem with him. He feels incredibly underwhelming. It's clear they're trying to do something similar like they did with Gozer, where they try to build them up for the whole movie and try to make you afraid of them before they show up. But there's a couple reasons why I don't think it works here. 1, because of how much shit is going on. It doesn't make us feel dread about his presence. 2, when he actually does show up, he doesn't do much. Think about it. 2A, in Ghostbusters 1, when the Gatekeeper and the Keymaster summon Gozer, this is also combined with every ghost that the Ghostbusters had trapped being unleashed onto the city. All hell broke loose. Let's also not forget Gozer summoning a fucking kaiju-sized marshmallow man to destroy the city. 2B. In Ghostbusters 2, near the ending, Vigo was starting to possess the baby he needed and got basically all of New York to hate everything. This was also combined with ghosts running amok in the city again. It was still pure chaos. 2C. Even in fucking Ghostbusters 2016, the main villain managed to release every trapped ghost in their ghostly dimension to again wreak havoc on the city. It was still pure chaos. 2D. I'll give Gozer and Ghostbusters Afterlife a pass, as that was clearly trying to be more of a small-scale story anyway. When Goraka shows up, there's almost no chaos except for, presumably, the entire city being frozen. You want to know the worst part? Throughout the film, they kept teasing how the ghost containment unit was basically at full capacity. Remember what happened in the first film when the containment unit was broken and letting all the ghosts out? That was after what I can only assume was like a month or two worth of ghosts. Now imagine how full that would be after 40 years! If that broke, how fucking awesome would it have been if when Garaka got his horns back, his first course of action was unleashing all those ghosts, especially showing how he had direct control over them. That would have been fucking awesome! This is actually another point that I, along with what I can assume are many others, were quite disappointed by. The title feels a little misleading. Because, well, it's called Frozen Empire, and that part of the movie doesn't happen until like the last 30 minutes. So here's another suggestion I have. Why not establish this Frozen City thing a lot earlier? Think about it. What if that the moment Nadim, Kumail Nanjiani's character, tried selling the orb that Garaka was trapped in and Ray Stan scanned it with the PKE meter, that's when the city becomes covered in ice. It gives another reason for the mayor to be angry at the Ghostbusters, as he could pin this on them. That's another thing about the title and all that stuff. All over the marketing, it shows some of the Ghostbusters having red jumpsuits. That never happens in the film, except for like 2 scenes, and they're basically used as blankets. I can understand why people feel cheated by the marketing, especially since even besides that, the film was marketed like garbage. Okay, I'm actually going to cover the mayor. I've been keeping it hidden, even though you probably know who it is from the marketing, but it's the one bit of fan service I actually really appreciate for many reasons. So in this film, the mayor is Walter Peck, the secondary antagonist of the original Ghostbusters. If you know anything about William Atherton, the actor who played Walter Peck, and what his life was like after Ghostbusters, you would know why this is such a major thing. In case you aren't aware, after Ghostbusters came out, William Atherton was treated like shit by the general public, constantly being referred to as dickless by random people and basically being harassed anywhere he went. This actually made him hate being in Ghostbusters because of how people treated him, so him being in this film is actually really fucking cool. There's actually a very specific thing about him in this movie that actually made me excited and was the only kind of fan service I actually fell for. It's at the very end of the movie when he tries arresting the Ghostbusters and people are not having it. They're all cheering for the Ghostbusters, and at one point, you can actually hear someone in the crowd say, "Mr. Mayor, what do you have to say to the Ghostbusters?" That's the only bit of fan service I liked. You want to know something funny? I still don't entirely hate this film. I just think that it's very underwhelming and a terrible way to celebrate Ghostbusters' 40th anniversary. I'll give Ghostbusters Frozen Empire a 6.5 out of 10. Immaculate. I really liked this film. Here's the thing though, I certainly wasn't expecting to. See, the thing with me is I'm usually very picky with films like these. I couldn't even begin to tell you why. So I was very cautious of this one, especially since I was hearing a lot of mixed reviews, or at least I think I was. I realize now why this film was so controversial, especially with that ending. I should mention a little bit of the behind the scenes of this film, as I remember it being a big thing people discussed. So this film has actually been in some form of development hell for basically 10 years. However, the main star of the film, Sydney Sweeney, really liked the script after she first auditioned for a role before it went into development hell. It wasn't until after her breakout role as Cassie in Euphoria when she decided to purchase the rights to the script. She approached a director she collaborated with previously, and they started pre-production shortly thereafter. So yeah, this film is very interesting. See, I went into it with the assumption that it would be similar to something like Rosemary's Baby, where it's actually more satanic. I was very wrong, to say the least. I mean, it also doesn't help that the film even tried leaning into that direction at one point, but I don't think anything could have prepared me for what the actual explanation was. I sure as hell wasn't expecting one of the nails that was used in Jesus' crucifixion to have Jesus' literal DNA on it, which was then used to essentially genetically engineer a baby, which would be the second coming of Jesus. I mean this in the nicest way possible. What fucking drug was this writer smoking? Because I want some of it if this was the result. I think this film isn't really that scary. Yeah, it has jump scares here and there, but that's expected at this point for horror films. But then again, it is similar to Rosemary's Baby in the way that it is way more psychologically scary. You're not about to start seeing demons in the darkness or shit like that. I'd also like to mention the practical effects. They're solid. Like when Sister Cecilia, played by Sydney Sweeney, pulls off her fingernail, it was very disgusting to look at, which means they did their job well. There's also the moment when Sister Cecilia beats Mother Superior's, played by Dora Romano, head in with a metal cross. The combination of practical effects and great sound design makes it a very convincing effect. Or when a nun kills herself, supposedly, and we see that her face is just gone. It looks like she was skinned. It's all great stuff. That ending. Oh my god. I can only imagine filming it being an absolute nightmare. For one, it's a oneer, also known as a long take, where the camera doesn't cut for an entire scene and or sequence. Not to mention, it's nearly 3 minutes in length, from what I could tell anyway. It not only involved Sister Cecilia screaming for like a full minute, something I imagine did a number on Sydney Sweeney's vocal cords, especially if they did multiple takes, which then has a good chunk just focusing on her face as she looks in horror at the newborn baby. She grabs a nearby rock and... I'm not going to finish the sentence. You know where I'm going with this, and I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube by even mentioning what happens here. I'll just say you don't actually see it on screen, as it cuts to black right as we see her swing the rock. I know this film won't be for everyone, but I quite liked it. Sydney Sweeney was also much better here than in Madam Web, so that's a plus too. I'll give Immaculate a 7.5 out of 10. Late Night with the Devil. Okay, I should immediately address something about this film. If you heard anything about this film, you've probably heard this, so I'm telling you now that if you have any mild interest and have very specific opinions about this, you should probably hear it now. This film uses AI. It's used for 3 images that are supposed to be title cards whenever it would cut back to the show from advertisements. I should probably give my stance on AI. As I'm sure you can probably tell by the way I started this segment, I'm very much against it in terms of use in the film industry. I know a common counterpoint to this is, oh, it was just used for 3 images, why are you getting so paranoid about this? Or something along those lines. The problem isn't that it was only used 3 times, the problem is it was used at all. Using AI for something like that not only took away from possible jobs that it could have created, even if it was only a one-time payment, the AI was trained on artwork it finds on the internet. It's basically stealing. So it's also technically stealing from other artists who likely hadn't given their consent for their art to be used in this fashion. If we also want to address the "it was only used 3 times" counterpoint, everything may start off small at first. The problem is it could grow and become a much bigger issue. Here it may have only been 3 times, but later on it could be 4, 5, 8, 20, 49, and so on and so on. We can't let this go unnoticed as it could have a serious danger to people's jobs in the film industry. There is a reason both the WGA and SAG-AFTRA went on strike last year. Okay, it was mainly pay disputes, but this was also a major concern. We can't let film companies know they can get away with this. Honestly, the weirdest part about all of this is what it was used for and why. I'm not exactly sure on why, aside from the obvious, but the only reasonable answer I have that doesn't just involve cost saving is they wanted them to look uncanny because of the supernatural aspect of the film. But otherwise, it feels like there was no reason for it, especially since the designs are so simple, you probably could have just hired like 1 or 2 people on Fiverr to do it for like $100. Hell, I could probably make something like these images in like at most a few hours. I've taken a few graphic arts classes. Note, this was written before I found out Fiverr does have AI programs. I found this out shortly after and felt like it needed mentioning. Okay, let's get into the film itself. It's fantastic. David Dastmalchian gives an Oscar-worthy performance, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's overlooked during Oscar season. But then again, it might not even be in consideration because technically, this film came out last year at South by Southwest. The reason I have no problem covering it in this year's video is it didn't get a wide release until this year. The way this film emulates a late-night talk show is done incredibly well, and I find the documentary/found footage style to be cool. Like, every time it cuts to what's happening behind the scenes was cool, and you get to see the shift from all the characters the moment the cameras are off. It also introduces the horror elements a lot slower, and I think it's done very well. I'd also like to mention some of the biggest scary moments. I think some of the effects are really well done, and that others aren't. The main effect I think was well done was the split second where Lily Diabo, Ingrid Tirelli's character, had a monster mouth. That's the best way I can describe it. It also feels reminiscent of The Exorcist. Probably one of the weaker ones was when Gus McConnell, Rhys O'Terry's character, is convinced there are worms inside of him. The moment when he rips open his stomach, you can tell the stomach is slightly off color from his actual body. Also, the big worm that pops out of his eye looks pretty fake. But otherwise, everything else looks fine enough. I should mention that ending because... holy shit. So not only does whatever entity is residing in Lily Diabo go haywire, it cuts to Jack Delroy, David Dastmalchian's character, jumping to different points in time with very different aspect ratios and shit. It's very well done. It also then decides to tell us that Jack did a ritual in order to have the #1 spot, but unintentionally gave up his wife as a sacrifice for it. It's a great scene that's incredibly well acted. I'll give Late Night with the Devil an 8 out of 10. It's a shame that AI was used in this film, especially since more people would probably think of it a lot more highly if it wasn't there. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey 2. So back in 2022, I remember hearing the plans about Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, a horror retelling of Winnie the Pooh as it had gone into the public domain at that point. I remember seeing the trailer and thinking that it looked terrible, but I was still curious. I was also under the assumption that it would just be a fad. In February of 2023, it was released to, let's just be generous and say, mixed reviews. They were basically all negative. However, because of its minuscule budget, it made more than enough money and a sequel was greenlit, with Rhys Frake Waterfield returning to direct. It was also reported that it was going to have a much bigger budget. When trailers for this film started coming out, it looked more promising compared to the first one. The creatures weren't just shitty masks they bought online, they were actually people in makeup. The designs looked unique and actually quite terrifying. Well, for a premise as ridiculous as this, anyway. They also had access to more characters as more characters were going into the public domain. Before the film came out, we started hearing of other plans, like how there was going to be a Peter Pan horror film, a Bambi horror film, a Pinocchio horror film, etc. Right before the film's major theatrical release, it was revealed that all of this was part of something called the Twisted Childhood Universe, which naturally took public domain children's book characters and reimagined them into horror versions. This would all culminate in a film called Poohniverse Monsters Assemble. You may think I'm joking. I'm not! You should have seen my reaction to hearing this news. Of course, I made jokes left and right about it. You should have seen how much mileage I was able to get out of Poohniverse alone. So now we got all that out of the way, how was the movie itself? See, I'm someone who actually didn't hate the original Blood and Honey, but I admit my enjoyment of it was still very much ironic in nature. I mean, it was just surreal seeing these characters hack other people apart. But this film was a major improvement. The best way I can describe the original is, it felt like a cash grab and nothing more. This one still feels like a cash grab, but it's actually trying to feel like a real film. The very fact that they recast Christopher Robin and also changed the creature designs reflected that. Now, I even remember myself thinking, why are the characters so drastically different in terms of the story? And the explanation they came up with is both genius and absolutely fucking stupid at the same time. So they essentially explain all of the previous film's shortcomings by stating that it in itself is a movie in universe. Let me explain. So Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 1 isn't entirely canon to Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 2, because in the universe of Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 2, Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 1 is its own film that's merely based on events that happened before Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 2. If you're still confused about it, think of it like how Lightyear is a movie that exists in the Toy Story universe and is also the reason Andy had such an obsession with Buzz Lightyear. Also, on a barely related side note, but using 3C Films' review on Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 1 is, I'll say, a strange choice. I mean, it's kinda cool, but huh? Because of this explanation, they also felt like they could get away with changing the backstory of these creatures. So in Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 1, they were, somehow, regular animals that could speak and had human-like proportions. In this film, they are creations of a mad scientist who experimented on children to turn them into animal hybrids. This also explains why they have no qualms about talking like they did in the last film. Well, except for Pooh. There's also an alternate twist that you can guess from a mile away after you hear the backstory, that Winnie the Pooh is in fact Christopher Robin's younger brother who was kidnapped and thought to be dead. Apparently it was unintentional, but I'm skeptical. This film also had too many knockoff horror elements, if you ask me. I say that because there's direct mentions of certain horror characters, and Tigger is very clearly supposed to be at least an homage to Freddy Krueger. What, with using claws as a main weapon and constantly calling everyone bitch. But then again, the first film was the most basic slasher I've ever seen, so it's an improvement? I'd actually like to mention the recast they did for Christopher Robin. Scott Chambers' performance here is way better than you'd probably think it is. I don't think it's Oscar-worthy or anything, but certainly better than what you'd probably expect, and better than everyone else in this film. Scott Chambers is also going to be writing and directing the upcoming Peter Pan Neverland Nightmare film, so there's that as well. Before watching this film, I remember thinking this Poohniverse shit was just hilarious, especially since at this point, they're trying to make everything a cinematic universe. But after watching this film, if all these upcoming films are a similar quality, hopefully better, then I'm not entirely against it. Not to mention Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 3 has also been confirmed, so there's that too. I'll give Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 2 a 6.5 out of 10. Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire. You know, I wasn't sure about the 30-minute sex scene between Godzilla and Kong, but you know what? I shouldn't judge. I'll respect Adam Wingard's vision. Okay, but in all seriousness, I quite liked this one. But I'll admit that it probably won't be for everyone. Why? Because it's fucking ridiculous. Like, it's very clear that it was at least inspired by some of the late Showa-era Godzilla films, like Godzilla vs. Hedorah or Godzilla vs. Megalon. You know, the ones where Godzilla can fucking fly. They technically did that here too. Technically. I will say that this is certainly a problem for some people, especially since the first few MonsterVerse films were clearly trying to take themselves more seriously to a degree. I can understand that viewpoint, especially since it was further shown how drastic the tonal shift was because Monarch Legacy of Monsters had come out just a little bit before that, and showcased the real-world consequences of living in a world with giant monsters. Here's the thing, though. You want to know why I don't mind as much? Well, for one, Godzilla is probably one of the most versatile movie monsters in history, or at least that we've seen so far. You can get goofy Godzilla, sad Godzilla, scary Godzilla, and badass Godzilla. You don't even have to look that far. I mean, Godzilla Minus One is still my favorite film of 2023, and I know that was a big deal for some people as they missed more serious Godzilla. There's another reason why I don't mind as much, and I honestly think this film further exemplifies that. I'm gonna be honest and say I'm not the biggest fan of the MonsterVerse. It feels very much like they're just throwing shit out the window and hope it sticks. It feels very aimless and like there's no end goal. In fact, I'd argue that's the problem with most cinematic universes. Literally the first question that should be asked when it comes to a cinematic universe is, what's the end goal here? Where is this all leading? Then it should always be followed up with a secondary question. Would we be able to continue on from that endpoint in an organic way? Most cinematic universes, I can never tell what the eventual end goal is. And if I can never think of what would naturally follow that if that's what they would want to do. If they like money, that's probably what they would want to do. I could not tell you what the end goal of this universe would be, except for one obvious answer. An adaptation of Destroy All Monsters. Here's the thing though, we are nowhere near that point right now. In fact, I'd argue we probably won't be for at least another 5 to 10 years. We're only 5 movies and 1 show into the cinematic universe, and we've already reached the 10-year mark from when this started back in 2014. Okay, now that I've had my whole spiel about cinematic universes, I'm gonna go a bit more in-depth with this film. Here's probably my biggest complaint, along with other people's. There is way too much of a focus on Kong. Now here's the thing. The reason why I'm so against this, besides the fact I'm a bigger Godzilla fan than a Kong fan, is because he also had a lot more focus in Godzilla vs. Kong. Now, I understood why that is. In this universe, Godzilla already had 2 films by that point, while Kong only had 1, so it's not so far of a stretch to give Kong most of the focus in that film. However, I feel like it's more egregious here. Now I understand another reason why he's a bigger focus in this film that I'll get into later, but I still think it's annoying because the film is called Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire. If you're going to have Godzilla in your title, don't you want to deliver more Godzilla so the people who came for him won't feel cheated? Seriously, Godzilla doesn't even interact with Kong until an hour and a half in, and before that, it only cut to him sporadically to show he was growing stronger. Also, barely related side tangent, can we stop using the word empire in our film titles, please? Not only does it feel generic as shit, but it also feels like it's used incorrectly most of the time. The human characters also feel pretty unnecessary in this film at times. Now I get it, CGI is expensive and time-consuming, so you'll want to focus on the human characters, but this film didn't exactly help its case coming out only 4 months after Godzilla Minus One, 3 months if you're counting its North American release date, as that film had actually interesting and compelling human characters. Here, I couldn't give any less of a shit about Elena, Rebecca Hall's character, or Gia, Kaylee Hoddle's character, which is annoying as they're arguably the most important human characters in the film. Bernie, Brian Tyree Henry's character, and Trapper, Dan Stevens' character, were a lot more compelling, and I think it's because they had a lot more personality. They had a lot more quirks I could get attached to. I should mention the CGI in this film. It's actually quite good. In an age where audiences are able to tell when CGI is being used in the film they're watching, especially if it's done very poorly, it's nice to have a film like this with plenty of CGI characters and doesn't look like complete ass for most of the runtime. You want to know another reason why I bring it up? It's another one of the reasons that I can slightly understand why Kong was more of the focus than Godzilla. Holy shit, Kong is so emotive in this film. In fact, I love how there are plenty of scenes where it's all told visually. Not a single line of dialogue. You don't see subtitles, nothing. It's just a CGI ape interacting with other CGI apes. It's honestly a testament to not only the motion capture actors for these creatures, but also for the animators being able to translate it so well. I almost want to see an entire film like this where it's just Kong and Zuko and the entire film has no spoken dialogue. Basically a glorified silent film. I also think it was incredibly bold for both of the main antagonists to be original characters created for the film. Both Scar King and Shima were created for this film, and it's honestly refreshing. Yeah, they could have defaulted into using other pre-existing kaiju, but for this one, they actually tried something new since 2017. In regards to just the films, Monarch Legacy of Monsters is a different story. I think Scar King is actually pretty cool in how he's clearly more based on an orangutan than a gorilla or chimp or even a goddamn bonobo. I also think Shimo is really cool. There's practically no ice kaiju that come to mind, so it's cool that now we have one. I'm sure there's one that's super obscure or just one that I'm missing, but whatever. I also think it was smart to have two opponents for this one and for them to be mirror images of each other. In this case, we have two reptile-like kaiju, Godzilla and Shimo, and we have two ape-like kaiju, Kong and Scar King. It works pretty well. So I'd actually like to talk about the music because it's always something that bothered me. So in this film, they used the Godzilla theme that Tom Holkenborg, sometimes also known as Junkie XL, wrote for Godzilla vs. Kong. Makes sense as he returned to compose this film alongside Antonio Diorio. Look, I have a major problem with this version of Godzilla's theme because it almost feels like the, "Can I copy your homework? Yes, but don't make it too obvious." At least Alexandre Desplat tried something new back in 2014. But the reason why I have a major problem with it is because Mothra is actually in this movie. And guess what fucking theme they use? Now, it's not exactly the original Ifukube theme, but it's still the same three-note motif. Like, at that point, why not also use the original Godzilla theme as well? Why not have a mix of all of them at this point? I know this is such a minor issue, especially since most audiences don't even listen to film scores anymore, but it seriously bothers me. It's like how basically every MCU character pre-Doctor Strange had like 2 to 3 different themes. I'll give Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire a 7.5 out of 10. Godzilla using Zuko as a weapon is easily top 10 best moments in cinema from this year. Let's also not forget the fantastic return of Doug. April. The First Omen. So when this film came out, I didn't even realize it was in the works. At that point, I'd only seen The Omen from 1976 and none of the other ones. But I remember thinking to myself, why? Was there seriously people clamoring for another Omen film, let alone a prequel? Well, taking a quick gander at the box office results tell me no. Apparently not. I kept hearing good things from the people who had seen it though, so in preparation for watching this film for the video, I watched the entire franchise. That may have been a bad idea, especially since it made me further question why this film was made. But as always, I tried to keep an open mind. And I'll be honest, I'm a little disappointed. I think the constant positive buzz overhyped me because I can't say I was the biggest fan of this film. I'm just going to get this out of the way now as this was a very common comparison I kept hearing when this film came out. It is very similar to Immaculate. Like, scarily so. In fact, you could even consider these twin films along with Olympus Has Fallen / White House Down and Gamera vs. Ziggurat / Godzilla vs. Hedorah. Both films revolve around an American woman going to Italy to become a nun, only to get involved with a conspiracy to birth a major religious figure. Only in Immaculate, it's a lot more vague and only implied to be the Antichrist, but in The First Omen, it's actually the Antichrist. I mean, I hope we've all seen the original Omen before this one. So one of my biggest concerns before watching this film was thinking it would demystify some things about the original. Films like Prometheus, Halloween 2007, hell, even the Star Wars prequels I'd argue demystified a lot of the later entries. So I was worried it would over-explain everything, but no, it was surprisingly tame. I'm not even joking when I say that before the ending, there's really only one major reference to the Omen, and it's of course a reference to,
It's all for you.
I mean, yeah, there's Father Brennan, I'll get into that later, but otherwise, it's barely an Omen film specifically. Actually, let me get into Father Brennan because I think it's one of the strangest casting choices. Not because he's bad, but because this is a prequel. So I was also watching the film with the mindset that what if this could also be a prequel to the remake of The Omen, which is basically the exact same film. So I was thinking maybe the person they cast was supposed to be a younger version of that Father Brennan. But no, it's very clear this is a prequel to the original Omen. So in case you don't know, Father Brennan in this film is played by Ralph Ineson. If you don't immediately recognize him, you probably recognize his voice. It's probably one of the deepest voices I can think of when it comes to famous actors. So here's where I think the problem lies. Father Brennan in the original Omen is played by Patrick Troughton. You may know him as the second Doctor from Doctor Who. If you know anything about that version of the Doctor, you would know he's quite eccentric at times and very high energy. It's no different in the Omen.
For only if he is within you can you defeat the son of the devil. I see. He's killed once. He'll kill again.
You're referring to my wife.
It's mother, Mr. Thorne.
This is blackmail, then come out and say it. What is it that you're trying to say?
His mother was a devil!
So my question is, you cast the guy with one of the most recognizable deep voices when in 5 years he's supposed to look and sound like this? I'm not saying Ralph Ineson is bad in this role. Not at all. He's quite good in everything I've seen him in, and I can't wait for his portrayal of Galactus in the next Fantastic Four film. But unfortunately, because it's a prequel, I have to think about what this character morphs into, and I don't quite think it works in that aspect. I'd like to mention some of the horror scenes because they either don't work at all or work maybe a little too well for me. See, there's one kind of horror that I think damn near everyone can agree is just terrifying. Pregnancy horror. Every time I watch a film with it, I always feel very uneasy. I'm sure that's something worth discussing, but I don't think I have the time for that right now. I feel like that would be a whole other video topic. I'll just say there are many scenes in this film that I was just like, oh dear God, please cut away. Like, there's two main ones. The first one where we see, I'll just say a lot, and the second one where Damien is actually born. Another major gripe I have is the ending. It felt like it was trying to set up a sequel, and like, why? We already have a sequel to this film. It's called The Omen. This film pulled a Rogue One and ends directly where the next one begins. Plus, we also know it's not going to go anywhere because this film bombed at the box office. Okay, this is going to be a massive nitpick, but this has always bothered me ever since I first heard it. So I get why this film is titled The First Omen. It makes sense story-wise, and it is the first in the timeline. But it's hella confusing when you're trying to talk about the franchise. Do you know how many times I've had to correct myself when I call this film The First Omen, as it was the first one released? More than I'd like to count. Yeah, you can get around it by calling it The Original Omen, but that's just too many syllables. Why not call this one something dumb like The Omen, The Birth of Damien, or The Omen, Rise of Damien, or some shit like that? Anyways, I'm a little sad I didn't like this film that much, but it could always just be different tastes. I'll give The First Omen a 6 out of 10. Monkey Man. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the wrong poster. I mean, they came out the same day after all. Can we fix this, please? There we go. Okay, but in all seriousness, I think it's funny how these two posters look very similar, and they're films that came out on the same day. But then again, everyone already joked about this when these films came out. I should probably say that before watching this film, I hadn't seen a single film with Dev Patel in it. I was vaguely aware of who he was and what films he was in, but before this film, I didn't know what his acting ability was like. Now that I've seen this is really my only frame of reference, but holy shit, he's good here. This is also his feature-length directorial debut, and this is probably the biggest compliment I could ever give. It's not like you can tell. This film is incredibly well done for a feature-length directorial debut, and I don't think you'd be able to tell if you weren't told. Even while watching it, I was questioning like, holy shit, this was the first time this guy did this? Now yes, I'm aware he also directed a few short films, and I'll admit I haven't seen them, but I'm just going to make a guess that this was a major step up from those. This is clearly a film made with passion and love, and I'm hoping that Dev Patel will be able to direct more projects in the future. This was a blast, and I was shocked by how much I enjoyed it. I should probably mention that I wasn't sure if I was going to like this. I remember hearing a bunch of how it's like John Wick and all that stuff. I think I've mentioned this before, but I've only seen the first John Wick, and I wasn't the biggest fan of it. Side note, can we stop comparing every fast-paced action film to John Wick? Like, even the film itself pokes fun at John Wick. I will say that the action is quite good, though. Another reason why I think it's impressive this is a feature-length directorial debut. Good action scenes are very difficult to direct, especially in terms of editing, so the fact this film does it so well is quite impressive. Honestly, this is a film where I think you should just see it for yourself. I'll give Monkey Man a 7 out of 10. Civil War. You know, I think I watched the wrong film because everyone's always raving about an airport fight scene and how great Spider-Man is. Where? I don't even think I saw Captain America or Iron Man, which is always who I hear about. Are you all just lying to me? Okay, in all seriousness, this film's actually really fucking good. I'm just going to be completely upfront about this. I don't like war movies that much. There's literally only 3 that I actually like, and even then, one of those might not even be a war movie depending on how you view it. Those films are Saving Private Ryan, All Quiet on the Western Front, specifically the 2022 version, as that's the only version I've seen, and War for the Planet of the Apes. It's a war movie. Just because it has CGI monkeys doesn't immediately disqualify it. Everything else I almost never find myself enjoying, as they're usually one or more of 3 things. Too long, too boring, and or too redundant. Now I should clarify, I mean films specifically about people fighting in wars. The soldiers. There are other films that take place during times of war I like. Schindler's List, Oppenheimer, The Imitation Game, etc. Now I know this film isn't really about the soldiers themselves, but I was still cautious about it. But now that I've watched it, holy shit, I'm so glad I did. I think the most impressive thing this film did was not have a politically driven narrative, because the way this film is, it kind of doesn't matter. The film is more about the war that's going on around them, not how it started, not why it happened. I don't even think they fully mentioned how it happened. They were as vague as possible. This film does have great scenes of tension, and I think the best of these scenes is the one with Jesse Plemons. See, now I'm about to tell you that the sky is blue. No, but really, this is a great scene that's acted incredibly well. Actually, let me touch on the acting, because it's amazing around the board. Kirsten Dunst plays her character quite well, and Kaylee Spaney was probably the biggest highlight for me. I think it's impressive how one moment she can be nice and cheerful, then the next she's crying and on the verge of a mental breakdown. Let's also not forget the dichotomy of Lee, Kirsten Dunst, and Jesse, Kaylee Spaney. One is clearly just numb to seeing all the chaos and carnage, while the other one is basically just starting. The way it also builds up to the end of the film where Jesse basically becomes the way Lee was, no notes. Fantastic. This is a truly great film that I just recommend you watch for yourself. I'm aware it won't be for everyone, hell, I thought it wouldn't be for me, but I found myself enjoying it. I'll give Civil War an 8 out of 10. Sting. You know, I'm disappointed. You have a film literally called Sting, and it never dove into his history at all. Didn't mention the police, never went into his acting career, and especially didn't mention that cod piece from Dune. This is some false-ass advertising. Okay, in all seriousness, this film was fucking boring. Literally, the only enjoyment I was getting out of it was remembering that the spider in this film is technically an alien. Like, the best way to describe this film's premise is basically as a Doctor Who episode without the Doctor. Not to mention, I think there's several episodes about alien spiders in Doctor Who. It's one of those horror films where you know exactly where it's going to go in any given scene. Not to mention, this is one of those films that try to be clever and have the ending at the beginning. Not only am I just not the biggest fan of that trope, I think it's even more ridiculous to use it as your beginning to a horror film. It almost feels like cheating to have the ending of your horror film be your beginning. I think that having whatever happens in the beginning be the setup to the rest of the film works better. It almost has this mystery aspect, and we already know that whatever character was going to be killed. But when you do it this way, you already know the character's marked for death. They don't even give him anything interesting to do beforehand. I also dislike how the first 20 minutes were basically just, look how happy this family is. Like, it was super over the top and just annoying. This is probably going to be the biggest nitpick of all time, but some of the references were just dumb. Like how the main character's named Charlotte, played by Lila Brown. Do I even need to finish that sentence? Or how the spider's named Sting. This is named after Bilbo's sword in The Hobbit, and if you're going to name your spider off of something from Middle-earth, what, would that have been too obvious? Now yes, there were giant spiders in The Hobbit. Hell, that set piece is literally why Bilbo calls his sword Sting. But like, Shelob was right there! I don't know why I watched this. I'll give Sting a 5.5 out of 10. Abigail. So I should make it clear that this was my first time watching this for this video. Now that I've seen it, it's now abundantly clear why mentioning it in my last video was maybe a little bit of a stretch. Here's the thing. It's a loose adaptation of Dracula's Daughter. Very loose. In fact, you could realistically argue this film has nothing to do with Dracula. So don't expect me to compare this film to Dracula's Daughter, as they're not only very different tonally, but also just in terms of story and characters. There's no Maria Zaleska, there's no Jeffrey Garth, hell, there isn't even a Sandor or Van Helsing. This may as well be its own thing. I should also mention I haven't really seen many radio silence films, the directors of this film. The only other one I've seen is Ready or Not, which funnily enough is the most similar to this one from my understanding. So I haven't seen films like Scream 5 or even Scream 6. Now that I got all that out of the way, what did I think of this film? Oh, I think it's great. In the dumbest fucking way possible. Seriously, this may as well not even be a horror film. This is a borderline comedy. Like, the moment you have one of the characters literally tackle the vampire when she's floating, might I add, it's just fucking hilarious. Actually, I'm gonna go into the characters and also the casting. They have so many recognizable people here. I think there was literally only one actor I didn't immediately recognize in some way here, and that was William Catlett. Literally everyone else I recognized. It's honestly impressive. There were 6 highlights for me. They can be good or bad, but here it's mainly good. 1. Kevin Durand as Peter. Bless his kind soul. I loved him in this film. It was also the only death I was actually a little saddened by, especially when it was done by someone he grew quite fond of. 2. Kathryn Newton as Sammy. This was the person responsible for Peter's death. Much like Lisa Frankenstein, you can tell she was just having a blast here. 3. Dan Stevens as Frank. It's clear he was having a lot of fun with this role, even if I think his American accent is shaky at best. This is highlighted at the end of the film as well. He's clearly just having so much fun. 4. Angus Cloud as Dean. Now I feel like I should get the elephant out of the room here. Yes, this was his last film before tragically passing away last year due to an accidental drug overdose. Luckily, he completed all his scenes beforehand, so there's no awkward resurrection through CGI or whatever bullshit. I didn't just bring him up because of that though, although I felt like it was still worth mentioning. I brought it up because I actually found him quite annoying in the film. Granted, I'm pretty sure it's intentional, which means he does a good job in that aspect. 5. Giancarlo Esposito as Lambert. Granted, I'm incredibly biased because I love all the stuff he's in, so when you tell me that he also plays a vampire in this film, sign me the fuck up. 6. Alicia Weir as Abigail. She's actually great in this role. She plays both the scared, helpless kid role and the absolutely psychotic vampire role really well. I also didn't realize that she's apparently Irish, so she was able to hide her accent a lot better than Dan Stevens. I also think the special effects are pretty good. If Ready or Not is anything to go by, these guys love not only having their characters covered in blood, but also just having massive bloody explosions. I think it's no surprise that whenever a vampire is killed, it's done in the exact same way as the Domases were killed in Ready or Not. Just a lot of blood and guts going everywhere. It's impressive, honestly. I think this film is a blast, and while I recognize that it won't be for everyone, Jesus, I sound like a broken record, I still recommend it. I'll give Abigail an 8 out of 10. The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. I'll admit it, I only watched this for Henry Cavill. I liked this film just fine. I don't think it was groundbreaking or anything, but I liked its aesthetic. I also loved how basically the entire soundtrack sounded like a heist planning montage theme. You get what I mean? This is also a film that I honestly feel like I don't have a lot to say. Like, I just watched it and I feel like there isn't really a lot that jumps out to me. I'm gonna be honest and say that I wouldn't be surprised if I forget I even watched this in a few days. I'll give The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare a 7 out of 10. Challengers. How much you want to bet only like 2% of the people who saw this actually watched it for the plot? Because this film is certainly something. It's a tennis movie. Sure it is. Sure it is. This is somehow more horny than a good number of horror films I've seen, and that's saying a lot. Like, literally in the first 2 to 3 minutes, you have a close-up of Zendaya's ass. I wonder why this film was so popular back when it came out. Something I thought was interesting is this film wasn't told in order, yet it still gave you general descriptors on when each scene was taking place. But from what I could tell, it wasn't when it was taking place in reference to the previous scene, it was in reference to the game taking place. I thought that was interesting, and also could be helpful for audience members, especially considering how many I've seen that somehow don't understand some non-chronological films. I'd also like to mention the music in this film. It's quite good. It's a lot more electronic than I was expecting, but it was honestly refreshing to hear. Context, I adore orchestral scores, but not every film needs them. Especially the music in the ending, like, it's great. Okay, I should mention this film's horniness. Now I'm probably going to have to step around using some words because even though I'm probably not making money from this video, I'd still rather not chance it. But yeah, this film has some interesting moments. The main sequence I will always think about is the one that everyone talks about, where it's the two guys and Zendaya all making out, and she leans back and just looks at them making out. Like, this film was very unapologetic. But even right before that, when there was a lengthy explanation on how one of the characters learned to, let's just say, pleasure himself. Like, it is a lengthy backstory. Let's also not forget Tashi, Zendaya's character, is basically turned on by tennis. There's no other way I can describe it. I will say that the way they shoot some of the tennis scenes are quite good. My favorite is probably when we saw the POV of the tennis ball near the end. Actually, the cinematography in general was quite good, not to mention that oneer. I'll give Challengers a 7 out of 10. I don't know if I'll watch this one again, but I didn't hate it. Boy Kills World. If you told me that one of my favorite films that I had to watch for this video, so far, was one where Bill Skarsgård has the voice of Bob Belcher in an insanely dumb action film, I'd probably tell you were crazy. But here we are. I thought that this film was a fucking blast, mainly because it was insanely dumb. Like, I somehow thought it was more hilarious than Abigail, and that's saying something. Before I sat down and watched this, I honestly thought I wasn't going to think much of it, that it would just be a dumb action movie and I would just move on to whatever was next. But no. Well, yes, it was a dumb action movie, but I somehow didn't comprehend just how dumb it would be. Now I'm going to get this out of the way now, as it's easily my biggest complaint. The third act. Now, I'd technically already been spoiled on the twist villain, but here's the thing. I didn't expect how dumb that twist villain was going to be. Like, it felt like a Disney twist villain, where it's never really hinted at once before the big reveal. Honestly, what I feel like would have worked better would be if they handled it more like Omni-Man from Invincible Season 1. Hear me out. In Invincible Season 1, Omni-Man was actually revealed to be the villain at the end of the first episode. The rest of the season hinged on the other characters not knowing this, and that's how it worked so well. We knew that he was hiding something, but that the other characters didn't. Hell, there's still a way to make this work. Show us the shaman, played by Yayan Ruhian, deafening boy, played by Bill Skarsgård, and also cutting out his tongue, but merely explain it as another thing that's important to being a warrior. Make it more clear that this is clearly manipulation, instead of only joking about it in like the first 5 minutes. That twist was easily the weakest part of the film. Nearly everything else about it worked for me, though. I'd like to mention the action. Now, something I notice while watching action films is they're usually edited like shit. It's very rare that I'll actually be able to tell whatever the fuck is going on. Here, though, it's somewhat easy to follow, even when the action is super fast-paced. The cinematography during these scenes was also pretty good. I always knew what I was supposed to be focusing on, and it was very engaging to watch. The humor also really worked for me. I know it probably won't work for everyone, especially the voiceover stuff, but I found it quite amusing. I'll give Boy Kills World an 8 out of 10. May. The Fall Guy. I remember when I saw a trailer for this, I was already hooked. Literally, all you needed to tell me was that Ryan Gosling would play a stuntman, and already I was like, shut up and take my money! But unfortunately, I wasn't able to see the film due to a number of different circumstances. Now that I have seen it, I'm even more disappointed that I didn't see it in theaters. I should mention that I haven't seen the original series. Hell, I hadn't even heard of it until I heard about this film. But from my understanding, it's very loosely based. Mainly only the names and the fact that it's about a stuntman. Although there was a cameo by the main actor from that show, so that's kinda cool. I really liked this film. I haven't seen many of David Leitch's other films, the only ones being Deadpool 2 and Bullet Train, but I love his directing style. I think he does action films incredibly well, especially if Bullet Train is anything to go by. It's such a shame his last 2 films haven't done well at the box office, because from what I've seen, his films are quite enjoyable. I also love how I Was Made for Lovin' You was a common leitmotif in the film, and I don't just mean it was played 3 separate times, one of those even being a dramatic version made for the film, but the melody was also used in some of the score as well. It's something I thought was really cool, especially as that song is basically the film's theme. I should mention the common thing said about this film, how it's technically more of a rom-com disguised as an action film. I wouldn't exactly call it that, because it makes it sound like the romantic stuff was center stage and that the action was just cast aside, and that's not really true. Hell, if I had to call it anything, why not romantic action? The way I think about it, to use another merging of 2 genres, it's like horror comedy. Sometimes, if not handled well, it can definitely veer off in other directions, but films like An American Werewolf in London are kind of a perfect blend of the two. Why can't this be similar? Yes, a romance is a major part of the film, but the action is definitely not lacking like some people make it out to be. Not to mention, I actually kind of like how the romance was handled here. I don't think I've made it a secret that I do not like rom-coms, mainly because I think romance plots, especially in movies, are usually done very poorly in my opinion, so it's naturally very hard for me to get invested in a romance plot, but this one, I actually kinda liked. I thought it was cute. Okay, I've been beating around the bush long enough. Let's talk about the stunt work. It was great. Now obviously a film about a stuntman is going to, hopefully, have great stunts, but I also think a film like this is important because of how much it highlights the usually underappreciated work of stunt actors. Hell, there's even a jab about how the Oscars don't have a best stunts category. But best casting? Seriously? There's a montage at the end of the film that's focusing on the stunt work done for the film, and it's quite good. I don't want to say this film was the main reason people were starting to talk about it more, but it certainly helped bring more attention to stunt actors, considering how necessary they are, especially for films like this. It's insane how overlooked they were. I'll give The Fall Guy an 8 out of 10. I quite enjoyed it, and I'm glad I was finally able to watch it for this video. I saw the TV glow. You ever had a film that when you finished watching it, you just had to sit there and just try to process what you watched? You even get up, do other things, and it's still just permeating in your brain? Now I know how that sounds. Oh, an A24 film did that? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, it is basically their whole shtick, but this one felt different somehow. I'll admit I haven't seen many A24 films. Okay, I've actually seen quite a few, but holy shit, they've distributed so many movies. But almost every single time I watched them, I was usually indifferent to them, or was like, yeah, it was good, I guess. It was very rare that I just sat there and had to actually process what I just watched. It was only through reading some Letterboxd reviews afterwards where it started becoming more clear to me. Hearing how people related to it and what they thought it meant gave me a new perspective. People definitely had a different interpretation than I did, but I could see it both ways. Hell, maybe both were intentional. Maybe neither were intentional. That's the beauty of cinema. So it's safe to say I really liked this film. I should caution that I know it won't be for everyone. Not even in the slightest. In fact, if you're not really the biggest fan of A24, you're probably gonna hate it. It's one of those movies where you might be very confused on what's going on a lot of the time. It's one of those films where not everything is outright stated and left just vague enough, so not only do you have to piece together what might be happening, but what it might also represent. You know what's funny? My biggest complaint has nothing to do with that. In fact, my biggest complaint is only focused on what I want to say is like 15 to 20 minutes of the film. It's when Owen, played by Justice Smith, and Maddie, played by Bridget Lundy Payne, are teenagers. Now I'm sure you've seen the memes that make fun of when adults are cast as teenagers in movies and or shows, but it is seriously insane here. Justice Smith, at the time this video releases, is 29. I'll admit, he can look a bit young, but at one point we're supposed to believe he's like 14 to 15. No. I refuse to believe that. Same with Bridget Lundy Payne. Okay, granted, her character is supposed to be 2 years older, so she's supposed to be like 16, 17 in those scenes, but I still don't believe it. And for context, she's 30 at the time this video was released. It's incredibly small, especially after there's supposed to be a time jump when they're both 8 years older, but it's still insane. Otherwise, this film's great. In fact, it's one of those films where the more I talk about it, the less impactful it might be if you haven't seen it or are planning on it. I think the less you know about the film, the better. I knew practically nothing, and even in the first 5 minutes or so, I was worried I wouldn't like it. But it quickly won me over. I'll give I Saw the TV Glow an 8 out of 10. I suggest you watch this for yourself if you haven't already. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. This was probably my second or third highest anticipated film from this year. I absolutely adore the Planet of the Apes series and would even go as far as to say that it's one of my favorite sci-fi franchises of all time. When I heard they were making a new one, I was ecstatic. However, that would be tested. Well, for one, they hired a new director. Granted, that was to be expected, especially after Matt Reeves started making the Batman and now seems to be focusing basically all his time on that. However, the new director they called in was Wes Ball. I'm going to be completely upfront with you. I've never seen any of Wes Ball's other movies. I haven't seen any of the Maze Runner films, nor any of his short films. However, I'd always heard mixed things about the Maze Runner films, so naturally, I was worried. There was also another question that I, along with many others, was wondering. Well, with Caesar dead, what's next? Well, apparently the solution was set this one around 300 years later. Again, I was concerned. So there wouldn't be any stories involving Maurice, Rocket, not even Bad Ape? Apparently not. Well, I waited until our first trailer. I didn't know much about the movie aside from those details before the trailer came out. When that first trailer came out, I was excited. My main thought was, what if Battle for the Planet of the Apes was actually good? As I was mainly getting vibes from that film, especially with how some of the scenery looked. Months went by before the film finally came out. I saw an early access screening 2 days before its official release that was also in IMAX. I was sitting there, waiting for this film to start playing. And eventually it did. What were my thoughts? Well, I thought it was okay, but not much more. I detailed all of my major criticisms in my Letterboxd review, which I will cover in more detail here. I liked it just fine, but figured I may have needed to rewatch it at some point. Well, I rewatched it for this video. Twice actually, but we'll get into that later. What do I think of it now? I liked it a little bit more, but basically all of my previous criticisms are still true. Probably the biggest one for me, the fact that there are still humans who can talk. Not only just talk, but read and are capable of understanding what should have been long forgotten knowledge. See, here's the thing. The reason why I dislike it so much is because there's little to no explanation for it. There's not even a half-assed explanation like, oh, there were some humans who were immune to this new strand of virus. Like, not even that. And yes, I know I just took that from Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. That's in fact precisely why I said it. It honestly feels like that plot point undermines the entire last film, because in Rise of the Planet of the Apes and Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, the ape virus, or ALZ-113, just straight up killed humans. It was a worldwide pandemic. However, in War for the Planet of the Apes, it mutated and became a new strand where rather than just killing you, it robs you of your humanity, as some people put it. This was probably because there were people who were immune to the previous strand, like in Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. The virus evolved to take out those humans. Now, there's literally no mention of it. Okay, they actually mention the virus in the film a few times, but it never decides to explore what happened with that virus. Did it die out? Are apes carriers? There's absolutely no questions, despite the fact there fucking should be. You set this 300 years after War for the Planet of the Apes. You better be ready to explore what happened with it. That shit doesn't just go away. If you wanted to have a human talk, why not make it a big moment, reminiscent of
Take your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape!
Especially since we all know from the trailers that, at least this one, could speak. In fact, I think it's worse that there are plenty that can speak. It doesn't make this special. It's not a big reveal when we learn that May, played by Freya Allan, is far from the only one who can do this. This is also a bit of a nitpick, but Freya Allan's American accent here is just not good. There are so many times when her British accent slips through, and even then, her accent just doesn't sound right. I should also mention that humans could still read. Yeah, here's another reason why I think that's a problem for this world. Because apes don't know how to read. One of the apes states, the symbols have meanings, which is referring to words in a book. Apes have been shown to read and write in the previous films, so why did apes lose that ability but not humans? Again, especially after the virus that takes away your speech and knowledge! Okay, that second part is more of a guess, but it's not too far of a stretch. My second biggest complaint is the references to the original. I mentioned before how I thought this looked reminiscent of Battle for the Planet of the Apes, but that film is really only comparable in terms of aesthetic, especially when they're in the military vault. However, there are plenty of callbacks to the original Planet of the Apes from 1968. Now, I should make it clear, I love that movie. I mean, fucking clearly. So when I tell you that the references are a bit excessive, I fucking mean it. The main one that I always think about is when there's a bunch of apes trying to capture humans with things like nets and weapons and shit, until it ends up in a tall grassy field. You want to know the cherry on top? The music is very reminiscent of the original, down to having the same horn blaring motif that Jerry Goldsmith had in his original score. There's also a point not too far from it where it not only features scarecrows, but also just uses the same music from the original. Like, it's not even reworked or anything, it's the exact damn same. probably the one that made me roll my eyes the most is when Noah, played by Owen Teague, with his friend Suna, played by Lydia Peckham, and Anaya, played by Travis Jeffrey, are in the previously mentioned military vault and they find a doll. I remember literally sitting there and thinking, if it plays that damn sound effect, I'm going to be so mad. Guess what fucking sound effect it played? It was literally the same one as the doll they found in the original Planet of the Apes. Look, I love the original Planet of the Apes, and I love how Wes Ball was clearly trying to give it some attention. But Jesus Christ, sometimes enough is enough. Now to go into some compliments before I go into more critiques. I really like some of the other world building they did. Obviously much time has passed since Caesar, so things are not going to be the same. There are individual clans of apes who have their own way of life. We follow Noah of the Eagle clan. There isn't many other clans we see in the film, but we get a good enough feel for the world, especially since we really only see one other one, if you don't count Raka. We'll get into him later. We get a good feel for what the Eagle clan is and how they live, until it's all ripped away like half an hour in. Okay, let's just get into it. There's another clan led by an ape named Proximus Caesar. Essentially, he uses the words and teachings of Caesar for his own gains. I mean, Proximus can literally be translated into next, so he's calling himself Next Caesar. Here's the annoying thing. He easily could have been extremely compelling, but he felt incredibly underwhelming. They try to build up his appearance, especially with Raka, again, I'll get into him later, but he doesn't even show up till like an hour and a half in, and even though there's almost a whole hour left, he doesn't really do much. It's sad, because when your previous films had antagonists like Koba and Colonel McCullough, this is gonna seem like a major step down. Even if Koba is just if General Aldo from Battle for the Planet of the Apes was done better, but that's a different story. I just think it's more annoying because of the basic premise of his character. Someone who twists the words of Caesar to drive his own narrative and gain? That could be so fucking compelling! Hell, considering how much of a vendetta Proximus has against humans, maybe have ancient stories of what Colonel McCullough did to most of Caesar's family be a warning of further human interaction. This could have been done so well, and if you have Raka in the film, it could have been done so much better. You know what? I'll just get into it. So, Raka is also an interesting aspect of this film that should have been handled better. Raka is a follower of Caesar. He knows Caesar's actual teachings, to a degree, and knew that Caesar's goal was not to end humans, but to come together with them. Here's the problem. He dies like 20 to 25 minutes after he's introduced. Why? It's clear they were setting up a dichotomy of people who actually follow Caesar's teachings, and ones who manipulate those teachings for their own gain. So why would you kill off that dichotomy before they even have a chance to meet? Seriously, think about the conversation, or rather debate, they would have about their interpretations of Caesar, especially since Raka was a really cool character. Instead, Raka just gives the briefest of history on Caesar to Noah, then he suddenly dies, and Noah just knows that Proximus was wrong about Caesar? It could have been so easy, but instead they threw it away. Okay, back to compliments. So you may be wondering why I watched this film twice for this video. It's also the only time I did this. The first time was just for normal note-taking and review. The second, well, if you've seen my Blu-ray unboxing video about this film, then you know I mentioned the raw cut and how I found out it was only a 4K Blu-ray extra. Well, I was right that it would be an extra on Disney+. So I watched the film again, but it was the raw cut. It was also a direct side-by-side comparison, so that was pretty helpful. This raw cut is a cut of the film with little to no VFX work done. This is done to not only show what VFX can do for a film, but it also displays the work of motion capture actors before they're covered in CGI. So essentially, this whole segment is going to be about the VFX. Holy shit, they're great. I wouldn't quite say they're above the level of War for the Planet of the Apes. I consider that like the standard of really high-end, great-looking CGI, but it's certainly close. I'd say maybe an in-between of Dawn of the Planet of the Apes and War for the Planet of the Apes. The raw cut really opened my eyes on how a lot of the CGI work was done, and it was really interesting to watch. After a certain point, I wasn't even really paying attention to what the motion capture actors were doing. I was more focused on how much stuff like clouds and foliage were done digitally. Stuff I wouldn't have even thought needed VFX work done. If I remember correctly, Wes Ball was really the one pushing for this, and I respect him for that. It's clear he really cares about VFX work, so it's cool that he wants others to know just what goes into it. He was also the one talking about how he hopes this film wins Best VFX at the Oscars, as every single Planet of the Apes film that used VFX hadn't won that award, despite every one of them being nominated. Although, here's a problem. This was actually the film I was referring to when it came to maybe only one other film being a good contender for Best VFX in the Dune Part 2 portion. Yeah, I think there is a very likely chance this will lose to that film. Still a great commitment, though. There's one more thing I want to talk about, as it's one of those things I'm the most worried about. So it was kind of an unkept secret that this would be the start of a new trilogy. But here's the thing. Apparently, it's not just going to be a trilogy. There's reports that now 20th Century Studios, and by extension Disney, want to make this Planet of the Apes universe a 9-movie saga, this being the 4th in that saga, as Rise of the Planet of the Apes would be the starting point. Now I'm going to be very upfront with this. Plan this shit out. Don't pull a sequel trilogy and just course correct if you feel it necessary. Plan this fucking shit out. The way this film ends already makes it clear there might be another war between humans and apes, so what's beyond that? Especially how this film only made $397.4 million when opposed to a budget of $6 million. Apparently it's not a flop, but definitely underperformed, especially since they were hoping for around $500 million, which is around the same number the previous films got. It's honestly a big question of, will people even stick around for that long? Now, I'm hoping that this somehow all works out, but there's probably a likely chance they won't, so I'm cautiously optimistic. Or they can the whole thing in a month or two. That could happen as well. Anyways, I'll give Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes a 7.5 out of 10. Wes Ball, you did a good job here, man. I'm still skeptical on your Zelda movie, though. If. John Cena really gave Keith his all in terms of acting performances. He really disappeared into that role. Okay, in all seriousness, this film was cute. Not in a fucked up way like Lisa Frankenstein was, just actually cute. I like this film, but honestly it feels like they don't do enough exploring with the concept of imaginary friends, especially when they visit the place where all the imaginary friends live. I should also mention how the VFX aren't bad most of the time, but sometimes there's just those scenes where you're questioning what the hell went wrong. But then again, the animators have to do so many different styles of characters, Blue being this Monsters Inc. looking thing, Blossom being more like an older cartoon character, etc., etc. I'd like to mention that ending. I feel like ever since The Sixth Sense, whenever a film deals with fantastical concepts like this, especially ones where only one person can actually see what's going on or whatever, there's always going to be that thought in the back of your mind like, oh, the other person they're talking to is probably the fantastical element. In The Sixth Sense, it was Dr. Malcolm Crowe being a ghost, especially as the whole point of the film was a kid being able to see ghosts. In this film, Calvin, played by Ryan Reynolds, was actually an imaginary friend. It's one of those twists that you can see from like a mile away, but it also feels like it wasn't really foreshadowed properly, other than like a line or two. I might need to go back and look for clues, but otherwise it felt like it came out of nowhere, even if it was pretty obvious that's what the deal with him was. I'd also like to mention the score by Michael Giacchino. I quite liked it, but unfortunately it had the same problem as the Batman score did, in my opinion. It felt like they kept repeating the same motif over and over and over again. You might be saying, yeah, that's how a motif works, but like, it was almost constant. I'll admit this is an entirely personal thing, but I've always preferred how leitmotifs are done, where the general melody is the same, usually just a short one, but it can be morphed to fit whatever scene it's going over. One example I always like to use, even if it's not a movie, is Final Fantasy VI, where different character themes are played in different ways to reflect what's happening in the story. I felt this film didn't really do a lot of that, just kind of repeating the same motif over and over again. But then again, I've noticed a lot of general audiences don't really notice the score, unless it's very in your face, so I don't know. I'll give If a 7.5 out of 10. I'm not sure if I'll rewatch this one at some point, but John Krasinski did a good job here. The Strangers, Chapter 1. Initially, I wasn't even going to cover this in the video. I'd only seen the first Stranger films, and I'd heard very bad things about this one. I also didn't want to cover it because the next two weren't coming out until at least next year, and figured I would cover them all together. But then I realized that this came out in 2024, so it wouldn't make sense to cover it in a possible 2025 video. Let's just get this out of the way now. Yes, this is the start of a new trilogy, a phrase I'm sure you're sick of hearing nowadays. However, this one is slightly different, because from my understanding, it's already been filmed. The entire trilogy is done. So why all three aren't already out at this point is beyond me, especially since I'm aware post-production can take a long time, but this long? It's not like you're waiting on VFX work, I would assume. I'm going to assume the reason chapters 2 and 3 aren't out yet, and probably won't be until at least next year, is because the negative reactions to this film, so they might be reshooting things. But at the same time, scrapping what I'm assuming would be like 3 hours of story is fucking insane, especially since the director, Rennie Harlin, who also directed Die Hard 2 by the way, described it as more of a 4.5 hour long movie split across 3 parts. Now to get to the film itself. It's films like this that make me understand why people think cinema is dying and that originality in Hollywood is dead. Because this is damn near beat for beat the original Strangers from 16 years ago. Even some of the lines are the exact same. They tried to play it off as an homage, but there's a difference between an homage and plagiarism. Look, I feel like home invasion stories are already kind of resolute in what you can do. You can only do so much before they aren't really home invasion stories anymore. We already got when you've changed the formula too much in this franchise with The Strangers Prey at Night. But again, you can look at what made the original work, and maybe other home invasion stories work, and see what you could do differently, especially if it's supposed to be a whole trilogy. Now, from what I could tell, and from what the cast and crew have said, it seems like they're going to be going in a different direction for the next two. But still, this first film, or act really, kind of left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths. First impressions are everything, especially if the intention is to get audiences excited for this to be an ongoing series. It's also one of those films where not only is it very similar to the original, it has another issue that I find most remakes have. I mentioned it in the Mean Girls remake portion of the video, but I found it even more apparent here. A lot of the changes they made felt like they did it for the sake of it. The main ones I noticed were when Ryan, played by Froy Gutierrez, leaves the house to pick up some stuff, leaving Maya, played by Madeline Petch, behind, a plot point that was also in the original. However, in the original, it really only focused on Kristen, the woman in the original film played by Liv Tyler. In this one, sometimes it would cut to Ryan grabbing whatever he needs, picking up food, etc. This breaks the tension and slow burn feeling from the original. The other main one I noticed, and feels like a bit of a nitpick but hear me out, is how the ending takes place at night instead of the day. It's still the same ending of the couple being tied up in chairs and being taunted by the intruders. The reason why it worked so well in the original was because it was daytime. Normally, we consider ourselves safer during the day, a sentiment that's even more true in horror films. In this one, it just happens at night like every other scene. Again, I know it sounds like a nitpick, but it seriously just bothers me. If you're basically going to rip off the original, at least keep the stuff that actually worked instead of needlessly changing it. Some changes are fine, like Maya playing Moonlight Sonata on piano, and then Dollface playing it later to taunt her. Stuff like that is fine, but changes like this feel like they've really only done it to be different, rather than to be unique. I'll give The Strangers Chapter 1 a 5.5 out of 10. We can only hope the next two are an improvement over this one, but I wouldn't get my hopes up. Furiosa, a Mad Max Saga. I'm gonna be honest, I had never seen any of the Mad Max films before making this video. In fact, it was partially because of this video that gave me the excuse I needed to go back and watch them. It was then when I made a shocking realization. I don't think I like the Mad Max series all too much. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely see the appeal, especially if you're privy to more action than story in your films. But unfortunately, that's not exactly for me. Or at least not to that extent. Luckily, however, Fury Road was the first one I watched that I actually mostly enjoyed, so that gave me slightly higher hopes for this film. So what did I think of it? It was alright. I think watching Fury Road right before watching this one may have been a bad idea, but I was on a time crunch making this video. The reason I say that watching Fury Road before this was a bad idea was the fact that yes, they are tonally consistent, however, just in the way they're made is very different. Probably the most obvious one is that this film is split into chapters, 5 to be exact. I'm going to be completely honest, I hate when films do this. Okay, hate may be a strong word, but I'm not a big fan of it. A lot of the time, I find it unnecessary at best or overly pretentious at worst. I think its usage here was strange, as Fury Road didn't have any chapters, and considering the way these films are written, it's clear they're more or less supposed to be viewed as one thing. The tone and writing is consistent, but aspects like that are not, which may be distracting, unless there's some fan edit of both films that may just edit those out, but I don't know. Now that I got that out of the way, I'd like to bring up the acting. Anya Taylor-Joy is great in this and definitely evokes Charlize Theron incredibly well through her performance. Honestly, I think my biggest gripe is just the fact that she's played by Anya Taylor-Joy. Now I know what you're thinking. Wait, what? What I mean by that is I think the casting is a bit strange here, not only in the fact that I don't really think she looks like Charlize Theron, but also because, from what I can tell, not much time passes between the end of this film and the beginning of Fury Road. Let's also not forget the casting of her 10-year-old self played by Elila Brown, who was not only in the previously covered Sting, but also in another major role talked about later in this video. I just think it's a similar situation as the previously mentioned Ralph Ineson into Patrick Troughton thing that I mentioned in the First Omen portion. Now let's go on to the big thing that everyone talks about for this film, and I can definitely see why. Chris Hemsworth as Dementus. Chris is clearly having the time of his fucking life playing this role. You can tell that he's just giddy every time the camera starts rolling. He's easily my favorite part of the film, and I wish we got more of him, because after the first hour or so, he's not in it nearly as often. Okay, one last thing I'll mention before I move on, and I promise it'll be brief. Something I thought was interesting when this film first came out was the reception. Not from the normal things I hear like reviews and such, but more things like this. Again, I'm not going to pretend like I knew much of anything, but even I knew how dumb this was considering Fury Road's existence. Let's also not forget that Mad Max has never been that big of a moneymaker in the first place. I also want to address what I normally hear from people like this. We don't care that they're female, we just want well-written and well-developed characters. Well, you got one with good writing and good development, and how do you react? You sure about that? Anyways, I'll give Furiosa a Mad Max Saga a 7 out of 10. Even if I realized I'm not the biggest fan of these films, I do hope George Miller can still get his next Mad Max film off the ground, but I wouldn't be surprised if Warner Brothers just scraps it because of how poorly this one did. Hitman. I feel like I'm not going to have a lot to say about this one. While I was watching it, I couldn't quite get invested in it. It was just kind of there. I talked about some films I would forget by the end of the week. I'm forgetting even as I'm writing this. In fact, what movie am I even discussing again? Okay, but in all seriousness, this was aggressively okay. I could always guess where the film was going, and there wasn't a lot there that intrigued me. I was more like, Glenn Powell can pull off the nerd look better than I expected. Especially in the last 30 minutes where we had to have the inevitable liar revealed scene, along with it being followed by the number one suspect of that lie to make some sort of proposition or some shit. It was nothing I hadn't seen before. I also thought a lot of the humor wasn't very funny. Like, I cringed more than I even chuckled. I just sat there like, get on with it! I understand this is clearly trying to be more of a comedy, but sometimes even where some of the jokes were placed was just annoying. I'll give Hitman a 6.5 out of 10. I'd say it's not worth watching purely for the fact it won't have any staying power. It's so mediocre you'll probably forget you even watched it later on. In a Violent Nature. I don't exactly remember when I first heard about this, but I remember when I did, I was intrigued. If you aren't aware, this is a slasher film that's heavily inspired by Friday the 13th. Hell, I'd say it's a borderline ripoff, but I digress. However, it's from the perspective of the killer. Not only that, but it's supposed to follow the killer everywhere he goes. One step at a time. The whole point is for the film to be incredibly drawn out by the killer slowly walking around, much like other slashers. The best way that I can describe a lot of it is peaceful. I don't mean any of the murder scenes or, God forbid, the other characters, but all the scenes with the killer just walking are weirdly soothing. Just the general sounds of nature and the sounds of whenever the guy would take a step, it was weirdly almost comforting. I should mention how this is certainly a lower budget film. I say that because most kills are very anticlimactic. There's really only one here that's actually incredibly creative, which, if you've been around these circles discussing this film, or have even seen it yourself, you probably know what I'm talking about. I won't fully spoil it, just in case you're still interested, but I'll just say it involves yoga to an extent. Probably my main criticism, along with what I imagine are many others' criticisms, are the teenagers that he kills. Now, having dumb teens in your horror movie? No shit. But the way it's implemented is clunky. It's clear that this film is supposed to be from the killer's perspective. However, in like the first 15 to 20 minutes, it cuts to this group of teens around a campfire. Like, they didn't even really have the killer just staring at them for their entire conversation. It was just there. Also, the camera work there was incredibly disorienting because it wouldn't stop fucking spinning. Also, the dialogue for these characters is fucking atrocious. Like, I'm usually not expecting stellar writing from a horror movie, especially not a slasher like this, but Jesus fucking Christ. Good rule of thumb, don't make a joke about cancel culture, because it almost always comes off as incredibly cringeworthy. There were plenty of other bad jokes, but that was the main one I remembered. I'd also like to mention the camera work in this film. It's interesting. Now, I should mention that I'm not exactly an expert on this, so I wouldn't exactly be able to describe what this kind of cinematography it is. However, what I can say is a lot of it didn't really feel like anything I'd seen before, or at least not right off the top of my head. There were some shots where I thought the camera placement was really interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if most of it was because of a lower budget, but hey, they figured something out, didn't they? I think one of my favorite shots was when the camera was overhead. It was really interesting seeing this killer just slowly start stalking their victim while the guy was just crawling on the ground to get away, while the camera is just looking down on them like it's an old Zelda game. It's interesting stuff. It's also entirely in 4:3. I think that aspect also enhances the experience. I don't think I'd be able to tell you why, but it just does if you ask me. I can almost guarantee this won't work for everybody. I wouldn't be surprised if a good number of people just think it's boring because like at least 40% of the runtime is just the guy walking around. But I think with its interesting approach to a genre that's been done to death in the same way, at least it's something different, even if it won't work for everyone. I'll give In a Violent Nature a 7.5 out of 10. June. The Watchers. I really couldn't get into this one. I thought the first half was boring, and I thought the second half, where they basically did nothing but explain what the Watchers were, was also boring. In case you aren't aware, this is the directorial debut of Ashana Night Shyamalan, daughter of famous director M. Night Shyamalan. I'll say this, she does have serious potential, but I feel like this film may have been a rough starting point. She can clearly build a great atmosphere and has a good grasp on how to do tension well, but a good chunk of the dialogue is just exposition. I also found that a lot of the acting in this film was wooden and dull, very much like her father's films. I'm not sure if that's just poor direction or the actors not really giving a shit, but either way, it was distracting. When I was watching this, my mind also drew a lot of comparisons to M. Night Shyamalan's Signs, mainly in the way they tried to obfuscate the creatures, and even some of the music reminded me of James Newton Howard's score for Signs. I just couldn't get into this one. I'll give The Watchers a 5 out of 10. Inside Out 2. I'm gonna give a little bit of personal history so you have a better understanding of my thought process going into this film. I actually saw the first Inside Out on opening day with my dad. I was quite excited to see it as not only was it a new Pixar film, but I also just thought the concept was interesting. It's easily in my top 10 Pixar films, and I've rewatched it countless times. Every time I rewatch it, I always cry like a little baby. It's amazing how creative the film is in displaying what goes on in the human mind, especially when tackling the idea of adjusting to a rapidly changing life. So when I say that I was a bit skeptical of this one, I mean it. Especially since I rewatched the first one right before this. I always thought that the original Inside Out was perfectly fine on its own, but this is Disney we're talking about, so of course we got a sequel. 9 years later. God, has it really almost been 10 years since I saw the original in theaters? Anyways, what did I think of this one? I liked it just fine. I don't think it was amazing or anything, but I certainly didn't hate it. Not like another Pixar sequel. Now, is this necessary? No. However, it is interesting that we now get to see what happens when puberty actually kicks in and how that affects Riley's mind. There are some issues I have with that, but otherwise, it was interesting. I guess I'll go into the obvious. Do I think they handled puberty well here? In a creativity sense? Kinda. Now there's one thing that I'm genuinely surprised they didn't mention, especially since they didn't veer away from it in another Pixar movie from only 2 years ago. I'm not exactly going to go into it, especially since I'm not exactly the most qualified person to talk about it, but it was something I thought was interesting that they didn't cover. I also think the new emotions that were brought in were interesting, but I certainly have my problems with them. The main one is, I'm sure I'm not the only one to say this, but aren't some of the new emotions kinda just combinations of the old ones? Like, let's take the main one, anxiety, voiced by Maya Hawke. Wouldn't anxiety just be a combination of fear and sadness? We don't really see anything else about her character that says otherwise. Hell, fear even outright states, okay, you and I are going to be friends. I'd also like to bring up embarrassment, voiced by Paul Walter Hauser. Wouldn't he also, to a degree, be part of anxiety? Especially social anxiety, which seems to be anxiety's strong suit. Not to mention, I'd argue he doesn't have a lot to do until the third act when he helps Sadness. I also think Ennui and Envy just don't have a lot to do in the story. Ennui really only has the fact she's always on her phone so that Sadness can use it later, and Envy has basically no place in the story at all. See, that's probably the biggest issue here. Yes, when you're making a film that's literally about the human mind, naturally it's going to be super complicated and you're inevitably going to have to leave stuff behind. But here, there's just not enough runtime for everyone to feel important to the story. See, if this film was maybe closer to 2 hours, 1 hour 50 minutes seems to be the regular nowadays, maybe it could have felt more fulfilling. There's also another problem I have. Why now? Why is puberty when some of these emotions are brought in? Are you telling me that Riley had never been bored or jealous or even embarrassed before she hit puberty? I know the usual excuse, well, they obviously didn't establish that before because they didn't exist. That's the problem. When you bring in new ideas like this, you need to justify why they're only here now. Hell, anxiety is really the only one that actually makes sense to come in after puberty. I also think some of the film's ideas are ones that don't feel nearly as creative as the first one. Now that could just be me being nostalgic. Oh, god damn it. No, but seriously, there were some points where I was like, really? This is the best you could come up with? The worst part is at one point, one of the characters directly makes fun of it. Disgust makes fun of the sarcasm, and I'm just sitting there like, just because you call it out doesn't resolve you of making the joke. Speaking of disgust, and fear for that matter, you may have heard that they were recast in this film. I don't like it. I feel like they're too wildly different, especially Tony Hale as Fear, because Bill Hader's performance was actually funny. Tony Hale's was not. I'm sorry, but I find his performance incredibly annoying in one note, which is ironic considering he's supposed to be the literal epitome of fear. From my understanding, this was done because of pay disputes, which just sucks, man. Now, I can't really speak on Mindy Kaling as I haven't really seen her in much, but I have seen Bill Hader in a lot of stuff, and he's a genuinely good actor. I'm still salty that he wasn't nominated for Best Supporting Actor in It Chapter 2. But it sucks that they didn't come back, especially since this movie actually had a higher budget than the first one of about $200 million, which is actually $25 million more than the first one. Apparently, people didn't care though, because, as of writing this, it's the highest grossing film of 2024. Can I be honest? How? I'm asking because we're currently in a world where a lot of people don't go to movie theaters anymore, let alone for kids' movies. So how the hell did this make $1.6 billion? It not only usurped the 2019 Lion King remake as the highest grossing animated movie, but it's also in the top 10 highest grossing movies of all time. When you don't account for inflation, to be clear. That is utter insanity to me, especially for a film that, let's be honest here, not that many people were clamoring for, or at least not that I remember. It wasn't until the film was actually happening that it seemed to gain more excitement. But here's another thing. This film is going to teach Pixar, and by extension Disney, the wrong lesson. Because even if I don't fully understand how the movie made this much money, I can almost guarantee you that it was because it still had a ton of creativity and passion behind it. However, Pixar didn't see why people went to see it, they only saw the dollar signs. So now we're getting Toy Story 5 and Incredibles 3. Toy Story 5 has no fucking reason to be happening. Hell, even Toy Story 4 didn't need to exist. And Incredibles 3 could be good, but considering how underwhelming the last one was, especially after an almost 15-year-long wait, I won't get my hopes up. I feel like this movie succeeding could actually harm Pixar in the long run if they keep this shit up. Let's just hope that Pixar's next film, Elio, will do well. But considering how it got delayed until next year, and how Elemental didn't get a lot of buzz when it first came out, yeah, I don't have high hopes that one will do well. You want to know the worst part? I say all this, yet I actually wouldn't mind if Inside Out 3 becomes a reality. However, It would probably have to be the end of the story, for the love of God, please, and it would obviously have to focus on either Riley in her late teen years or her early adult years, similar to Toy Story 3 and how that dealt with Andy growing up. However, that could seriously backfire, as while I was watching this one, I couldn't help but think to myself, I think this film would be way more effective with teens and adults than with children. Now, I'm not saying kids can't enjoy this one, I'm sure many do, but I mean in how effective it is in showing how life can affect you and how growing up, you start to get a better sense of who you are. I think that's a subject that'll hit way harder with teens and adults than with kids. However, that's just me, and if Inside Out 3 does happen, I'll be ready to eat my words if I'm proven wrong. I'll give Inside Out 2 a 7 out of 10. If you like the first one and haven't seen this one, maybe give it a shot. You might find more enjoyment out of it than I did. A Quiet Place, Day 1. So before I started making this video, I had only seen the first Quiet Place. In fact, I'd seen it multiple times. However, I never really had the chance and or time to watch the sequel. I remember thinking that I wanted to see this film when it came out, but since I hadn't seen the sequel, which is actually quite important for this film, I figured I'd wait till then. Well, obviously some time has passed, and now I've not only seen the last film, but this one as well. I'm now incredibly upset with myself that it took this long for me to have seen it. Not the last film, to be clear. I have many issues with that one. But this one, it might be my favorite in the series. To me, the first film is all about the emotional, heartfelt, and personal stories of these survivors. I feel it got a little muddled in the second film, but there was still that underlying idea. Here, it's dialed up to 11. This is a very personal story of Sam, played by Lupita Nyong'o, who is a terminally ill cancer patient. It shows how she dealt with this invasion and how it affected her. This movie is about her. Yeah, Eric, played by Joseph Quinn, has a place in it, but it's ultimately about her perseverance. In fact, that's a, I imagine, not subtle way to look at the story. Not only about a person's will to live, but one faced with so much hardships like cancer. How willing are you to battle this? How long will you face this? I find it incredibly interesting. I will say, though, I found most of the scary, intense scenes predictable. This franchise is one of those ones where they maybe rely on jump scares too much, especially if the whole idea is to be silent, then abrupt loud noises are going to freak the viewer out. That's why I find jump scares in this film especially to be insanely cheap. Hell, Eric's introduction is a fucking jump scare. If one of the main characters is introduced via jump scare, what the fuck are you doing? I also find how almost all of the scenes that are insanely tense revolve around Frodo, the cat. This is definitely made for the people who get insanely emotional when an animal dies in a horror movie. Like myself. So naturally, you don't want any of the monsters to hurt this cat. However, when almost every tense scene revolves around the cat, it gets repetitive and boring, especially since the cat makes it until the end, thank God. Yeah, there's the occasional ones like when Ruben, played by Alex Wolff, has to restart a super loud generator, but those are very few and far between. Probably my biggest criticism is it seemed like they were a little too loose on how loud some people could be. Take, for example, in the first film, whenever the characters are having actual conversations, they're still being as quiet as they can, even if they're by an insanely loud noise or in a soundproof room. Here, there's a whole-ass conversation in an apartment. Yeah, you could argue that it was raining, but I felt like that's not enough, especially since from what I understand, apartment walls are quite thin. So it's just one of those things where I usually questioned, what exactly constitutes the max volume you can be before these creatures kill you? However, that takes me to another point that's kind of related to the last one. The acting. I'll start off with the obvious. Lupita Nyong'o is fucking fantastic here. She's an incredibly great actor, and the way she's able to emote so well is insane here. I mentioned this earlier in the Lisa Frankenstein portion of the video, but I find silent, or even mostly silent, acting to be way more difficult. I think that's the main thing about these films. The fact that many actors get to test how well they can silently emote things. I'll also mention Joseph Quinn because he's basically the only other character we focus on. He's fine. He was perfectly serviceable here. It's probably not that big of a shock to learn that I've only seen him in Stranger Things Season 4, but I will say this is a very different role than on there. But yeah, otherwise, he's fine enough. The last one I'll mention is Djimon Hounsou. He's really the only connecting tissue this has to the first two films, other than the monsters and general premise. I think he's better in that than here, however, that's probably because he's barely in this film. Which is a shame. I say that because in the last film, his character fucking died, so I was hoping we'd get a bit more insight into his character. From the few scenes he has, though, he's pretty good. Then again, he's a great actor, so I can't say that I'm surprised. One last thing I'll mention before I move on is the creatures themselves. There was one development here that I'm surprised was just kind of brushed off. It's mainly what they eat. Now I know that isn't a lot, but it's a question I always had, especially since we still don't know a lot about them other than they hate loud noises. When it comes to the effects work, I think they look their best here. Since the first one had a relatively low budget, it was kind of expected that the creatures wouldn't look their best. In A Quiet Place Part 2, I'd argue a lot of the time they look worse, especially the close-ups of their ears. Here, however, there weren't many times where I was like, haha, fake. Obviously, there were some hiccups here and there, but it wasn't nearly as bad as I would have expected. I'll give A Quiet Place Day 1 a 7.5 out of 10. Even if you haven't seen the other films, 1, what are you still doing here? And 2, I'd still recommend this one. You don't really need the context of the first 2 to understand this one. It's basically a self-contained story that just happens to take place in the same universe. July. Beverly Hills Cop, Axel F. So for this film, I actually watched all the previous films in the series. Gee, what a shocker. The main reason why is because I was curious about these films but never had the chance to watch them. I'll be fully transparent, I didn't really know what these films were about. I only knew that they had Eddie Murphy and I knew the main theme. I think a lot of people know the main theme. Whether or not they know it's from these movies is a different story. Now I should also state that those 3 films are certainly an experience, especially the third one. They're kind of what you'd expect. They're 80s cop movies. There's not really a lot to unpack with that. However, something I noticed was that the last film in the series came out in 1994, a whole 30 years before this one. So, was Netflix, or whoever, really that desperate for money to just randomly make the 4th entry in a series I'm sure most people don't even care about anymore? I'm assuming yes, because this film exists now. Now, probably one of my biggest worries was that this was going to be like another Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, or other legacy sequels. I was worried this film was going to be like, Axel Folie is now retired, but he's brought back in to solve one more case. He also then meets this new cop who's a big fan, then he starts mentoring, or some shit like that. But no, it, funnily enough, feels like the series never went anywhere. Seriously, they pretty much got every major character back from the previous films. Judge Reinhold as Billy Rosewood, John Ashton as John Taggart, who actually sadly passed away only 2 months after this film came out, Paul Reiser as Jeffrey, hell, they even got Bronson Pinchot back as Serge. They pulled out all the stops when they didn't really need to. Let's be honest, if this were like all other legacy sequels, they'd probably just yada yada their way into saying that all the other characters are dead or retired, thus explaining their absence. A lot of them don't have a major part in this film, but it's interesting that they went with this approach. It's a much better way to celebrate the 40th anniversary of its franchise than whatever Ghostbusters Frozen Empire was. Plus, yeah, there's a few times where they mention how when they were younger, but it's never too much. Hell, for one of the recurring characters, that's the main joke. I'm always sick of these sequels and just being like, oh, I'm too old for this, or some shit like that. You don't need to remind us of the good old days or golden years. We get it by now. There's other things I can mention, like Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Kevin Bacon being in this film, but I thought they were just okay. They're certainly interesting casting choices, but they're probably not why we'd watch this film, unless it's for newcomers. One last thing I'll mention before we move on is how this film was released. Now I can almost guarantee you that if this got a theatrical release, it would have bombed. Hard. But when you're watching this film, you can't help but think that this would have looked so much better on a bigger screen. But I can understand why this wouldn't have done well at the box office. Anyways, I'll give Beverly Hills Cop, Axel F a 7 out of 10. Despicable Me 4. So, along with The Strangers Chapter 1, I wasn't going to cover this film in this video. I haven't really cared about this franchise since the third one, and Minions was the last of these films I saw in theaters. That was the beginning of my kids movies suck phase. Luckily, I've grown out of that and can appreciate what some films like this try to do. However, since that point, I still never went back and rewatched the Despicable Me films or watched the ones I missed. Well, now I've done that. And it was a mistake. Every film in this franchise after the second one just kept going downhill further and further and further. Here, I feel like it's reached its breaking point. I'm just going to be completely upfront about this. I think this is the worst in the entire series. Yes, that is including both Minions films. This movie was just baffling. There's so much about it that just doesn't work for me. So many jokes that just don't land in a series where a lot of the humor already won't land, not to mention some of the story decisions they make. I'll just go into the main one as it was all over the marketing but barely had anything to do with the rest of the film. The fucking Mega Minions. I know this film is probably trying to make fun of superheroes. You could say that the whole series does that, but I'd argue it's more making fun of spy films than superhero ones. But I think making fun of superheroes in general is just low-hanging fruit. We have plenty of other pieces of media that make fun of superheroes in some way, and it's done so much better. The way it's done is just very unapologetic and done to death. Not to mention they directly copied 3 Marvel characters, mainly Cyclops, in this case making him a literal Cyclops, Mr. Fantastic, which you could probably get around, but whatever, and probably the most egregious, The Thing. This one is so obvious that I'm surprised they were able to get away with it. I just found this lazy and boring. Not to mention that, again, they weren't really in the film much, but so help me God that if Minions 3 happens and it's about these fucks, then I will be so goddamn mad. Now that we got that out of the way, what about the rest of the film? Boring. It's the inevitable spy has to go into deep cover because he's in mortal danger if he doesn't story. It's exactly what you'd expect from this franchise. Many antics of the characters almost slipping up and wacky shenanigans. I feel like it's tired at this point. This could just be burnout from my end, but it seriously feels like they're just doing every trope in the book. This is also easily the worst villain in the entire series, and even Will Ferrell couldn't save it. Especially since this guy only has like 2 character traits. Loves cockroaches, and hates Gru. Look, I'm not going to pretend like the previous Despicable Me villains are complex characters, but Jesus Christ, they're better than this. Actually, speaking of which, this film pulls a Kung Fu Panda 4 and just randomly brings back the villains of the previous film. Luckily, it's only a cameo and not actually important to the plot, but still feels so unnecessary, especially when they bring out the villains of the Minions movies. Like, wouldn't Scarlet Overkill be like at least 80 here? Funnily enough, I still think it's better than Kung Fu Panda 4 because most of them don't act out of character for the most part, but still. I'll give Despicable Me 4 a 5 out of 10. I'm just hoping that Despicable Me 5 never happens. What is wrong with you? Do you know what you've done? MaXXXine. This was an interesting series of films. Initially, I didn't know much about them. I knew the general premise of the first film and didn't even know that a prequel was not only planned but was releasing later that year. Before this video, I'd only seen the first in this trilogy, and I thought it was fine enough. But say it with me now. I watched the previous films in this series before watching this one. Okay, to be fair, it was only one film I hadn't seen before this one, so it wasn't as bad as, say, watching every Mad Max movie for the first time. It's interesting how every film has similar themes, but are done in very different styles. The first being a 70s exploitation-like flick, the second being a throwback to the silent era, mainly around the late 1910s and early 1920s, and this one being more like an 80s mystery movie. Yeah, I'm just gonna get it out of the way now. The mystery sucks. Like, it was pretty obvious who this Night Stalker was, and I literally called it like 10 minutes in. It's not done very well and doesn't do what any good mystery should do and leave enough reasonable suspects. Keyword here being reasonable. Not to mention, who else would have this much in-depth knowledge on MaXXXine in the first place? There's not nearly enough people who would go to those lengths, and any that would are either dead or the one major element from the first film that involved a huge reveal. It only makes sense that a similar reveal with the same character would be done here. I think my major issue with this film is not only did I find it quite boring at times, but I also found MaXXXine didn't have nearly as much purpose in the story as you'd think she would, considering the fucking movie's named after her. Not to mention, I think most of the other characters, that had more than like 3 scenes, were more interesting than her. The main one being Kevin Bacon as Detective John Labatt. He was clearly having a grand old time in this role and was infinitely more compelling than his role in Beverly Hills Cop 4. I also think his death scene was amazing. Just frantically praying before being crushed was hilarious. I feel like this is a film that I won't really remember after watching this video. I'll always remember X and Pearl, for better or for worse, but this one, not so much. I'll give MaXXXine a 5.5 out of 10. Fly Me to the Moon. When I saw trailers of this film earlier this year, I remember being interested by the general premise, but not really thinking I'd go out of my way to see it in theaters. I honestly think that may have been the right call. Not to say I disliked this film or anything, but I definitely don't think it would have been worth seeing in the theater, in my opinion. Okay, I know some of you are probably going to grab your torches and pitchforks when I say this, but this honestly felt like a Netflix original. I feel like this was one of those films that you'd think would be direct to streaming, yet was pushed out to theaters. Although this is a Sony film and they don't have their own dedicated streaming service, so that may be why. God, I hope they don't make their own dedicated streaming service. I know there might be a few of you that think streaming is the death of cinema, and I even partially agree there, but films like this aren't really helping. Hell, just taking a quick gander at the box office numbers compared to its budget, and... yikes. I swear, the films that go straight to streaming are the ones that should have gotten theatrical releases. I'm looking at you, Prey. And the ones sent out to theaters are the ones that should have went direct to streaming. Anyways, onto the film itself. I'll admit the only reason I watched it was because of the premise. I'm not a big fan of rom-coms, as stated previously, and this didn't really convince me. I was more focused on the moon landing stuff, especially the parts about how they would fake it as a contingency plan. That was the stuff I was interested in. But unfortunately, that wasn't what was center stage for a lot of it. Or at least not as much as you'd think. I will say, though, I initially thought the recurring bit about the black cat and how it brings bad luck was annoying. Until the ending. I loved how they brought that joke back around and made it a major plot point. I'll give Fly Me to the Moon a 6 out of 10. You can definitely feel the length of this one, and it feels like it goes on for just too long, resulting in many scenes that just feel like they're there to expand the runtime. Longlegs. This was a film that I remember people were raving about when it came out. I kept seeing ads for it everywhere, people were praising it left and right, and even seemed to reach people that didn't watch many horror movies, making at least 12 times its budget. So naturally, I was excited to see it, especially when everyone was raving about how scary it is. I think this ultimately killed the experience for me. Yeah, I thought it was only okay. I also don't think it's scary, let alone one of the scariest films of all time or whatever shit. Seriously, if you think this shit is scary, you either don't watch a lot of horror films, or you're a pussy. I'm kidding, but seriously, this just felt like another psychological detective story, something akin to Thomas Harris stories like Red Dragon or Silence of the Lambs. Although this one is clearly more supernatural in nature, I think that was the one main refreshing thing about it, as I didn't know this film really had anything to do with the occult. Just because I saw a lot of the marketing doesn't mean I was actually paying attention to it. Even though I think the film was just okay, Osgood Perkins clearly knows how to build great atmosphere and knows how to direct his actors well, although I imagine being the son of a great actor can do that. I honestly forget that Nicolas Cage is a great actor and not the ridiculous character I always see him as. Honestly, if horror films weren't overlooked by the Academy Awards, Nicolas Cage would probably be nominated for Best Supporting Actor. I also think people like Micah Monroe and Kiernan Shipka put in great performances, especially Kiernan Shipka. She's only in the film for like one scene, but it's great. I'll give Longlegs a 6.5 out of 10. I feel like the hype killed this one for me, and that's saying a lot. Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths. Now, if you've at all been keeping up with these films, you're probably asking, wait, wasn't this 3 films? Yes, but here's the thing. It's very clearly supposed to be one big story. I didn't want to cover the 3 separate parts disjointed from one another, so I decided to do it all at once. And that was a bad idea. I should probably preface this by saying that I haven't actually read the original story this was based on. I'm aware it was basically the first big crossover event in comic history, correct me if I'm wrong, so I know it has a lot of significance. So I must also ask, did it need to have an adaptation that's about 4 hours and 46 minutes to be faithful? If the answer is yes, then I'll probably never read it because this shit felt long, drawn out, and overall just boring. The first part alone made me question why I watched it, as it was basically just 93 minutes of me being confused as fuck on what was happening, while also being bored out of my mind. The second and third part were way more watchable, but at that point the damage was done for me. If I ever rewatch this film, I know I'll have to sit through that first part and it's not going to be fun for me. I should also mention how Part 3 really felt the need to reference other animated continuities. Like, there's the original 90s animated universe with Batman the Animated Series, Superman the Animated Series, and the early Justice League shows. They also reference the original Teen Titans cartoon for some reason. Batman Beyond's even here, for basically no reason. This film couldn't even escape the weird multiverse cameo bullshit. I'll give it credit for having the last time we'll hear Kevin Conroy as Batman, with funnily enough a very fitting line to go out on, but also has Mark Hamill's last time voicing the Joker, as he won't do it anymore without Kevin Conroy. I was hoping The Flash would be the end of this multiversal bullshit for DC, or at least for the next 5 to 10 years, but it even leached into the animated projects that have little to do with anything else. I'd also like to mention how some of the character writing is just not good. I don't know why, but for some reason, writers just can't get a good grasp on these characters. Like, the moment you have Batman actively insulting an alternate universe Robin going, "I'm glad I dropped off your counterpart at the orphanage." What the fuck? That line alone made me realize how apparently it's really hard to write Batman. When I'd argue he's probably one of the easiest characters to write. I'll give Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths a 6 out of 10. Let's hope that we can get some sort of condensed form of this trilogy of films, because as it is, it's a tedious slog to sit through. Twisters. Okay, I need to ask this because it's bothered me for such a long time. Who the fuck asked for this? Because I'll say this, even if there were people who wanted a sequel to Twister, I feel like after 2017, they probably lost interest. Not only in the fact that it would have been 21 years after the first one, but also because 2017 was the year Bill Paxton, who stars in the original, passed away. But here we are, 28 years since Twister's initial release. I don't know what I'm more baffled by, the fact this seems to be generally received better than the original, or the fact it has barely anything to do with the original, besides the general concept of tornadoes destroying shit. Like, there's almost no reason to call it a sequel. Even a legacy sequel would be a stretch. The best way to put it is a film that happens to take place in the same universe as the original. I also think the title is just dumb. Twisters? What's next? Twister 3? Twister Resurrection? Twister Covenant? Twister Romulus? Yes, I get they probably did that because Bill Paxton was in Aliens and was also in the first Twister, but still. I should mention the acting, as it's arguably the most important part of this film. I found a lot of it to be okay at best. Like, Glenn Powell seemed to be having fun playing his character, at least in the first half, but everyone else seemed off. The worst part is I'd say it's the worst with Daisy Edgar-Jones as Kate. There's one scene that's, I want to say, around the 1 hour 30 minute mark, when she has this big emotional moment of her reflecting on the opening of the film. I don't know if I'd be able to pinpoint it, but something about that scene just felt off to me. I should also mention the VFX, as that's probably one of the most famous, nowadays infamous, parts of the original Twister. The VFX in this film is an upgrade? I get that's not exactly fair, as this came out 20 years after the last one, and the last one was actually heralded for its major use of VFX when it came out. But also, the reason why I said upgrade like that is because there were definitely some points where I was like, oh, that needed more time in the oven. Something I also noted when I finally watched the original was strangely how much practical effects they did use. You always hear about how they pioneered a bunch of techniques using CGI, but almost nobody talks about how a lot of it is still shockingly practical. I don't think that's the case here. I feel like something's lost when you can tell everything is just CGI. Anyways, I'll give Twisters a 7 out of 10. Deadpool and Wolverine. I've made it no secret that I like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but I will admit that having it so this was the only one being released this year was a good idea. Not only does it give more time for other projects, but it also slightly counteracts the fatigue of the MCU that's been happening in recent years. So this was a film that I was anticipating since it was first announced. I quite liked the first 2 Deadpool movies, and I was curious to see where this one would go. Then it was announced that not only would Wolverine be in it, but he's also going to be a main character, and Hugh Jackman would be returning to play him. So naturally, I was both excited and confused, mainly because of Logan. Logan is the best 20th Century Fox Marvel film. Period. Like, it's not even close. Logan was not only significant in killing off Wolverine, but also for it to be Hugh Jackman's last performance as the character. That's why it had significance. For that part of it to be stripped away from us undermines Logan in a way. I can't tell you how many arguments I've had about this. It's a parallel universe Wolverine. It has nothing to do with Logan. 1, that's actually the problem, and 2, that's not my point. But then, something changed. Something that completely changed my mind on this. The costume reveal. It was revealed that Wolverine would be getting the yellow and blue costume. That was actually teased in a post-credit scene for the Wolverine, by the way. that was when it completely shifted for me, because that was the main thing I was always saddened by with the Fox X-Men movies, and I sure as hell wasn't the only one either. We kept getting more bits and pieces, and I'll just skip to when the film actually came out. I saw it a day before release at an IMAX screening. It's the first Deadpool movie I was able to see in theaters. I was too young when the first two came out. Well, there I was, sitting through the previews and just waiting for the film to start. When it did, and it got to the bye 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 action sequence, I knew I was in for a good time. Keep in mind, when the film came out, I hated that song, but I think the combination of the funny dancing, the action, and the fact I was actually watching one of these films in a theater, I genuinely almost shed a tear. Actually, that opening alone was hilarious. Now, I figured that Deadpool was going to visit the grave from Logan in some way. I sure as hell didn't expect him to dig it up. But then again, that's 100% in his character, and it probably would have happened whether or not Hugh Jackman returned to play him. Let me bring up Hugh Jackman here because, well, he's the other title character. I'm glad that we learned that it was actually Hugh Jackman's decision to come back. In fact, it was Kevin Feige, of all people, who tried pushing back on it. So this wasn't some desperate move to get butts into seats, unlike another thing. Anyways, his performance in this is actually quite good. I'm not sure if I'd say Oscar-worthy. I mean, Logan still exists after all. But it clearly wasn't just a phoned-in performance. You can tell this is a deeply troubled man who has an unhealthy way of coping with things. I'd also say he carries a lot of the film because of a major problem with how this film depicts his backstory. I don't think the way they handled his backstory is done well. When he starts talking about his backstory, it's a lot of tell, don't show, which I hope I don't have to explain that is backwards from how it should be in a film. I think that's why so many people felt that it was underwhelming, because it's just this feeling of, that's it? Moreover, we were constantly told that this version was the worst Wolverine, so that seriously makes me question why this one is the worst one. Granted, it could be a figure of speech, but it's done poorly if that was the intention rather than him being the objective worst one. Another common criticism of this film is the cameos and fan service. I both agree and disagree at the same time. I say that because I do think these multiverse cameos are getting a little exhausting. However, I think that it's a little less egregious here. It's not the no way home pauses to describe them as anything. I admit it was nice having Blade and Elektra back, even finally giving Channing Tatum the chance to play Gambit, but obviously they weren't really that important to the overall story, not to mention the Deadpool Corps led up to almost nothing despite being teased earlier in the film and trailers that they would be important. In fact, I'm going to throw in my own 2 cents and talk about 2 things I actually wish they had in regards to fan service. Now I know what you're thinking, Jesus Christ, doesn't this movie have enough? But hear me out. The first one is regarding the Deadpool Corps. Please tell me I'm not the only one who was hoping that one of them would have been voiced by Nolan North. He's commonly the actor they get to play him in games and animated projects, so it's sad that he didn't have a part here, especially since not only was he the voice of my introductory Deadpool, but, hot take, I think he's a better Deadpool than Ryan Reynolds. The second one is I really wish they had the classic Wolverine line,
I'm the best there is at what I do, but what I do isn't very nice.
Not only because it would have been the cherry on top of loving Wolverine as a character, but there's even bloopers where they have that line.
I'm the best there is at what I do, but what I do isn't very nice.
Cut, you got it. Yeah. Great, got it? That's great. Well, Brando was kind of an innovator.
Genius.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they're bloopers exactly, but they're clearly supposed to be comedic. Probably my biggest criticism, and I'm definitely not the only one who thinks this, Deadpool's friends from the last 2 films are basically completely sidelined, which means this doesn't really feel like the end of a trilogy, as it almost completely throws away everything that happened in the last 2 films. There's like 2 scenes with Colossus, Negasonic Teenage Warhead, Yukio, Dopinder, and Vanessa. Now you could argue this is more of a standalone story, but the previous films, mainly Wade's relationship with Vanessa, is actually quite important to his arc in this film. So to have basically everything else involving the previous films completely sidelined feels really strange. Anyways, I'll give Deadpool and Wolverine a 7.5 out of 10. August. Trap. So I remember when I first heard the premise of this film, I remember thinking it sounded really interesting. A serial killer basically trapped at a concert and has to find a way out? That sounds really cool. Then I learned it was written and directed by M. Night Shyamalan. After that, complete toss-up on whether or not it would actually be good. Then when it came out, it was getting plenty of mixed reviews, so that wasn't very encouraging. Well, now that I have seen it, yeah, I can see why it was polarizing. I personally thought it was just eh. I felt it dragged at times, and the fact that only half the film is actually set in that concert was a little disappointing. I found the first half pretty good. It was great at building tension and seeing how this person would get out of getting caught. The one constant I keep hearing about this film is the performance by Josh Hartnett, who plays Cooper. The way he clearly puts on this act of being an incredibly nice person and or good dad, it was done super well. You can still tell he's hiding something, especially some of the ways he's shot. But I feel like some of that falls apart in the second half, especially when he basically drops the facade. It feels really predictable. I was also trying to guess what the plot twist was, and God, it's so stupid. So it doesn't take too long for them to reveal that Cooper was the Butcher, who is the serial killer they're looking for. But considering this is an M. Night Shyamalan film, I was still expecting another twist. So the twist was that his wife found out that he was the killer, off-screen, by the way, and was the one who tipped off the police that he would be at the concert. What the fuck? The entire third act is dumb twist and turn after dumb twist and turn, but that was supposed to be the big reveal, and it's really stupid. I'll give Trap a 6 out of 10. It's one of those films where the premise is really interesting, but the execution is quite lacking. A theme that I feel is quite common in M. Night Shyamalan's films. The Mousetrap. So back in 2022, when Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey was announced, I remember being curious. Taking a beloved children's character and turning it into a horror film was interesting. Little did I know that would create this massive thing with lower budget movie companies to try and pull this shit. We got a Grinch horror film, we got the previously discussed sequel to Blood and Honey, we're getting a Bambi horror film, a Peter Pan horror film, a Pinocchio horror film, we're also going to get a fucking Popeye horror film next year. I swear, it's become an epidemic. So when people started realizing that the copyright to Steamboat Willie would expire in 2024, naturally the question that arose was, when will someone try to turn this into a horror film and what will it be about? Well, the answer was literally as soon as fucking possible, and it would be whatever this film was. I'm convinced this script had nothing to do with Steamboat Willie before it became public domain. Hell, I'm so convinced that I'm almost wondering if they started production before it became public domain. I say that because all the scenes with the killer are somehow even more poorly done than the rest of the film, so I'm wondering if maybe they realized they could get away with using Mickey and quickly shot a few things for a trailer. There's another reason why I'm so convinced of this. The first trailer for this film came out on January 1st, 2024, the literal first day that Steamboat Willie became public domain. Now, I wouldn't exactly be surprised if they started production before the copyright was lifted, but I feel like there would have been some legal gray area there. I'm not exactly sure how that stuff works, but I'm sure whatever investors they had to have known beforehand if this was always the case, right? Oh, speaking of investors, this film cost $800,000 fucking dollars to make. You want a comparison? The first Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey cost an eighth of that. Most asylum films have a max budget of $500,000. This fucking film cost almost $1 million to make. How? The entire thing is in 2 locations, a terrible-looking jail set and a literal play place. I'm not even kidding when I say that this film makes the first Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey actually look good, and that's coming from someone who actually likes that film. Ironically, but still. This is just sad. You notice how I said almost nothing about the film itself? Exactly. It's such a cash grab, it's not even worth mentioning what happens in it. I mean, there's a few fourth wall jokes that implies that it hates its own audience. The killer can teleport, for some reason. The main girl gets decapitated at the end. There's a post-credit scene that implies that the goth girl was somehow involved in all of it. What else do you want? The acting sucked, the kills sucked, everything sucked. Except the music. I don't know what it is about these films, but the music is weirdly good. Maybe they follow the Hans Zimmer logic, where bad movies are the ones they get to play around with the most musically. You want to know the worst part? This isn't even close to the only one. There's going to be way more after this, and that scares me. Maybe saying the Poohniverse should continue was a bad call. I'll give The Mousetrap a 3 out of 10. Borderlands. I'm going to be completely upfront with you. I've never played any of the Borderlands games, so I can't exactly pretend like I know anything about them. But from what I've heard online and from the film itself, I don't think it did a good job representing them. If I already didn't have a mild interest in the games beforehand, this probably would have turned me off from the games for a while. Now I should get this out of the way. I know the situation involving production. This film had an absolutely horrid production. Directors kept being thrown around left and right, like Leigh Whannell was originally planning with Lionsgate to write and direct the film, but the main situation involves the writing. Apparently, one of the earlier drafts of the script was done by Craig Mazin. You may know him for writing some of those awful 2000s parody movies, but he also wrote episodes of The Last of Us show and Chernobyl. According to him and a few other people, his script was fantastic. However, the studio decided to hire Eli Roth to direct and also to do some rewrites. Eli Roth's rewrites were becoming so terrible that Craig Mazin decided to leave the project and go completely uncredited. No, Joe Crombie isn't a pseudonym. But it gets even worse. The film was supposed to release in 2022, but it was delayed. This was because they needed to do some reshoots. However, because Eli Roth was busy working on Thanksgiving, his horror film that came out last year, he was replaced by Tim Miller for those reshoots. You may know him for directing the first Deadpool and Terminator Dark Fate. He was uncredited for those reshoots, however. This entire production was just a major shit show, and it's a wonder this film even got made. However, it did. Whether we liked it or not. The reason I mention the production rather than the film itself is because, well, it's way more interesting. I can't pretend like I enjoyed this film, and I can't pretend that it did a disservice to the games. That last one is not my area of expertise. I could go on a long rant about how shitty the fucking Resident Evil movies are, because of course I could, but even as a film, this is just bad. Literally the only compliment I can give it is it looks a lot higher budget than what it had. Sometimes. Otherwise, this was just a nothing film that I do not recommend. I'll give Borderlands a 4 out of 10. Alien Romulus. The thing I find the most fascinating is this film is done extremely well, but damn near every single thing in it has been done before. I'd argue that was the point. I mean, basically every single Alien film is represented in some way here. The opening is basically beat for beat the first Alien film's opening. The more action-like elements and even repeating the line of "Get away from her, you bitch" from Aliens. A recreation of that one shot from Alien 3. The offspring being blatantly inspired by the newborn from Alien Resurrection. I don't think there's really anything from Alien vs. Predator, but are we really that upset about it? Hell, the black goo from Prometheus and Alien Covenant's there. Even the save points from Alien Isolation are there. I think the reason why this was done was to go back to basics, for lack of a better word, mainly because of how divisive Prometheus and Alien Covenant were, and the fact that Alien Covenant underperformed at the box office probably didn't help that. Now, I'm not going to say I don't like Prometheus and Alien Covenant, but I understand why this is the direction it went in, although Alien Awakening or whatever it's called should be made sooner rather than later because that trilogy is still very much not finished. I don't mind what they did here, especially since the first Alien is easily my favorite in the series, as I'm sure you could tell. I also think it's incredibly well done and builds a great atmosphere. But I can't help but agree this feels creatively bankrupt except for the third act, which even then feels partially inspired by Alien Resurrection. I should mention the practical effects because I know that was a major selling point of the film. Now don't be fooled, it's not all practical effects, although that would have been sick. There's still clearly a ton of CGI used, but when there were practical effects, they looked fantastic. I feel like there's an art to practical effects that you don't find in most modern films because they're always so reliant on CGI. Speaking of CGI, I feel like I should mention this as it's personally my biggest criticism. I don't like how they handled Rook. If you don't know, Rook is a similar model to Ash from the first Alien film, who was played by Ian Holm, probably most well known for portraying Old Bilbo in the Lord of the Rings films. In case you aren't aware, Ian Holm passed away a few years ago. So yes, this is a resurrected actor situation. And it looks really bad. Now I will say this. I'm glad they actually got confirmation from the family that they could do this, but it just feels wrong. Especially with how bad it looks at points. Even Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny had better effects like this, and that film was also criticized for it. You want to know the worst part? On set, they actually did have an animatronic head that looked kinda like Ian Holm for some shots. If you've seen Alien 3, then you know there's actually a scene where Ripley reactivates Bishop, and it's done entirely with animatronics. It's insanely well done, and even after I know that, I find it hard to believe. I feel like that's what they should have done here, especially since the voice isn't even an AI one, it's just an impression of Ian Holm. But there's something else that I remember hearing and honestly liking it a lot more. Now, I know that apparently it was producer Ridley Scott's, director of the original Alien, Prometheus, and Alien Covenant, idea to use Ian Holm here, but I think Lance Henriksen would have been better. 1, he's still alive, so there's not many moral or ethic issues you have to face there. 2, the fact this android's name is Rook, while Lance Henriksen's android character from Aliens is named Bishop. There's clearly a chess theme going on here, so that would have been consistent too. 3, it feels like it ties in with Aliens better, because I feel like this film is more Alien than Aliens, even though you'd think it should be a direct middle ground. I'm not saying this would entirely fix that, but it would make it more clear that it's supposed to be a middle ground. Either way, this was an incredibly strange choice, and honestly not much changes if they just decide to cut him out entirely. He could have just stayed a corpse on the ground, and all the information he gave to Andy, played by David Johnson, in the final film would just be something Andy already knows. Actually, speaking of Andy, David Johnson's performance as him is fucking great. See, the thing about robot characters is you'd think they'd be super easy to do, because all you have to do is speak in a monotone voice the entire time. But here, there's a certain cadence to his performance as both versions of Andy that's just extremely well done. The rest of the cast is incredible as well. Kaylee Spaney as Rain was also really good. She was also in Civil War. Granted, I will say this. She's following the Ripley blueprint, which, can we just give it up at this point? It's never going to be done as well ever again. It's tired and it's been done time and time again in this franchise. Isabella Merced as Kay, even though she has a lack of screen time, makes up for it in a few short scenes, especially near the end of the film. Everyone else was fine. I found them to be annoying or forgettable before they died. I'd also like to mention The Offspring. The last thing I was expecting for this film was not only something inspired by Alien Resurrection, but for that thing to be the newborn, and for it to actually work. This film makes the newborn work. That is a sentence I never thought I'd ever utter before August 15th, which is when I saw it. I think the biggest thing that works for me is it's genuinely terrifying. It's really riding that uncanny valley train, and it's not getting off anytime soon. I also don't know if it was intentional, but it also kind of resembles an engineer from Prometheus, mainly in the face with the black eyes. I know there were plans for it to look more like a xenomorph as the scene went on, but I think the way it's done here is the best. While I did like this film, please can the next one be more creative? I say that because this was a nice return to form, but the next one needs to feel special. You could argue this film is a celebration of Alien's 45th anniversary. 2 months off, but hey, who's counting? But I find Alien works best when it tries to do something new. Take a look at another film done by 20th Century Studios, Prey. Prey is a film in the Predator series. But not only did it tackle what the first visit from the Predators on Earth was like, but it also decided to focus it on indigenous culture. It took the Predator franchise and did something new and interesting with it. The next Predator film, called Predator Badlands, seems like it's doing something wildly different. Whether it'll work or not is a different story. I hope Alien Earth, or whatever the next Alien film will do the same. I, and I imagine a few other people, may be gaining hope in this franchise being good again, especially since I don't think it's really been good since 1986. I'll give Alien Romulus a 7.5 out of 10. It's the third best Alien movie. Which isn't saying a lot considering the contenders are like 6.5s at best. Blink Twice. This is the directorial debut of Zoe Kravitz. How is it? It's alright. Although it definitely is a hard watch at times. I don't think it's a spoiler because it's literally the first thing you're told about in the film. This is the only film that I've seen this year that has a trigger warning. I can see why. I gotta give props to Channing Tatum's performance. He can play a piece of shit really goddamn well. But also thinking about how that casting decision must have been super awkward, as Channing Tatum and Zoe Kravitz were dating at the time of production. Hey, can you play a huge piece of shit in my movie? I'm sorry, what? The acting in general is actually pretty good. I'll give them props for that. Any performances that I thought weren't that good, I'm pretty sure were intentional. This film, for like the first 40-ish minutes, just feels like a fever dream, so that's why I'm saying it was probably intentional. Honestly, I feel like I don't have much to say about this one. I'd recommend it, but I'm not even sure I could do that due to the subject at hand in the film. I'll give Blink Twice a 6.5 out of 10. Afraid. So when I saw the trailer for this film, I remember thinking it looked like another generic evil Alexa type thing. Something along the lines of the Child's Play remake and Megan. Not only was it that, it was probably at its absolute worst here. Like, it's barely even a killer AI. The only person it actually kills, on screen anyway, is a character that most people probably didn't even mind dying. This is such a nothing film that doesn't say anything that hasn't already been said. You won't find any messaging here that you wouldn't also find in the likes of Terminator, The Matrix, hell, even Megan. It's exactly what you think it is, and it's so much worse because of it. Not to mention its use of generative AI to be scary, which just looks extremely bad. It does not surprise me at all that this was a Sony film. It's just been miss after miss after miss. I'll give Afraid a 2 out of 10. Don't even bother with this shit. It's awful. September. Beetlejuice Beetlejuice. Right off the bat, I'll give props for that title. I was just expecting some shitty title like Beetlejuice, The Return of Beetlejuice. But no, this was kind of a funny gimmick, although everyone's just gonna call it Beetlejuice 2 because imagine making that distinction with just the titles. I know this project has technically been in the works since basically the first Beetlejuice. It's not even close to the longest film in development hell, but it's probably one of the most famous modern examples. It was 1990 when Tim Burton first had ideas for Beetlejuice sequels, one of them even being about him going to Hawaii. I swear I'm not kidding, look it up. Since then, there have been countless reasons why it kept getting pushed back. This took 34 years since a sequel was even thought of by Burton, and 36 years since the original's release. I remember when the first looks of this film were coming out, I remember thinking, wait, Beetlejuice 2 is actually happening? Especially since it was always kind of the big joke when it came to Tim Burton. Is Beetlejuice 2 happening? Is Beetlejuice 2 happening? But now that it's here, goddamn. I'm not even kidding when I say that I was expecting this to just be a corporate cash grab, especially since, like Twisters, I felt like the wait period at this point was long gone. But then I watched it, and you know what? I liked it way more than I was expecting. It's clear this was made with love and passion. Tim Burton was obviously excited to revisit this world after all these years, and he doesn't feel like what I like to call a legacy hire, basically hiring the director of the original thing, or someone heavily involved with the making of the original thing. Pretty self-explanatory. I feel like there's really not much of that legacy sequel bullshit. Yeah, there's the usual of references to the original every now and again, and the main characters have gotten old and probably have children, but there's nothing like, you need to carry on the legacy or shit like that. It still, for the most part, follows the characters from the original like nothing happened. I actually really commend Burton for that. Yeah, I said Beverly Hills Cop Axel F did something similar, but shut up, this film was better anyway. I also really appreciate some of the new stuff they introduced, mainly the expansion of the world of the dead. That was always what I was wondering, as it was always the most interesting part to me in the original, not to mention making certain other dead characters a big focus. I'm mainly referring to Bob, played by Nick Kellington, and Wolf Jackson, played by Willem Dafoe. They have much bigger roles than you'd probably expect, but I love that, especially since it explores more facets of this world. I will address probably the main criticisms I hear, and it's regarding how they handle certain things from the first film, mainly the Maitlands. I actually don't mind that they're not here, but I understand why that may have put some people off. I know there were also a few people asking about Charles Dietz from the first film. I'm not going to go into it here, but it was probably smart they didn't bring back Jeffrey Jones for this film. If you're really that curious, look it up, because I really don't want to repeat what I've read about this man. Back to the Maitlands. I also understand why having Alec Baldwin reprise his role may have been an issue, mainly because this started filming over a year and a half after the Rust shooting incident. But why not Geena Davis? I thought maybe she retired or something, but no, she's still working. I actually failed to mention it, but she was in Blink twice. I don't really mind that they're not here, as I've already stated, but I understand why people may be upset about it. Probably my biggest criticism is the character Jeremy, mainly because he feels incredibly underwhelming. 1. He was introduced I want to say halfway through the film, and he's supposed to be a big role, so there's really not enough time to flesh him out. 2. It feels like they rushed through his story with Astrid, played by Jenna Ortega, with her meeting him lulling her into a false sense of security, showing that he's actually dead, learning that he killed his parents, then getting Astrid to give her life for his. 3. Even his comeuppance felt weak. Granted, it gave us our one F-bomb, so I guess it's alright, but seriously, it honestly feels like it comes out of nowhere and seems extremely convenient for the main characters. The best solution I have for it is just introduce him earlier in the film. Set him up earlier and don't pile on the reveals. Make them go slowly, because it felt like it was only like a 15-minute span of Astrid meeting him to him essentially sacrificing her. That was the only part I can 100% pin down that I wasn't a big fan of. One last thing I'll mention is Michael Keaton as Beetlejuice. perfect. It's like he never left. I'll admit the makeup and way he's shot at times kind of shows his age, but otherwise, no notes. Still a great and memorable performance. Easily still my favorite part of the film. I'll give Beetlejuice Beetlejuice a 7.5 out of 10. Now, if a Beetlejuice were to happen, maybe don't take another 36 years for it to release. You got that, Tim? Diener89. Now, I feel like I'm going to have to explain what this film is, because if you live outside of Canada, I highly doubt you do. Hell, I think most Canadians don't even know this film exists, especially if those letterbox numbers are to be believed. Diener89 is a docu-fiction film about Dean Murdoch, a Canadian teenager who, after receiving a case containing the contents of his now-dead father's belongings, becomes a metalhead and wants to make it big in the metal scene. It's through this case that he also learns about his own history and who he actually is. It's an independent Canadian film that actually did get a theatrical release in Canada. I unfortunately didn't see it in theaters, but fuck, I should've. Actually, if it weren't for the showing of Alien Romulus I went to, I wouldn't have even known this film existed. I saw the trailer for this film and thought it looked like a ton of fun. Unfortunately, they were only playing this at certain theaters, none of which were particularly close to me. I should also mention that I am in no way a metalhead. In fact, I'm not particularly the biggest fan of metal music. Granted, my music taste is shit in general, but that's neither here nor there. However, that didn't stop me from enjoying this delightful romp of a film. It's ridiculous, but granted, it knows it's ridiculous. There's definitely a lot of those tropes from 80s films in here, although you can tell it's both from a place of humor, but also love. Obviously, most of this takes place in the 80s, so there's going to be a lot of those tropes. But they don't really make fun of them, they embrace them. Sometimes you'll get Dean interjecting with something along the lines of, "Shit back then was crazy, man." I 100% recommend this film. It's a blast to watch, and well, obviously it hasn't gotten a lot of traction. However, finding this film is probably a pain in the ass. Now, I can't speak for everyone, but in Canada, you can just rent it from the normal services, YouTube, Google Play, Apple TV Plus, and Amazon Prime. But outside of that, I feel like you're on your own there, because I don't even want to begin to think how much of a pain in the ass that would be. Unless you just use a VPN. There's that too. I'll give Diener89 a 9 out of 10. Watch it if you can, it seriously needs more attention. Uglies. I'm going to be completely upfront with you here. Every time I wrote for this script, I watched the movie beforehand. This meant even for the films I'd seen before, I rewatched them to have them fresh in my memory, along with notes I took during the film. I didn't do that here. Yes, I did watch Uglies. I actually logged it on my letterbox when I did. As I'm sure you can tell, I wasn't very excited about it. It's probably quite obvious what I'm getting at. I didn't rewatch this film for this video, because I hate it. When I watched it with a couple of friends. They'd both seen it already and told me how terrible it was. Nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to watch. It felt like a shameless ripoff of Hunger Games, a franchise I'm already indifferent to, with a somehow even stupider plot. After about the halfway mark, my friends started doing something else, basically playing Roblox together while the film was still on in the background. I just sat there, baffled at every creative decision, baffled at every twist and turn, just waiting for the credits to start rolling. After a certain point, I joined my friends what they were doing while the film was still on. After a certain point, just vaguely paying attention to what was happening. Now you may be asking, if you hated it so much, why are you talking about it here? Well, look at the title. I'm being consistent here. I'll give Uglies a 1 out of 10. I genuinely think this is the worst film I've seen this year. Yes, even worse than Afraid. The worst part? Apparently a sequel has been greenlit, so the world will be subjected to this shit once again. Transformers 1. I have so much to say about this film, because damn near everything was going against it, and I think this film should be looked at as a warning of not only how to advertise your film, but also what actually happens when you listen to fans. So I'm going to go into my personal history on this one, as I have a lot to say. Now, I didn't even know this film existed until I saw Transformers Rise of the Beasts last year. I was looking up things about Transformers, and that's when I saw this. At first I was like, oh wait, they're making an animated Transformers movie? Holy shit, it took them long enough. Then I saw the voice cast. And then got angry. I mean, Chris Hemsworth, Scarlett Johansson, Keegan-Michael Key. The only one I didn't mind was Brian Tyree Henry. Already, I was starting to worry about the film, especially since I had just seen Transformers Rise of the Beasts and how I heavily disliked it. I was worrying about the franchise. Jumping to April 18th of this year when the trailer came out, my fears were made more apparent, with designs that I thought were terrible, but also a 3-minute trailer basically highlighting all the worst parts of the movie and painting it like a shitty kids film. Safe to say, I was pissed. Like, my friends were genuinely scared because of the amount of ranting I did about that trailer that day. It made me think, we're finally getting an animated Transformers film and it's going to be this shit? The designs look terrible. The jokes are only ones that would make a 5-year-old laugh. Chris Hemsworth can't decide whether or not he's doing a Peter Cullen impression, and Bumblebee is fucking annoying. Why does Paramount keep letting people constantly fuck up Transformers? However, more and more clips of it were being released, showing more of what the actual tone of the film would be. 2 more trailers were released that better fit the film they were actually marketing. Hell, even early reviews from people who were able to see the film months early, assuring people that it was nothing like that first trailer. So, I caved. I went to an early access screening on September 14th of this year, and I loved it. Not only loved it, but it is my favorite film from this year. Period. I imagine the quick 180 of my opinion on this film seriously confused my friends, but nonetheless, I'm glad I saw it. You could read this as a sign to not fully judge a film before it comes out, yes. However, I think most people already do that, and this film suffered. This was actually the second cheapest Transformers film to make, with a budget of $75 million. It was also the second lowest grossing Transformers film. It grossed $129.4 million. Now, there are definitely a couple of factors to this. However, the marketing is probably the biggest one and the one most people jump to, including myself. That first trailer was genuinely so bad, I'd be surprised if the people at Paramount's marketing department still have a job after that. The second big one is just the fact that general audiences don't really care about Transformers anymore. Bumblebee was a sleeper hit that really only succeeded due to word of mouth. Rise of the Beasts seriously underperformed at the box office, with a lot of fans being overall disappointed with it. And now, this is the conclusion. This film had basically everything that fans have been asking for years. A film that's fully animated, a film that takes place entirely on Cybertron, a film with no human side characters that no one cares about. This film is basically what a lot of Transformers fans actually wanted. And of course, it's the second lowest grossing movie in the entire franchise. This is also the first theatrically released animated Transformers movie since 1986. 38 goddamn years. There were so many people upset about how badly this film was doing, including the one we know as the TF1 hype guy. He single-handedly did more free marketing for this film than Paramount could have dreamed of. In damn near every comment section you find on Twitter, he'd be there talking about how you should see Transformers 1. It got to a point where when Transformers was trending on the Rule 34 website, he used that to his advantage. This guy was insane. But alas, his efforts were fruitless. Not only did the movie bomb, but it bombed so hard that Hasbro is reconsidering making films on their properties with Paramount. So I don't know what's happening with Transformers Cross G.I. Joe or whatever the fuck it'll be called. So we're definitely not getting Transformers 2 or whatever that would be called. This entire situation makes me so genuinely sad as a Transformers fan. We finally got a Transformers film that almost the entire fandom had been begging for, and when we finally got it, it was rejected by the general audience for the most part. Nothing could have saved that movie at that point. Now onto the film itself. I've already made it clear that I love it. The voice cast wasn't nearly as bad as I was expecting. I mean, I still found Bumblebee annoying, but hey, what can you do? Chris Hemsworth's American accent sounded a bit off at times, but the slow morph from his Orion Pax voice to something sounding a lot closer to Peter Cullen's Optimus Prime voice was really good. Brian Tyree Henry as D16/Megatron. Holy shit, this needs to be its own section. Performances like this are the reason I'm mad there's no Best Voice Actor/Actress category at the Academy Awards. This performance is genuinely so good. The transition between Chris Hemsworth's Orion Pax to Optimus Prime was good, but Brian Tyree Henry's transition from the jovial-sounding D16 to the menacing Megatron? perfection. I wish we had more clips of him in the recording booth recording his lines, because it was magnificent. I'll admit, Scarlett Johansson's performance didn't really work for me at times. She kind of felt like one of those celebrity animated movie hires. You know, the ones where they just cast big names for the sake of the poster and or marketing. But she wasn't terrible. Another highlight for me was Steve Buscemi as Starscream. At first, it sounded weird to me, but then when the fight between him and Megatron happened, and his voice module got all screwy, I liked it. It's obviously no Christopher Collins, but it was definitely trying to evoke that feeling. I'm going to address what's probably my main criticism, and that is, funnily enough, D16's descent into villainy. I find it was just a little too quick. It was like a switch just went off in his head, and suddenly he was ready to kill a motherfucker. I think it would have worked just a little bit better if he was in the same denial state that all the other characters were in, and his first sign to Orion Pax that something was wrong was when he takes the recording of Sentinel Prime, voiced by John Hamm, and just goes,
I got it.
I personally think it would have been a lot more impactful of like, why is he acting like an asshole all of a sudden, rather than a whole monologue about how he wants Sentinel to die. I have a few others, but they're a lot more personal and border on being nitpicks. The first one, Starscream being the leader of the Cybertronian High Guard, which will become the Decepticons. The reason being because of his other appearances, primarily G1. I personally prefer the idea of him wanting to be the leader of the Decepticons out of his own ego. He just wants to be the leader because he can. I personally don't really like how it's recontextualized as being how he might think he's the rightful leader as he was doing at first and for much longer. Granted, that's also with the assumption that Transformers 2 was going to go in a similar direction to the G1 cartoon. So I'll admit, this is all purely speculation. The last nitpick I have is regarding the art style. I'm still not the biggest fan of it, mainly involving their weird metallic teeth and tongues. What is it with Paramount and giving things weird-looking teeth? Okay, I will give them this. I do appreciate how the art style is still based on G1 for the most part. I say for the most part because I think this film would have done even worse if they used G1 Orion Pax. Plus, this franchise has also been really bad about giving us modernized version of the G1 designs aside from Bumblebee, which I think barely counts. I'm glad things like the Matrix of Leadership is based on G1 and not whatever the fuck this thing was. But there's some redesigns I don't mind also, mainly the Quintessons. Probably my only criticism is the fact that now we have to ask why they're called Quintessons in this version, as the original was because they had 5 faces, but that's a minor nitpick. I also think the animation in general is fantastic. There wasn't many points where I was like, oh, yeah, that looks off. Not to mention the way they animate the action sequences was just amazing. No more of the choppy editing and trying to figure out who the fuck was fighting who. You know who was fighting who, and you know what they're doing. You can actually enjoy the action. I'm also glad they didn't go too hard with a lot of the references. Like sometimes you'll see other G1 characters like Jazz, Wheeljack, RC, Sideswipe, etc., but it was never so in your face most of the time. The only reference I groaned at was when Alita 1 said,
"Light up that wall! Let's go! 10 seconds!"
Happy to take the lead today, Captain. Feeling like I have enough power in me to drill down and touch Primus myself.
You don't have the touch or the power.
Which, if you're unaware, is a reference to the original Transformers movie from 1986. Those are the lyrics of the song The Touch by Stan Bush, which was actually made specifically for that movie, and also made an appearance in Bumblebee, for some reason. I'll give Transformers 1 a 9 out of 10. This was a wonderful way to celebrate Transformers' 40th anniversary, and it's a shame that almost nobody saw this film outside of dedicated fans. Wolves. Yes, you heard that correctly. It's not wolves, it's wolves. I thought this was okay. I'll be honest, I only saw it because John Watts directed it, and I thought the plot looked interesting. There were quite a few times where I felt pretty bored, although the banter between George Clooney and Brad Pitt was quite funny, especially the one at the end where George pretended like he got shot just to fuck with Brad. I'll give Wolves a 6 out of 10. An alright movie that I probably won't go out of my way to rewatch, but I didn't hate it. The Substance. This film feels like a horrifying combination of Stanley Kubrick and David Cronenberg. It is not afraid to wear its influences on its sleeves, as a lot of the shots and set design feels like it was ripped right out of The Shining. I really enjoyed this film, although I should probably say that I did think it felt just a tad too long, but granted, I find most horror films over 2 hours to be tiresome, mainly because you start getting used to the horror, so that probably didn't help much. I also totally get the criticism that this film isn't subtle in its messaging, but I'd like to counterpoint that with its satire. I think satire shouldn't be subtle, because if it is, people might not realize it's satire. This film is very in-your-face on what it's about, and it's very unapologetic. That's also why characters like Harvey, played by Dennis Quaid, is so cartoony in what he does. This film knows what it's trying to say, and it's going to be very loud about it. The practical effects are fantastic. Even just the simple things like Elizabeth's finger after the slight misuse is really well done. But I think the main spectacle is what the film calls Monstra Elizasu. That is certainly an effect. If this film doesn't win Best Makeup and Hairstyling, then I will riot. I should also mention the performances, mainly Elizabeth, played by Demi Moore, and Sue, played by Margaret Qualley. The way they have to do this balancing act of technically playing the same character, but acting like they're technically different people, great. Demi Moore specifically is absolutely fantastic, and I can't wait when she'll be inevitably overlooked during Oscars season, because the Oscars do not respect horror movies. Also, on a slight side note, but am I the only one that thinks it's kind of funny how many people kind of proved this film's point? Since this film has come out, I've seen so many posts about Margaret Qualley, and more specifically, edits. Did y'all, not get it? Even before I saw the movie, I knew what it was about. It's not like the marketing was subtle about it either. I'll give The Substance a 9 out of 10. I genuinely think this is Best Picture material, but again, the Oscars don't really respect horror movies, so I'd be surprised if it even gets a nomination. The Wild Robot. I'm so mad at myself for skipping this one in theaters. I could have seen this and Transformers 1? Shit, that would have been amazing! I'll say this though, if Transformers 1 had to fail for this one to do well, then so be it. Plus, I imagine it could help shut up the Hollywood doesn't have any original ideas anymore crowd. Okay, yeah, it was based on a book, but shh. Actually, I should probably mention that I've never read any of the books, so I can't comment on how accurate it is. But since this was directed by Chris Sanders, who was one of the people who directed the original How to Train Your Dragon, I imagine any changes they did make may have been for the better. I really enjoyed this film. I thought the art style was extremely nice to look at. I love how recently DreamWorks has been experimenting a little bit more with their art styles, especially after Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Hell, even Dogman is a different art style than what seems to be their usual vibe. Not only was the art style really good with a nice contrast between nature and technology, but also the animation itself is nice. I love how smoothly Roz, voiced by Lupita Nyong'o, moves in the beginning as if to really only adapt to her surroundings, but as the film goes on, she becomes more expressive in her movements, almost as if she's conveying emotions, even if it's only at a subconscious level. However, that would work with robots. I think it's extremely telling that the first trailer released for this film had little to no dialogue and was purely to gaze at the scenery and the beautiful visuals this film has to offer. This film is worth watching from the visuals alone. It's fucking insane, especially after hearing how this film only had a budget of $78 million. Seriously, guys, please pay your animators. They're clearly capable of doing amazing work. Can I also mention the music? Because, holy shit. Chris Bowers' score is fucking phenomenal. You may recognize his music from that god-awful MCU Secret Invasion show last year. There are so many scenes where there's little to no dialogue and they're just letting the breathtaking visuals and score do all the heavy lifting. I love when films, especially animated ones, do that. The performances are also great. I already thought Pedro Pascal was a great actor, but I was worried that he was just another celebrity hire so they could put him all over the marketing. But no, he gives a genuinely touching performance, and this showed me he could also be a great voice actor as well. Mandalorian doesn't count. Lupita Nyong'o's performance as Roz was also quite good. I mentioned before how you'd think playing a robot character would be easy, because you could just be monotone the entire time. That is the case here, for the first 40 to 50 minutes maybe. After that, it starts evolving and starts to sound, for lack of a better word, human. There's a lot of great aspects of this film, and I'm not even kidding when I say that it should win Best Animated Feature. Yes, I do prefer Transformers 1, but not only do I think it has a lot less likely chance to even be nominated, it'll definitely have a lot less likely chance of winning. Even then, I think we all know that it'll probably just go to Inside Out 2, because if there's anything the Academy respects less than horror, it's animation. I'll give The Wild Robot a 9 out of 10. Please give this one a watch if you haven't already. October. Joker Folie 2. Yes, I did have to look up how to pronounce it because I don't speak French. Also, it never occurred to me to translate what it was called until now, because I'll admit, if they kept it as Joker Madness for 2, that would have been a little better if you ask me. Now I know all the attention this film has gotten, so I'm sure that you're ready to hear me tear this one apart, right? Given how I'm a major DC fan? No. I won't do that. Because I actually liked this film. I liked it. I liked it. So help me God, I liked it. As I was watching it, I just remember thinking to myself, this is what people were getting so worked up about? I remember back in June of 2022 when this was first announced, the collective reaction was just, huh? I even remember the next day when I was at school and I heard everyone talking about it. Even people I never thought even liked DC. It was such a shock that not only was Joker getting a sequel, not only was it going to have Harley Quinn, who was going to be played by Lady Gaga, but it was also going to be a musical? At the time, they never actually specified that it would be a jukebox musical, a musical comprised of licensed songs. While I was watching it, I remember thinking to myself, why is it that everyone despises this movie so much, especially enough to get a lower score than Madam Web on CinemaScore? I tried to stay away from spoilers because I was so curious about this film. Really, the only thing I knew was the ending and how a lot of Harley Quinn stuff was cut out, but also how this film ruined the first one. That last part actually intrigued me. I remember thinking, what could possibly happen that not only could it ruin the first film, but also made people start entirely hating it? There was actually one part where I thought I found out what people were talking about. It was when they were leaning more into the fact that Joker might be a separate entity from Arthur Fleck, played by Joaquin Phoenix, how Arthur may have some form of DID. Then I remember thinking, that actually gives a good explanation for Arthur being an unreliable narrator. But it was at the ending when I found out why people thought that way, because it kind of seemed like a double whammy of fuck you. Actually, that's something I found really interesting about this film. The entire thing just seems like one big fuck you to people who saw the first one, whether they enjoyed it or not. Oh, you thought the last film was just a Scorsese ripoff? Fuck you, here's a complete shift in tone and genre. Oh, you idolized Arthur Fleck and his actions in the last film? Fuck you, here's an entire film explaining why you're wrong and should feel ashamed. I'd also like to address how they cut out a lot of the Harley Quinn stuff. You can definitely tell in the final film. I mean, you call the film Madness for 2 and barely focus on one of those two. Plus, it seemed like the stuff they cut out would have been very interesting. More interesting than what we actually got. The most annoying thing about this film is you could probably cut every single song out of the film and it changes almost nothing. See, the problem with jukebox musicals, you're not writing the music. You have to not only find a song that fits your narrative, but also might have to do some retooling in case the song doesn't fit one-to-one with your story. There is almost no reason for every single song choice in this film, and I swear they happen at the most random points, and that they're very few and far between. I get that it's slightly more realistic so that these are songs that Arthur may have heard on the radio or something, but I feel like if it's just its own proper musical, it would have been a lot more coherent. Plus, we know sometimes Joker likes his musical numbers every now and again. Probably the last thing I'll mention is one scene that just made me feel generally uncomfortable. The guard scene. If you've seen the film, then you know what I'm talking about. I don't want to explain what is implied to have happened, as not only will it probably get my video taken down, but it also just makes me feel gross. I know these two films showcased how dour life can be sometimes, really capturing what it may feel like when we're at our lowest points. But this felt excessive. This felt like they wanted to do it for shock value. This felt like they wanted to do it to get even darker. It clashes so much with the rest of the movie and makes me wonder why it had to be kept, but all the Harley Quinn stuff had to be cut. I'll give Joker Folie 2 a 6.5 out of 10. Also, someone needed to tell Lee Gill that he was doing Joker 2 because holy shit, his scene alone bumped this film up. God damn. Terrifier 3. From one psychotic clown to another. Except this film is 100% better. There's no doubting that. I also love how Art the Clown, played by David Howard Thornton, has basically become a Halloween icon, or at least for the last 2 years. I find that amusing and strange, considering what kind of films these are. Speaking of which, I'm just going to come right out and say it. This is the best in the series. Mainly because the first film barely felt like a film. The best way that I can describe it is that it feels like a 15-minute short film stretched to 80 minutes. Note that I haven't actually seen the original Terrifier short film. I also think it's a step up from the second one, because even though the second one actually feels like it's a proper narrative, it's just a bit too long, and I think it would have benefited from having another editor on board. This one, however, is basically what I was hoping from Terrifier 2, further expanding the lore, making it feel like an actual movie, and just overall more enjoyable. This film did that, and then some. Another thing I quite like is that this trilogy feels like one big narrative. Terrifier 2 picks up right where Terrifier 1 left off, and Terrifier 3 picks up, for the most part, right where Terrifier 2 left off. It actually kind of feels like one big story, instead of just having tangentially related stories like other slasher films. Friday the 13th. Damn, I think I have something in my throat. I also think some of the lore drops in this film were interesting. I'll say this, I'm personally not the biggest fan of it going fully supernatural. I kind of preferred when Art was just a normal psychopath, but this was really interesting. It also fully explained why Victoria, played by Samantha Scafidi, killed Monica Brown in the first one, and how Art survived after being killed in both films. Some of the kills in this one were great too. I don't think anything was quite on the level of the bedroom kill from the first one. I'm not going to elaborate for many reasons, but a lot of these were pretty good. The main standouts were the rat kill and the shower kills. Great special effects that, for the most part, didn't really look fake, unlike the last two where there were definitely times that you could tell. I'll give Terrifier 3 a 7 out of 10. Glad we're getting another slasher icon. Kinda getting sick of the main 5, and I can't wait for Terrifier 4. Venom: The Last Dance. While I didn't hate this film, or really any of the other Venom films for that matter, I'm just glad this is over. I hate how this version of Venom is the one that's more well known in the public eye, and was also the movie that gave Sony the wrong impression of, just throw a Spider-Man villain in there, it'll be fine. And how's that going for you? The annoying thing about this film is it isn't as overly serious as the first one, but it also isn't as cartoony as the second one. It's just right there in the middle. It's kind of the worst of both worlds. I'm more privy to the pure silliness of Let There Be Carnage, so naturally I was a little disappointed that they decided to take a step back and be more serious. Another thing I found annoying about this film is the fact that it needlessly overcomplicated the lore. Like, why introduce Null like he's going to be a big deal and then just never really use him except for revealing his face at the end? Not to mention how it treated the post-credit scene of Spider-Man No Way Home, which is still the most bullshit part of that movie. It felt incredibly underwhelming, and now we know for a fact these movies aren't going to lead up to anything. Best case scenario, we get Null in one of the MCU movies somehow, but I don't think the current Sony/Marvel deal would let that happen. They basically dropped the big bad and then just peaced out. I'm just so fucking sick of these movies, and I'm so glad they're finally over. What was that? They're planning on rebooting it? Did you guys learn nothing? How is this your fucking takeaway? Jesus Christ! Just give that shit to Marvel at this point! Holy fuck! I'll give Venom: The Last Dance a 6.5 out of 10. November. Red One. How was this film made? What convinced Amazon/MGM that this not only needed to be written, be greenlit, get shot, have computer-generated imagery, edited, and then sent out to theaters? What was it about this fever dream of a Hollywood blockbuster that they thought, yeah, we'll put that out? The fact this got a theatrical release and not Roadhouse is a fucking crime. I'm just gonna come right out and say it. I actually liked this movie, but it was ironically. There is no way in hell I think this was a genuinely good movie quality-wise. The script alone tells me this shit is ass, but that's why I liked it. After a certain point, I just went along with the silliness and turned my brain off. Oh, there's this agency that specializes in supernatural phenomena, like Santa and other holiday-related creatures? Sure, why not? There's a giant talking polar bear who fights people by throwing them at each other? Fine. There's giant snowmen that can be defeated by taking the carrots out of their faces? Why am I even questioning this? The Rock and Krampus have a slapping match? Why the hell not? You get it at this point. It's insane. I should also mention that I was genuinely planning on seeing it in theaters, again, because it looked ridiculous, but funnily enough, I was too busy working on this video. I watched it when it premiered on Amazon Prime. I think the acting in this film, though, is horrendous. You can tell The Rock doesn't want to be here, and if you've heard the behind-the-scenes drama, that makes sense. Chris Evans is clearly just here to have fun and nothing else. Lucy Liu is clearly only here for a paycheck, and Kiernan Shipka is actually trying to play against type as Gryla, but it really doesn't work here. What sucks is she can genuinely turn in good performances. Well, from what I've seen anyway. The VFX at times are also so goddamn bad. Especially the ending, because yikes. I get that we're living in a time where CGI artists are being stretched across like 10 projects at a time, but goddamn, they couldn't give these artists more time? Why not let them have slightly more time so you can release it in early December instead of mid-November? For some reason. I'll give Red One a 7 out of 10. I literally only watched this one because I watched it with my family. Also, J.K. Simmons as Santa was more than enough to convince me. Gladiator II. Was 2024 just the year of sequels to movies that didn't need sequels, but people were trying to get them made for like 20 plus years anyway? First it was Beverly Hills Cop Axel F, then Twisters, then Beetlejuice Beetlejuice, and now this. I know it wasn't intentional, but I find it hilarious that this was a year full of that. Okay, I should probably be entirely honest. I'm personally not the biggest fan of the first Gladiator. Not to say it's a bad film, but out of the big three films that Ridley Scott directed, those being Alien, Blade Runner, and obviously Gladiator, I thought it was the weakest of those three. I know this film has been in development hell for a long time with so many different story ideas, scripts, and writers just being thrown around on this film. So what did we get? A film that kind of just felt like a repeat of the first one, but worse. Okay, that might be a bit of an over-exaggeration, but the fact that the main character's love interest got killed in like the first 10 minutes, like in the original, I knew we were in trouble. At least the action scenes were fun, though. I know there's the infamous shark bit, but some of the other stuff was interesting too. Even though, can I just say, the VFX are strangely terrible at times. Not only for the animals, but also for things like, for example, ships being torn apart. There were times where I was like, what happened here? At least the performances were good. Paul Mescal was fine in the main role. Pedro Pascal was good. Denzel Washington was great. Even Joseph Quinn put in a great performance, even if he's hamming it up a bit. I don't have much else to say about this film. I get why people like it, but it wasn't for me. I'll give Gladiator II a 6 out of 10. Watchmen. Now I should probably explain a few things. Much like Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths, this was released in several parts, although this one only had 2, thank God. They were also released quite far apart from each other, Chapter 1 being released in August, and Chapter 2 being released in November. Much like Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths, I'm just counting the release date of the final part as when I'm reviewing it, also because it's clearly one big story. However, I will constantly refer to it as the animated Watchmen. The 2008 motion comic doesn't count. Now, guilty confession. I haven't fully read the original Watchmen graphic novel. I own it, but I only read what I think was about a third of it before getting caught up in other things. And even then, it was like 2 years ago. What I have seen was the adaptation by Zack Snyder. Like 5 years ago. I definitely preferred this version over that one. The main one just being, I don't really like Zack Snyder's style all that much, and I found it doesn't fit Watchmen. Not to mention the action scenes going against one of the main themes in the original graphic novel. Probably one of the biggest problems for me, and I admit this is entirely personal, is I didn't really like the art style. I find most attempts at 3D trying to look like 2D to be very poor, and very rarely is it actually done well. This was not when it was done well. It's so painfully obvious that it's 3D, that at that point, just make it 2D. It would be more like the original comic anyway. Maybe not the art style they went with for Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths, though. Those bulky lines probably wouldn't have fit either. Overall, I think this is a fine enough adaptation. While I don't really understand why this had to be remade, aside from what I can assume is the loud minority of people who outright hate the Snyder version, I do prefer it to that one. Not only do I feel like it's better paced, despite it technically being longer than the theatrical cut of Snyder's, but I also feel like because it's animated, I think it fits the style of the original comic more, even if that animation is 3D and not 2D. I'll give The Animated Watchmen an 8 out of 10. Give this a watch if you haven't already. December. Werewolves. If you don't know what this film is, I can't say I blame you. It got a very limited release from my understanding, so there's a very real possibility that you didn't even know that it exists. So essentially, the basic idea that's plastered in all the reviews and stuff is that it's basically The Purge with werewolves. I'm going to assume that at the time of this video releasing, the film has ended its theatrical run and isn't available on digital yet. So if you're interested, even in the slightest, I'd turn away now. I know I already gave a spoiler warning at the beginning of the video, but trust me, this is when you're going to want to sit out for now until it gets an official release online. So when I first heard about this film, it was actually when some of the first look photos were released. Apparently this film had been in development for a few years, but I somehow never knew about it until that point. The idea intrigued me, and I remember thinking to myself, that sounds kinda dumb. When can I see it? Now, because I actually live in Canada, I never actually knew if there was going to be a release here. In fact, it wasn't even until like a week or two before it was even supposed to come out when the theater I go to actually had a listing for the film. And even then, tickets weren't available until like 3 days prior. Thanks, guys. So now that I've actually seen it, this was written the day it came out, to be clear, what did I think of it? I'm so glad I watched it, as not only did it exceed my expectations, but I also feel like because of how limited the release feels, and how I've literally heard no buzz about it except for the odd mention from YouTube reviewers or whatever, it felt kind of refreshing to be the only person I knew that had not only heard of the film, but actually was able to see it in theaters. Honestly, I hope this film gets more recognition. I'm not going to pretend like it's thought-provoking cinema. Oh dear God, no. But I think it's cool now that we get theatrical films like this where a big focus is on the practical effects, but also for werewolves as a whole, because I can't recall what the last major werewolf film release was. The last one I can think of doesn't even count, as it was an independent film that was really only shown in Canada. I'm going to go into some of my criticisms. I'll try to keep it brief, but I feel like I have to bring them up. The main ones are not really about the story, but how the film itself was done. It's more the technical aspect. Now, there's a chance this could have just been my showing and that I'm talking out of my ass here, but I could have sworn there were many scenes that felt like they weren't focused properly. I don't know who the focus puller was, but I personally think there was just something off there. Another big one was how there were so many shots that had lens flares. I'm not exactly sure how I could describe it, but it was a little distracting at times. The editing was also a bit janky at times, especially in the last 15 minutes or so. But for films like this, I unfortunately expect it. I also think there were times where it seemed like it jumped continuity by a bit. Like sometimes it seemed like a character would jump position, so there was that too. Now to go into criticism that's a little bit more story/character related. Probably the most broad one, I found most of the acting to be subpar. Now, I know that's not saying a lot due to not only the lower budget of the film, but also because it's basically a horror film, but I found most people who weren't Frank Grillo were only okay. I also found Ilfenesh Hadera's performance as Lucy not that great, especially during some of the more intense scenes. It wasn't enough to fully take me out of the movie, but it was enough to make me think, I don't think this is working the way it's supposed to. I also think the character of Cody was underused. They clearly tried setting him up as some sort of antagonist, probably a secondary one to all the werewolves. However, all that happens to him is he gets a fridge thrown at him, I'm being serious, and then turns because that fridge broke a hole through a wall which exposed him to the full moon. I was maybe expecting a scene with him where he just goes fully nuts and either tries to sacrifice the protagonist to the werewolves, or was just trying to kill the protagonist because he thinks they'll become werewolves. That didn't happen though, unfortunately. The writing in general is also pretty bad at times. Sometimes it'll be characters stating the obvious when there's no need to, or it'll be lines where it makes you think that maybe there should have been another draft of the script to make some scenes sound more natural. Okay, now for the positives. I think the first act is great. It actually does an incredibly good job at building suspense for when the moon rises, and it didn't even occur to me until after the movie was finished that they didn't show any flashbacks to what happened in year one, as they call it. You may not know exactly what happened, but you can tell that it was clearly bad enough that this was the result a year later when it'll happen again. Like, even that first part where they actually show that the moon has risen, it's just filled with tension, especially if you saw the trailers. I'm honestly impressed at how well it was done. The music in this film was also strangely incredible. Granted, it's done by the Newton brothers who worked on the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, but also this year's X-Men '97, a great show by the way. Yeah, there were a few times where maybe the music was a little too overpowering for the scene it was in, but there were some other scenes where the music went way harder than it needed to. I also think that the practical effects are great. Granted, it's done by the same team who worked on some of the Alien films and some of the Predator films, but it's still amazing. Sometimes you can see the limits of the practical effects, mainly when they have to start running, but it's cool how we can still get great practical effects when the rest of the industry basically uses CGI as a crutch. The designs for the werewolves are also quite cool. Now, it could have been incredibly easy to just make like 2-3 of the suits and just reuse them for different shots and call it a day, but some of them are incredibly unique. Like, for example, Cody. He had 3 stripes of war paint on his face that remained on his werewolf form. There was also an instance of a werewolf having a bit of dyed fur. It's cool how this film actually acknowledged what the person may have looked like before they turned, like whatever clothes they were wearing, or some of them still having jewelry and such. I will say, though, that some of the CGI doesn't look that good in this film. In fact, I'd say most of it doesn't look that good. There's like one moment that I can recall where it was at least decent, and it was when a werewolf was going to pounce on the main characters. Basically, everything else looks subpar at best and just god-awful at worst. I think the worst instance of it was in the last 15 minutes during a very important transformation. Something that I also thought was kind of fun about this film is that it's more of an action horror film. In fact, I'd argue it's more action than a horror. I'm not saying that as a bad thing, to be clear. I'm just stating it as I know some people have preferences when it comes to that sort of thing. But I feel like it's worth mentioning because of that ending. Holy fucking shit. So the ending has it so Dr. Wesley Marshall, played by Frank Grillo, goes out into the moonlight to transform into a werewolf. To fight Cody in his werewolf form. I'm not even kidding. I was laughing my ass off in my theater because I thought the film was going to be dumb, but not this dumb. The fight was edited like shit, but I didn't even care. I was still in shock that the film really went there. In case you can't tell, I really liked this film. Sure, it's got its problems, but it was a lot better than I was expecting. I'm hoping it does well, because I honestly wouldn't mind a sequel or even a prequel. Hell, it could even be titled Werewolves Year 1, as this film's title was originally Year 2 before it was changed to this generic shit. This film honestly feels like something you would have rented from Blockbuster like 30-ish years ago. Hell, even the cover looks like something you'd find on a VHS tape from Blockbuster. I'm saying this as a compliment, to be clear. I'll give Werewolves an 8 out of 10. I feel like it's not going to be for everybody. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if I'm in the minority of people who like it, but I implore you to at least give it a chance whenever it becomes officially available, if it isn't already by the time this video is released. The Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim. I remember when I first heard about this film and just thinking, not only are we getting another Lord of the Rings film, but it's going to be animated? It wasn't until much later when I actually heard anything about it again, and it was when we started getting first looks at it. See, when I thought it was going to be animated, I thought it was just going to be generic Hollywood animation. I did not expect it to not only be 2D, but in the style of anime. I'm just going to be completely upfront on this. The fact this film is in this style is the only noteworthy thing to mention. Because it's not a choice I expected, but it's not one that I think would completely ruin Middle-earth. I mean, Rings of Power exists, and that's still live action. I mean, I guess there's also a random cameo from Saruman in this film. For some reason, it's probably just to make it extra clear that this is canon to the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings films. And before you ask, no, it's not an AI Christopher Lee. It's archival audio that they used, which is honestly probably one of the most respectful ways to go if you have to use Christopher Lee. Either way, it's incredibly unnecessary for both story reasons and moral reasons. I'll give The Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim a 6 out of 10. Not really worth watching if you ask me. Sonic the Hedgehog 3. So if you recall, this was actually my most anticipated film of 2024. The reason being that not only do I love the Sonic franchise, but there was also a promise of Shadow. Shadow the Hedgehog is my favorite Sonic character and has been ever since I was 7 years old. There's a lot about this film I liked, and a lot I didn't. I'm just going to come right out and say it. I think I prefer Sonic 2. Not that this one was bad, far from it, but I probably overhyped myself for it. I actually saw it with a bunch of friends, and they all seemed to love it more than me. They're casual fans of Sonic, to be clear. I'm glad that I'm actually in the minority of people who thought this was fine. Well, fine, considering my expectations. I will say, though, I think this film does Sonic Adventure 2's story better than Sonic Adventure 2. I say that because if you're at all aware of Sonic Adventure 2's development, then you know that the story isn't exactly told the way it should have been. There's a lot of elements that may not make a lot of sense, and the reason being, it was translated more than once. It was written in English, translated to Japanese, then translated into English again. See, the thing about translating something several times, it's bound to get things wrong. So that's why there's story beats in the original that probably just don't make any sense. But here, it's handled incredibly well. Like, I'm genuinely shocked at how well they handled this story, as it's very easy to fuck up. I'm just gonna get it out of the way. Shadow, voiced by Keanu Reeves, is handled beautifully. I was actually quite scared at what they were gonna do. I say that because after Sonic Adventure 2, Shadow basically became a shell of himself. Granted, that was kind of the point at a certain time, but still, to this day, I don't think there has been anything in the Sonic games that actually made Shadow feel special or important, or even well-rounded like Sonic Adventure 2. Another concern was that he was going to be just a repeat of what happened with Knuckles in Sonic Movie 2. Now yes, it does still end with Sonic and Shadow teaming up, but it wasn't because he was betrayed like Knuckles. It was realizing that he repeated the thing that still haunted him and realized what he was doing was against what the person he was avenging wanted. Shadow's backstory is actually handled insanely well. In Sonic Adventure 2, we only see bits and pieces of Shadow and Maria, but here, there's plenty of points where they focus on Shadow's past with Maria, played by Lila Brown, who was also in Sting and Furiosa this year. I was definitely in that camp of, I'm gonna cheer when Maria dies. However, as the film went on, I realized they were actually getting me to care about Maria. See, I knew it was coming. I feel like even someone who doesn't know the games could guess that. But still, the moment she was killed, I actually felt something. I wasn't expecting to actually think, oh shit, she's dead. Oh, that's fucked up. Something I also love is that Live and Learn from Sonic Adventure 2 was a musical leitmotif for Shadow, especially since that song is literally about Shadow. Although I still think its use was lacking at points, like I was genuinely hoping that it would have at least a whole verse. But no, it has like 2 tiny bits of Johnny Joelli's vocals, but that's it. Granted, it's also my favorite Sonic song, so yeah, naturally I'm gonna be a bit biased. I'd also like to mention Keanu Reeves' performance as Shadow. Now, I was definitely in the camp that he should voice Shadow. I will say this, though. There were definitely some points where it felt like some of his line reads were wooden and flat. Some of the emotional scenes worked, but there were some lines where I was like, really? That was the best take you had? It's overall fine, though, and I hope he can expand this role in future projects. Like a possible Shadow spin-off movie, wink wink nudge nudge Paramount and Sega? Another element I was skeptical about was Gerald Robotnik. So I admit, I'm a bit mixed on Jim Carrey as Ivo Robotnik, so when I saw that not only was he Gerald, but it seemed like he would do the same shtick, yeah, I was insanely worried. However, he was also handled well in this, and much better than in Sonic Adventure 2. See, the thing about Gerald Robotnik in Sonic Adventure 2 is, he kinda comes the fuck out of nowhere, but in this, his motivation feels real. It also explains why his antics are similar to Robotnik's. That monologue he has with Robotnik and explaining to him why he wants to kill a lot of people was heartbreaking. That line delivery of, but you're not Maria, or whatever the line was, like, god damn it, man. I also love how it gave Robotnik of all characters an emotional arc. That actually makes it so he winds up saving the world. That teary goodbye he gives to Agent Stone, played by Lee Majdoub, was just wonderful, and I'm so sad they didn't even kiss once. Like, come on guys, 0 out of 10, you know what you did! No, but in all seriousness, I'm surprised at how well they made it work. Now, can we please just let Robotnik stay dead this time? To move on to a different topic, I think the anger Sonic, voiced by Ben Schwartz, showcases in this film was really good. I remember even having ideas of Shadow doing something to piss off Sonic this much, and it's wonderful. Especially when it leads to both Sonic and Shadow having basically a Dragon Ball fight. It was glorious. Overall, I think my biggest criticism is the humor. I found most of it didn't work for me, especially some of the stuff with the two Robotniks. The moment they made a fourth wall breaking joke, I remember thinking, oh god, are we really going there? A lot of the jokes were stuff I expected from the Sonic franchise, so I knew it was going to be dumb. Before we move on to our final film, yes, I've really been yapping for that long, I should mention those post-credit scenes. Now, I'll get the small one out first. Shadow survived his fall to Earth. We kind of expected that, as we not only heard that there would be plans for Shadow down the line, but also because he's a fan favorite. The second one... Holy shit, we have Metal Sonic and Amy Rose! Now, I was 100% in the camp that we would get Silver, but I get why you'd want to save that. I still got ideas on how that would work out, though. Now, just one thing. We already know Sonic 4 is coming. It's said to come out in 2027, and I'm glad they're giving it time to breathe. Can we not do the Sonic Adventure 1 to Sonic Heroes nonsense with Amy? You know, where she's so obsessed with Sonic that she's a borderline stalker and psychopath? Like, this is something that I feel like you'd have to handle with care because of how poorly it was done in the past. I'll give Sonic the Hedgehog 3 a 7.5 out of 10. The fact that the Knuckles show is only important for one scene in this film is actually hilarious. Nosferatu 2024. Robert Eggers. He's a very interesting director. If you don't know, he's a director who's probably the most well known for doing The Witch and The Lighthouse, period piece horror films that are painstakingly made to be as accurate as possible. That's kind of his thing. So when I heard he was making a remake of Nosferatu, I was curious because of how he made his films. As you also may recall, this was another one of my most anticipated films that I mentioned in my video from last year. Well, now that it's out, what did I think of it? It's good. I should mention that this is the most recent film in this video and thus most likely to spoil for you because of how new it is. If you have any interest, turn the video off now or skip to the next part. The best way I can describe this film, it's probably the most mainstream Robert Eggers film. I don't know if that makes any sense, but let me elaborate. The reason why I say that is, yes, it does have his signature style. You can still very much tell it was directed by him. However, there's a lot of stuff in here that you probably wouldn't expect from a Robert Eggers film. Jump scares. Like, weirdly a lot of them. I mentioned earlier in this video that I hate jump scares. Not only do I think they're cheap, but also how they're rarely done in a meaningful way. I feel like it's the same here. Most, if not every jump scare feels completely predictable. You know exactly when it's going to happen, and you know how it's going to happen. The only one that I genuinely feel wouldn't apply is one near the end of the film, but even then, it's not like we hadn't seen it before. The reason I bring it up is because Robert Eggers rarely used jump scares. The only one that I can really think of is in The Lighthouse. Otherwise, his style is more scaring you with the unknown, the sound design, the music, the general unease you might feel. That's his strong suit. You want to know the worst part? That's still here! In fact, I'd say it's done at its best here, but those goddamn jump scares make it so annoying. Every single time, it's always with that sound that always accompanies jump scares, and I'm like, oh, for Christ's sake, knock it off! Another reason why I say it feels the most mainstream is the dialogue. In case you aren't aware, Robert Eggers is famous, or infamous depending on who you ask, for his painfully accurate dialogue. I say painfully because it can be really hard to understand without captions a lot of the time. But in this film, well, some liberties had to be taken. I say that because, like the original Nosferatu, this film is set in 1830s Germany. All the dialogue is in English. There's still some old-timey sounding phrases, but it's technically not what they would be speaking. But it's the fact you can actually understand most of the dialogue. I say that more jokingly, but still. Now I'm going to move on to the acting. It's great. I don't think there's a bad per se actor in this film. Nicholas Hoult as Thomas Hutter, Lily Rose Depp as Ellen Hutter, Aaron Taylor Johnson as Frederick Harding, Emma Corrin as Anna Harding, Ralph Ineson as Dr. Wilhelm Sievers, Willem Dafoe as Professor Albin Eberhard von Franz, and probably the most interesting performance, Bill Skarsgård as Count Orlok. I love his performance, mainly because of the voice. Granted, I'm pretty sure there's an effect on it, and I'm not talking about the reverb. I also quite like the look of him. I'll say this, though, I understand why his face was kept hidden in the marketing. I say that because you just know people would have nitpicked it to death. Mainly, the mustache. I'm sure this is going to be a big talking point. I wrote this the day it came out, and thus haven't really seen many people's opinion on it. I actually don't mind the mustache. Now, is it different? Sure, but that's also why I think it was done. Plus, in the original Dracula novel, which the original Nosferatu was an unauthorized adaptation of, Dracula is described as having a mustache, so it actually makes sense. When I was in that theater and they kept hiding his face, I remember thinking, does he have a bushy mustache? But at first, I thought it was just the dim lighting hiding his face. But then there's the coffin scene, and nope, big bushy mustache. I'm pivoting to talk about the cinematography because holy crap, the cinematography in this film is great. There are so many interesting shot compositions and camera movement choices, and I love it. The color grading is also good. Normally, I don't like the color grading in Robert Eggers' films, mainly The Witch and The Northman. I think they look too dull and muted. But this film actually feels like it has more color. The night scenes also looked pretty good. They look dark without really hiding much detail, except for when it was necessary, of course. I think this is fully highlighted at the end of the film when the sun rises to kill Count Orlok. The way the brighter color just spills in is incredibly well done. The last thing I'll mention before I move on is the music. The music was done by Robin Carolyn, who previously collaborated with Eggers on his last film, The Northman. I think his music was fantastic here and a real highlight. See, I like Mark Corvin's more atmospheric sounding score for The Witch and the Lighthouse, but this is more my style. I especially love the music that plays at the end of this film. I'll give Nosferatu 2024 a 7.5 out of 10. This film is how you should do a remake. I know I also said that for Roadhouse, but shh. Okay, now to quickly rank all these films. 70. Uglies. A sad excuse of a sci-fi film that feels like a poor man's Hunger Games, and that's coming from someone who doesn't really like the Hunger Games that much. 69. Afraid. A very boring film that seems like a ripoff of the Child's Play remake and Megan, and doing a very bad job at it. 68. Madam Web. A film that literally nobody wanted that feels like a huge slap in the face to Spider-Man fans. 67. The Mousetrap. A film that's clearly banking on the success of Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey with the now public domain Steamboat Willie. 66. Night Swim. A film with an insane premise that is unintentionally hilarious, but is so boring that it feels insulting that it never makes that hilarious premise enjoyable. 65. Borderlands, a film with a very troubled production that's very evident in the final project, not to mention how most of the characters are miscast. 64. Mean Girls 2024, a film that decided to say nothing new and just copy the original Mean Girls, not only making it less funny, but adding bad songs. 63. The Watchers, a film that feels like constant exposition while being very boring to boot. It's certainly an interesting directorial debut for a Shauna Night Shyamalan, but it wasn't for me. 62. Imaginary, a film that despite literally being called imaginary, is not very imaginative and pulls every horror cliche in the book. It's nothing you haven't already seen in a million other horror films. 61. Sting, a film that's just boring, through and through. It's very predictable and some of the references and or puns are just egregious. 60. Despicable Me 4, a film that just reminds me of why I stopped watching these films. It's boring and the humor doesn't really work for me. 59. MaXXXine, a weekend to a trilogy that doesn't have a lot in it for me to care about. I'd rather just rewatch X again. 58. The Strangers Chapter 1, a film that's just a remake of the original Strangers while making everything about that original worse and less suspenseful. 57. Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths, a trilogy of films that I'm counting as one that's just way too long. The first part alone made me question why this had to be a trilogy. 56. The Lord of the Rings The War of the Rohirrim, a film where its anime art style is the most interesting thing to discuss about it. 55. Gladiator II, a film that was in the works for years and doesn't have a lot to show for it if you ask me. 54. Wolves, a film that's carried by its main characters' witty banter with one another. Otherwise, not very entertaining. 53. Trap, a film with a fantastic premise that gets derailed in the second half of it, and causes it to just be aggressively okay. 52. Ricky Stanicky, a film that felt like it had no consequences and probably would have worked better as a kids' film instead of an R-rated comedy. 51. Fly Me to the Moon, a film that asks the question of what if NASA did try to fake the moon landing. It's just a little too long if you ask me, but it's entertaining enough. 50. The First Omen, a prequel that I don't think many people were asking for, and that I felt a little disappointed by. I also think some of the casting decisions were strange. 49. Love Lies Bleeding, a film that I didn't really know what to make of it when I saw it. Probably the most normal A24 film. 48. I.S.S., a film with an interesting premise, but it feels like they didn't understand how to utilize it. 47, Hitman, a film that's so aggressively mediocre I'll probably forget I even watched it soon. 46, Blink Twice, a film that I thought was fine enough but paced a little poorly. Pretty good directorial debut. 45, Longlegs, a film that I think was killed for me with all the hype. Great Nicolas Cage performance made it up for me though. 44, Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 2. Yes, I said what I said, this is ranked higher than Longlegs. Anyways, a film that actually listened to the criticisms of the previous film and built upon it. 43, Argylle, a film so ridiculous that I just bought into its silliness after a certain point. 42, The Beekeeper, another film that's extremely ridiculous and feels like a explain a film plot badly meme. Great performance by Josh Hutcherson though. 41, Joker Folie, a film that I fully understand why people hate it, but for some reason I was enjoying myself with it, except for the main two scenes everybody hates. 40, Venom the Last Dance, a film that randomly decided to introduce a big bad, ignore him for most of the runtime, and kills off one of its main characters. Fuck this version of Venom, I hate it. 39, Kung Fu Panda 4, a fine enough film, but if you think about a lot of the lore implications, it immediately falls apart. 38, Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, a really strange way to celebrate 40 years of Ghostbusters. It's an overstuffed film that feels like it doesn't know what it's trying to be for 75% of it. 37, Bob Marley One Love, a film I liked fine enough, although I think the audio mixing was either poor or the actors mumbled through a lot of their lines, so sometimes it's difficult to understand what some of the characters are saying. 36, The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, a film that I'll probably forget soon because there wasn't a lot for it to stand out to me. 35, Challengers, a very horny film that disguised itself as a tennis film. I think only like 2% of the people who went to go see this actually cared about the plot. 34, Red One, a hilarious film that just serves as a reminder to whatever the hell Hollywood is nowadays. It's generic blockbuster garbage and I thought it was very amusing. 33, Twisters, a film that doesn't really need to exist but it's fine enough, I guess. 32, Beverly Hills Cop Axel F, a film that definitely doesn't need to exist, but I enjoyed my time with it. Also, it doesn't have too much of that remember the good old days shit that I hate so much from legacy sequels. 31, Furiosa, a Mad Max Saga, a film that I maybe would have liked more if it was closer in filmmaking style to Mad Max Fury Road. 30, Monkey Man, an insanely impressive directorial debut for Dev Patel. I can't wait to see what he does in the future. 29, Spaceman, a film that I enjoyed a lot more than I was expecting. Genuinely heartfelt story with interesting imagery. 28, Lisa Frankenstein, a film that I thought was cute even if it was in its own fucked up way. 27, Terrifier 3, a film that actually expanded the lore in a cool way and learned to have much better pace as opposed to its predecessor. 26, Inside Out 2, a film that I thought was fine enough, but I worry it may have taught Pixar and Disney the wrong lesson. 25, If, a film that felt genuinely creative from John Krasinski and also has some really nice moments in it. 24, A Quiet Place Day 1, a film that has a genuinely good emotional story in a world filled with newly created uncertainty and chaos. 23, In a Violent Nature, a slightly different take on the slasher genre that feels genuinely refreshing, even if it's at the expense of turning people off due to its pacing. You can interpret that two ways. 22, Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire, a film that's just fun to watch. Why wouldn't you want to see a giant lizard and a monkey fight another giant lizard and monkey? 21, Beetlejuice Beetlejuice, 30 plus years of development to give us a pretty good sequel to a film that didn't really need one. 20, Deadpool and Wolverine, a film that definitely has its fan service moments, but I think there's enough there to make up for it. 19, Alien Romulus, a film that feels like a giant callback to previous Alien films. It's done well, but it's been done before for the most part. 18, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, a film that I find definitely has some problems for the overall world of this universe, but was still good enough to be a worthy follow-up on the Matt Reeves films. 17, Roadhouse 2024, a remake that's actually better than the original as it is way more interesting on the main character front. 16, Nosferatu 2024, the most mainstream Robert Eggers film that merges interesting ideas and themes from the original Dracula novel left out of the original Nosferatu and puts them back in for an interesting experience. 15, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, a film that's a real treat for Sonic the Hedgehog fans and actually respects the original lore and arguably makes it work better. 14, Immaculate, a film that I quite enjoyed for not only its themes but premise as well. 13, Dune Part 2, a worthy follow-up to the first Dune and gives us interesting expansions to the lore. 12, Watchmen, a film that doesn't really need to exist but I'm glad it does, especially since I don't care for the Snyder version much. 11, Abigail, a very loose adaptation of Dracula's daughter that's just a fucking blast to watch. 10, Civil War, a fantastic film with so many great performances. It's a shame that Alex Garland doesn't want to direct any more films after this. 9. I Saw the TV Glow, a phenomenal film that I probably won't watch again because, holy fuck, man, it's certainly an experience and not a fun one. 8. Boy Kills World, a very stupid but hilarious film that doesn't take itself too seriously, although the third act definitely hinders the film. 7. The Fall Guy, a film that I was sold on for just the concept alone. The film is just really fun. 6. Late Night with the Devil, a genuinely fantastic film that's unfortunately brought down by the use of AI-generated images. We need to let companies know that they can't get away with this. 5. Werewolves, a film that's just flat out ridiculous. It knows it's ridiculous, and it just decides to throw you in the deep end and hope you have a good time. 4. Diener 89, another ridiculous film, although in a different way. It's just a blast to sit through even if you're a non-metalhead like myself. 3. The Substance, a very unsubtle approach to critiquing beauty standards in the media. Not only that, but also in a way that feels like a fucked up pairing of Kubrick and Cronenberg. 2. The Wild Robot, an extremely heartfelt film with absolutely gorgeous animation and a really touching message about purpose and what it means to be a parental figure. And number 1, Transformers 1. A film that Transformers fans like myself have been asking for years. Not to mention, it's just really good to boot. And now, I'll just quickly go over some films I'm anticipating for 2025. Wolfman. If you recall, I actually mentioned this film in last year's video, mainly because it was originally supposed to come out this year in October before it got delayed. Now that we've had a few trailers, I'm still pretty hyped for this film. Novocaine. The concept sounded interesting to me, and what looks like a dumb action movie starring Jack Quaid and Amber Midthunder? Sign me the fuck up. Sinners. I love Ryan Coogler's films, and the trailer looked super interesting. Thunderbolts. From what little of this film we've seen so far, I'm curious. Plus, I can't wait to see how they introduce Sentry into the MCU. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. I know in the last video I said that I might watch these movies when Dead Reckoning Part 2 comes out. Well, not only has it been renamed, but I've actually now seen all the previous Mission Impossible films, and I liked them quite a bit. 28 Years Later. I'll admit I still haven't seen 28 Days Later or 28 Weeks Later. However, I've always been meaning to, and this trailer was really good. Superman. While I'm still a bit skeptical at James Gunn being at the helm of this film, it does seem like it's trying to be more accurate to Superman in the comics, unlike Snyder. This is probably going to be my 100% gonna see this in IMAX film. The Fantastic Four: First Steps. I've been anticipating the Fantastic Four's first MCU appearance even before Disney actually acquired 20th Century Fox. Plus, everything we've been hearing so far sounds really interesting. The Black Phone 2. I only watched the first Black Phone a few months ago, however that doesn't stop me from being interested in what this one will have to offer. Mortal Kombat 2. I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of the Mortal Kombat film that came out in 2021, however I'm hoping this film will listen to the criticism of that film, mainly regarding the character Cole. Plus, Carl Urban as Johnny Cage was an interesting choice, even if Glenn Powell probably would have been better, but whatever. Predator: Badlands. I know that right now we really only have a basic plot synopsis, but it sounds super interesting and not really like anything from a Predator film before. Five Nights at Freddy's 2. As someone who actually kind of likes the first one, I can't wait to see what this one has in store, especially since it seems like they're trying to take their time with it, because even as of now, it's not coming out till December, despite the fact I'm pretty sure they've already started filming. Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein. I love Guillermo del Toro's films, and I love to see his interpretation of Frankenstein, especially since he's been trying to make it for years. Let's also shake it up a bit. Let's also discuss some of my least anticipated films of 2025. Captain America: Brave New World. I'll admit, I don't see why everyone is super excited about it. Every trailer for the film I've seen, I've just had a feeling of pure indifference. I'll probably still see it, but it's easily my least anticipated of the MCU films coming out in 2025. Plus, we keep hearing about how test audiences hate it, and from what they kept telling us, it sounded like they're just trying to make a Hulk movie. Without actually making a Hulk movie, because I think Universal still has the rights to make solo Hulk films. Snow White. I should get out of the way. No, I don't have a raging hate boner like it seems like most people do for Rachel Zegler. That's not why I'm including it here. I'm including it because Jesus Christ, haven't we had enough of these damn remakes? I don't know what I'm more upset about, the fact that this movie is happening or the fact that people are finally pushing back, but for what I think are the wrong reasons. A Minecraft movie. I'm just going to be completely upfront. I still play Minecraft. I play it damn near every day. It's been a huge part of my childhood, and I'll probably still be playing it for years to come. But what the fuck happened here? It seems like every decision is working against the movie. Jack Black is just playing Jack Black, and the designs look awful. I swear video game films from the last 2 or so years have just been trying to completely undo the goodwill the Sonic films have been building up in regards to good video game films. How to Train Your Dragon. I'll say this. At least it wasn't Shrek. But why? Why the hell is DreamWorks getting in on this? I'll say that at least they got one of the original directors of How to Train Your Dragon back for this one, but I just genuinely don't understand why DreamWorks is trying to get in on this too, especially since I'd argue they have a lot less titles people would be willing to see again in live action as compared to Disney. Avatar: Fire and Ash. I'll admit this one is entirely personal. I know people love these films, for some reason, but I just can't stand them. They're over the top with their messaging, it feels like there's very little substance to the actual film, and James Cameron seems weirdly pretentious when it comes to these films. The only thing these have going for them are the visuals and constant innovation on motion capture technology. Otherwise, I don't see the appeal, and it's hilarious that apparently Avatar 4 was one of the best scripts some executives read, or how James Cameron wants to continue this on to like Avatar 6 or 7, even if it has to be done with someone else. I should say that any film I didn't mention in those last 2 parts is either I don't know they exist, or I'm just indifferent to them. There it is. 70 films reviewed, ranked, what I'm looking forward to in 2025, and what I'm not looking forward to in 2025. So what else is there to say? Well, for one, I apologize for this video taking so long. I bit off more than I can chew, and I'm sure you can tell from not only the video's runtime, but also the fact I discussed 70 films, which is a 70.7% increase of films compared to last year's video. I also admit that I've been spending my time doing other things, mainly playing this game. This game has taken over my life for the past little bit. Anyways, I appreciate you listening to me yap for several hours, and I'll see you next time.